President of the United States, look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other person. I just spoke at Dartmouth on health care at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but people from the medical school were at the, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Allegheny County executive, for being here. And I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP, yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TTP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and to win and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between this and there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much. And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person qualified in community college, increasing the number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. If you want any partners campaign, pick up your phones. Pick up your phone. Now, send a text to the word United to the number 30330. 30330 or 303330. Or BOO. Wait. You got it. It's out the back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQ people have no civil rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of Iraq. In terms of what was going on in Ukraine. My long friend, time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. Is it will cost 1/30th. 1/30th. Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion is what I want to do. Not $30 trillion. Not $30 trillion. Among many qualified people, I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are like to get Alzheimer's. Because think of what's been adopted. Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. That all changed for the Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. We find ourselves in a position where you're in a circumstance where we've adopted Milton Friedman's notion of conservative economists. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case, you worked for Jimmy. That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number of uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. President Trump and the demagogues around the world. Donald Trump is re-elected. So people are figuring out there's not a damn thing we can do. Can't really set our mind. The single most stressed I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London and speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting. I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric International Organization of Psychiatrists. This is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare. Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future. We have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law. But I never thought that I'd see what I saw at Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school. Avoid having an excuse to walk by the deal and say, no, I'm not going to be real. I got something to do. I got to go boom, boom, boom. If we just were to reinstill the CAFE standards. And I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't Prescott of Sam downgrading him by calling him Senator Booker. The fact is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator's talking about, and I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. Look, we provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Barack and I talked about in the beginning.
Couldn't get it through, though.
So I couldn't tell anybody but Barack. He's one of my closest friends. Invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea. Right. He's saying that it was my boss, it was his fault. I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize it. We need to work again with Canada and Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Saks or Benettons or Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where the malls. Donald Trump does pose an existential threat to this. It's not hypothetical. We could put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a four-year education. Why they do that? I ran the what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point: the conservative columnist, and they'd say, "You take my shotgun." I said, "I have three. I now have five because my son died, and I have three of his. I have 5 shotguns." Also have a mechanism to control drug prices. You know, it's not. We're no longer using chemical-based things. All this thing is really with cancers and other issues related to the immune system or biooriented. And by the way, the idea that the only people who entitled to rewards are stockholders. Ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity. Stop trying to keep your workers organized. It's about all these breakthroughs we have with the immune system. I want you to know, if you look at PolitiFacts, we're no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. It means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's. The opportunities are amazing. We are in a position to be able to lead the world like we've never been able to do it before. I mean, they're not bad votes, folks. But guess what? I found that the Secretary, we sat together in many meetings. There's things that are worth dealing with China. What presidents say matter. We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during being vice president. High-quality options, the public option will be available in my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable. Not the end in themselves. This mischaracterizes my position across the board. Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you. You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? 1,640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained? We choose truth over facts. You ever heard a president of the United States talk about law enforcement like he does today? I oversaw, as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time, the FBI. Look what he talks about. But we lead by the example of our power, not just the power, not just the example
powerful. For example, we're out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening, we have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. The fact of the matter is, I'm awfully sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly. They're not national assets. Wall Street bankers, CEOs, hedge fund managers, no matter how good and decent they are, they're not the ones who built this country. That triumph of democracy and liberalism over fascism and autocracy. When I got out of school, when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged. I'm going to publicly apologize for not being able to make it. We don't even love them. That's who we are. No other nation was founded the way we are. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their creator. No nation has ever been founded on that principle. That was a time in the late 60s, the early 60s and 60s where it was drop out, go to Haight-Ashbury. We can do this by making sure that we're in a position that we, in fact, allow people. Time's up. I agree that everybody, once they, in fact, they should. Anyway, my time's up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice President.
But here's the deal, folks. You know, well, I think it shouldn't matter where your race. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We can speak out and be more straightforward. Senator Joe, I mean, but I mean, it's not about, I know you're supporting by saying booing, but look, here's the deal. You don't have here in Miami, in Florida, you don't have it here, and that is, if you keep an audience, that's why I'll end the gag rule, the global gag rule, that prevents money from getting to NGOs. In terms of the Ku Klux Klan and white supremacy. And if we give Donald Trump 4 more years, we'll have a great deal of difficulty, if ever, being able to. I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does. Such as de-escalation studies have, there have been de-escalation studies. The reason I did what I'm doing is because there's an invasion of Hispanics. She has an expression. She teaches full-time and has taught full-time. She taught full-time as a second lady. She taught 15 credits a semester. She's never stopped teaching. She's going back in 2 weeks to teach as well, to continue to teach. 65 out of every 100 jobs today require training beyond high school. 65 out of every 100. $30 trillion. It makes it far more durable, reliable, and powerful. Partnerships built on coercion. And Lisa, you have been a great friend for a long time. And your Paul son is remarkable. You know, they also got that last year. And for folks in the working class that are below 400, they will, in fact, increase their premiums. Will increase the generosity of the premium tax credit they now get. They go to school from a middle class or upper middle class, and they.
White woman's protest, 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 white woman's protest. Welcome to Liv Posting.
I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. Serbs are illiterate degenerates. Illiterate degenerates. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I'm not gay.
to Taliban. Welcome to Liv Posting.
Serbs are illiterate degenerates. Illiterate degenerates. I am not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I am not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I am not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. Banger post, Mr. Taliban.
White woman's protest. White woman's protest.
How's it going, everybody? We're back. We're back with a surprise stream. Not surprise, actually. I said I would stream. It's election time, baby. Let's go. Shout out to Molly Misfire for making that. Also, yeah, can I like pay you for it? It's very good. Especially if you're making, because it says first draft in here. I will give you money because it's very good and I'm using it on a production that makes money. So if you have a Discord, just like you can message me, right? Isn't that how that works? Anyone on the Discord can message me. If not, I'll change it. If you're in line, yes. Election time. Let's go, dude. I'm ready. I'm wearing my team colors. I got red for the Liberal Party. I'm soy facing. Trudeau is gonna finally secure his majority, and then he's gonna solve all of the problems. You'll find with being paid in cloud. Okay, that's if you ever do not want to be in paid in money, please let me know because it's very good. It's a very well done thing. Who are the options? All right, let's get a basic explanation of these. All right, so we have the Nate Silver model here, the Canadian Nate Silver, but the Liberal Party is soy Reddit Justin Trudeau, blackface guy. We got the Conservatives, O'Toole, essentially heading a like what I could describe as a coalition between this sort of more traditional, respectable conservatives and the sort of recently more radicalized wing that is sort of unhappy with how cucked O'Toole is on like not being like Trump, but still trying to be respectable. We have the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, which is, I think, was it Tubman described Singh as in between Starmer and am I blanking on his fucking name? Corbyn, sort of in between there. So we're not quite there. There's definitely problems, and it's sort of meh. But in terms of the NDP, but it's not as if they're just like fully like they have actual policy positions and plans that are good, and that I would like to be enacted, both for my own personal well-being as well as for the well-being of the country. The Bloc are Quebec Nationalist Party. They're French. But they're sort of vaguely socially democratic. They're literally French, but they're also racist. They are national socialists, but not in the literal sense, not in the historical sense of what that entails. We have the PPC, the People's Party of Canada. It sounds epic and based. I already said French, you're right. Sounds epic and based. It's a far right party. It's a Bernier.
Donald Trump shit his fucking pants.
Antifada. Oh shoot! Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. It's Canada time. It's Canada hours. Follow the Antifada if you don't. Oh wait, let's see. They're sort of a meme party, but because of how reported they are, how much the media talks about them, I think that's really one of the main causes. They get enough attention that they have a decent amount of support for like a meme party. It's the basically UKIP. Yeah, that's a good way of explaining it. Essentially, no, they will probably not get any seats. Um, and then we have the Greens, and you can describe the Greens as conservatives on bikes. I think that's a solid description of them. Let me see. Wait, if I make this brighter, is the hair not as bad? I have a green screen coming soon. I think tomorrow. So it won't be this weird fucking fuzzy thing for the next stream. And so here is one particular. Oh, and of course there's more Trudeau blackface. Because what's new? Every election there was a Trudeau blackface. Something I am confused about with this though is like whose mind is
All
this
cops are
changing?
bad cops.
Like who is like okay, 5 photos of blackface Trudeau, that's fine. The 6th one, that crosses the line. Like at this point, yeah, there was a treatment of this as like a very serious, which and Canada is a fundamentally racist society, and so they didn't care the first time, at least the Liberal electorate. I am Madden. Thank you for the 2 months. What do you think about telling people not to vote today so that our vote counts for more? That's so true. I should do that. That's how that works. That's power. Don't vote to the people who do have more power. Yeah, that was the thing I saw. That like this isn't a costume party. I don't think. I'm fairly certain this isn't a costume party. He's just like, but I want a costume. But yeah, I mean, this one, everyone knows Trudeau does blackface. If you told me this was a blackface photo that was already released, I'd be like, yeah, I guess. So it has no effect. It will have no effect in the election. There's a really funny post. Oh, that's a real photo. Yeah, of course. This is funny. CBC PitchBot is so good. Final election update. There's a wide range of outcomes, and most of them come up Freeland. And then this reply about this model 338 and its election
All
chances.
cops are bad cops.
My oh my! Thank you for the 18 months. More like Lib Agar. Many are saying this, unfortunately. And then. Yikes. Yeah, the real answer here is that NDP are gonna win. Clearly, obviously, that's what's gonna happen. Oh, did I miss anyone subbing before the thing? Juice for cheeses, I think. Thank you for the 16 months. Or no, wait, fuck. Thank you for the 11 months. That's it. Yeah, Jeb will win. That's so true. You know who's gonna win? The Communist Party of Canada, but the Marxist-Leninist anti-revisionist one. None of this bullshit from the Communist Party of Canada. The anti-revisionist communist. Yeah, the blockade by quad landslide. At the last minute, uh, the bloc announces that they have candidates ready, sleeper candidates all across Canada ready to run. Not just in Quebec, because they obviously only run candidates in Quebec because it's the Quebec Nationalist Party. We need well, Communist Party of Canada, Dangest is just the Communist Party of Canada. So, to be fair, yeah. What else do we have? Explicit stuff. There's another link I saw. Things have not closed yet, right? They close in like an hour and a half. So far nothing. But this is what the map looks like. Where was it? Oh, this was interesting. This is unrelated, just to get this out of the way before all the results come out. The tax-rich dress designer owes debt in multiple states, and then which, like, obviously, this isn't AOC's fault. Like, vetting shit is difficult or whatever. But it is bad optics. I don't know. I'm genuinely curious whether people will actually care about this. Why is it though? I mean, it's hard to fucking vet people, especially like this. Yeah, but I guess if people don't care, then it won't matter. Oh, well, the own is that the lady owes workers money, not that she's in debt. But I guess no one will care about that. Like that she didn't pay her workers money. We watched this classic. Oh my goodness, I miss her. What an incredible.
So what we want is for more young people to be supported and mentored in getting those skills at community colleges, at apprenticeships run by labor unions and businesses.
Let us know, Queen.
Because we're going to have a lot of jobs from building infrastructure to coding, creating new apps. I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. God, that was such a banger. That was such a banger. This TikTok account is incredible.
All cops are bad cops.
John God, thank you for the 14 months.
Soviet leader Joseph Stalin was notoriously socially awkward.
Okay, time to get up. No, not yet.
This started affecting important international meetings.
It's been a pleasure to meet you. Oh, yes, of course. Ooh, what a long handshake. Sorry? My hand's starting to hurt. Am I doing drunk? Let go. Oh, just let go of my hand. Oh, yes, sorry, Dad. No.
Stalin was sent to America to join an improv group and boost his confidence.
Okay, things you wouldn't want to hear on your wedding day.
What type of post is this?
Hello, honey. Unfortunately, annexation of Romania failed, and capitalist pigs have taken over our wonderful nation.
Having failed to improve, it was decided that Stalin would be told what to do and say through an earpiece in a vital meeting with Churchill and Roosevelt.
And what lovely weather we are having. Oh, yes, indeed. You are doing really well, Joseph. Just make sure to smile. What? No, you weren't supposed to repeat that. All that.
Soviet leader Joseph Stalin was notoriously socially...
You know what's funny, though? Stalin was quite good with quips. It's actually the opposite of this. There's a really fucking funny post about Stalin's interactions with Churchill and how he, owned him. Stalin is a Gervlin. He was a Chad. Stalin was a Sigma male. We all know it to be true. Also, I'm still posting on TikTok. I'm just using it as Twitter, basically.
I mean, where the fuck should I really even start? I got berries that I'm keeping in a cream.
I love that audio. That's why I played that. The audio is funny. Go follow me on TikTok, I guess. I've made that joke on stream actually, so I don't. Teosi's right as your dress designer, Aurora James. Is BF Benjamin Bronfman. Bronfman's dad is a billionaire who is listed in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book, while his aunt was sentenced to 81 months in prison for a role in the NXI films. I don't know what that is, sex cult. Damn, do not show this to Q people, because that's just... They're gonna have a... Yeah. Very bad optics if people care, but maybe they don't. I don't know. Pronounced Nexium? Oh, it's not an acronym. I don't think people care though. So it was, you know, if you're being a social democrat, those types of acts are rated based upon whether they work or not. And I think it worked. I still, maybe that's wrong. I don't know. We need to poll this, what normies think about it, because I think it still helped her. This is such a banger. Please vote. Pokemon, vote in the polls. What if there's a good sort of breakdown? Let's see.
Well, the day is finally here. Canadians cast their votes today to decide the next federal government. So with a closer look at what the latest polls are saying and how the results could unfold, we're joined by pollster Daryl Bricker, Ipsos CEO of Public Affairs. Daryl, great to see you. This is the...
Also, again, there's a new... I released a 1-hour video on YouTube. Oh, it's a Chet Hanks video? Fuck yes. I released a 1-hour video on YouTube about ContraPoints, envy, and Nietzsche. But it's paywalled for a week for $2 a month.
The day we've all been waiting for.
So
oh my goodness. Let's take a look at the numbers. They are extremely tight. I want to get your interpretation of this. And given that, is it all but really impossible for a majority government to be formed tonight?
Yeah, there's probably no majority. I mean, it's not impossible.
Well, based on what we're looking right now, I mean, anything can happen. There's a lot of loose ends here that need to be tied up. So, but looking at these numbers, if this is what plays out today as Canadians vote, yeah, it's very hard to see how anybody has a route to a majority government.
So the national polls are one.
That is an NDP gain. A lot of the projections have it like Liberals about where they were in the last election, and then...
But of course, it comes down to how this is converted and translated into those key battlegrounds. And some of these races across the country are very tight. And we're looking at potentially dozens of ridings that are...
I'm actually... Kitchener Centre is an interesting one.
Really close. Talk about some of the ones that you are looking at and some of the regions you're looking at.
Okay, so viewers are looking at this and saying, why is he saying this is so tight? I mean, didn't the Conservatives win the popular vote last time around by 1 point? And isn't that what we have right now? But the truth is, the distribution of votes this time is very different. So, for example, we're seeing Ontario, where the Liberals had a 10-point lead last time going into the election and actually delivered that on election day. Well, that's down to 4. And that's where...
I always wonder how connected that is causally to like how much I always fucking mix them up. Hey, thank you for $10. So I was late. I forgot it was a Canadian election because it matters so little. If Canada fell off the face of the earth, would anyone really notice? I don't think so. What was I saying? I can't remember.
You know, it's incredibly tight, particularly in the 905, where a number of seats could switch between the Liberals and the Conservatives and the NDP. A lot to work out today. And then British Columbia is the other place that's very tight. And we see the NDP on the top of the race at the moment, with the Liberals in 3rd place. This was a place where Justin Trudeau was hoping to break.
Oh yeah, whether the loss of Conservatives is a result of the Ford progressive Conservatives at the provincial level. And I wonder if, I think there's been an increase in the NDP in British Columbia, which again, is funny because the NDP are the provincial level NDP are in power in BC, which is funny because the NDP in the provincial level in BC and the Conservatives at the provincial level in Ontario are not actually parties connected to the federal parties. They're their own parties. But people still associate and they're vaguely connected.
In order to form his
Progressive Conservative is just conservative. They don't. It's a product of different coalitions between different conservative parties.
majority, and it hasn't happened.
There's no.
Those are the places where
It's
really
funny. Their acronym is PC. It was damn PC culture.
watching very closely. So
right,
it could be a very late night tonight, Anthony.
My goodness, yeah. So given all this, is it possible we won't even know tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Well, there is some possibility. Elections Canada tells us they're not going to be counting the mail-in ballots, which are somewhere between 800,000 and a million ballots. Now, granted, about 18 million Canadians.
Oh my God, I didn't register that. It's gonna
vote in an election campaign, so it's not a huge number, but 4 or 5% of the ballots probably.
Okay, it's only 4 or 5%, right? That makes sense.
Will come in by mail today, and in some of those tight races, it could actually make a difference. So, yeah, we may not know what the conclusion is tonight until those mail ballots are counted.
Now, Daryl, you've been following the numbers very closely, and as you know, there is a lot of frustration, a lot of anger throughout this country for many reasons, obviously including a lot of people have lost their livelihood because of pandemic protocols. Vaccine passports is a major issue across this country. Given all that and the potential for the protest vote, how much of a wild card is the People's Party of Canada?
It'd be funny if they're just
in the last election campaign, they got about 1.6% of the vote. So
did they only get 1.6? Oh yeah, they might be up to literally 8%.
Didn't win any ridings, really weren't much of a factor.
Arrêtez le style.
This time around, depending on the poll that you believe, they're going to do a lot better than that. In our polling, they're about 4%. Not enough to maybe win very many seats or any seats at all, but
Probably
certainly
not.
enough to bleed some votes away from people that are in really tight races. So
Which is very
if
funny.
we're right and it's about 4%, not a huge impact, potentially at the margins, but if we're wrong and it's a bigger number, then they could be a force in terms of deciding who forms the or who wins the election tonight.
Have you ever seen an election like this where it's so tight that the leaders of the two main parties have as much chance of becoming prime minister as they do potentially being out of a job if they lose this election?
That's gonna happen. We need. I guess it would be funny if the people who did that weren't even the PPC, because the PPC are like an Anglo party, but instead it's fucking
Yeah, the one that this reminds me the most of is
The Bloc?
2004 and 2006, both minority governments in which Stephen Harper went up against Paul Martin. In 2004, Paul Martin, with a very late surge over the course of the weekend before voting on Monday, ended up squeaking out a minority government. In 2006, it was Stephen.
The BC NDP is not affiliated with the federal party, and the BC Liberals are also not affiliated. Both parties are not affiliated, although the NDP parties are vaguely affiliated, like they interact.
Harper, who was able to achieve
But no,
that.
not at
so it
the-
reminds
they're
me
different
of
parties.
that, and I would ask people to think back to those and decide in your minds right now whether we're living with 2004 or 2006, and that's probably the
Our parties are franchised. That's a good way of putting it.
election that we're going to have.
So Justin Trudeau called this election, obviously, we don't have a lot of time, Daryl, but he called this to win the majority. It's very difficult to win that tonight, given those numbers. What factors led to this miscalculation? We have about 30 seconds.
Well, I think he looked at his pandemic record. He looked at his numbers compared to his opponents and decided he was going to steal a march on them, and ended up stumbling out of the starting gate and really misread how Canadians were going to respond to being put in this situation where they're being forced to vote today.
Well, Daryl, I know you're going to have a long day and a long night. We appreciate all of the work you have done and will continue to do. That is Daryl Brooker, Ipsos CEO of Public Affairs. Always a pleasure, sir.
Yeah, which I guess is the basic explanation is like, I don't know, man. Actually, yeah. Before we get into anything else, I do also want to watch. This is unrelated to Canadian politics. Then I'll explain vaguely the system.
I was hooking up with this chick. One day, she was on the phone with her family in Jamaica, and she was really in the middle of a heated conversation. Tell that pussy clad girl me know what. I really had no idea what the fuck she was saying. And her
Provinces Le Parti Québécois, but they don't do particularly well, right? At the provincial level.
And said, "Feel me picking in the car with me so I can't chat." I'm like, wow. So wait, break that down. So then she started breaking down a lot of shit. I'm like, how do you say this? John, no, star. How do you say that? Oh, like 7. Oh. And she was just telling me how to say different shit. So like for like a week, like I was really on a Jamaican tip. And that just happened to be the week of the Golden Globes.
That's why, if you noticed, oh yeah, this is, okay. Why like Drake in some of his songs, did Chet is every white dude who grew up in Brampton who now speaks fluent patois. Yeah. It's because
big up the whole island, massive. It's your boy Chet coming straight from that Golden Globe.
It's so funny. It's so funny that he was just doing that.
Tune in.
I turned my phone on and the video had gone totally viral.
Yeah, that's Chet, you guys. I am shook and frankly, hella confused.
Big up the youth, them way out of Kingston.
It's just bad cop. Like why? I just don't get why.
He's talking about Kingston, Ontario, where all of his friends actually live, not Kingston, Jamaica. Many creatures. Thank you for the 13 months.
Appropriation.
I had Jamaicans blowing up my Instagram. Respect, General. We're gonna come to the island. You know what I mean? The Jamaican people showed me the most love, hands down. But then you got all these social justice warriors in America saying that I'm a fucking villain.
How do you feel about the idea of cultural appropriation overall?
I don't fucking know.
I love asking Chet Hanks what he feels about the idea of cultural appropriation overall.
If I'm interested in fucking bullfighting, I can fly to Spain and go watch a bullfight. And if I want to go talk to a matador and say, hey, bro, can you teach me how to fucking fight the bulls? And he's like, hell yeah, bro. Here, put this on. He's stoked that I'm stoked, right? Some asshole out there is gonna say I'm fucked up because I'm culturally appropriating the matador culture. But I'm not even like mad though, because all these haters, they're on the way out, dude. There's more people that fuck with what the fuck I'm saying than there's people that are angry about what the fuck y'all talking about, and that's a motherfucking fact.
Big up the whole island, them, man.
Just don't do that. Don't even do that.
Why not?
You just need to practice before you go on like a stage like that.
Big up the youth, them?
No, don't do that, dude.
How did I do it wrong? I don't understand.
Big up, say it with passion, bro. Big up the youth, them.
Big up the youth, them.
Oh yeah, okay, we can watch that.
I think we almost sounded the same.
I
gotta do it a little better.
Can you coach him through this?
This is starting to stress me out.
Breaking news. You're watching Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan.
So what was it like for you growing up as the son of a prominent celebrity?
And it was really kind of like a double-edged sword. People assume, I just lived this life, like super privileged life, like Richie Rich, you know what I mean? And that just wasn't the case. And it was actually the opposite.
Damn, I got these bitches shook. Damn, I can read you like a book.
They never fucking gave me an allowance. I don't know if I'm the brokest rich kid or the richest broke kid. I love my mom and dad a lot, but it was kind of inevitable that I rebelled because they had me like on a really short leash. They're like really like goody, square, you know, Boy Scout, Eagle Scout, Scouts Honor type people.
Yeah, he should be the prime minister.
That was never my vibe. For example, like when I got caught smoking weed, right? My mom was out in absolute hysterics. Oh God! You know what I mean? Like it was bad. I got sent away to a fucking wilderness program when I was 17. It was 4 a.m, the lights flip on. There's 2 huge dudes in my room, bodybuilder looking like bouncer types, bald heads. They're like, you're coming with us, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. And they just, you know, put me in the back of a car and drove me out to the middle of nowhere. This was in my junior year of high school.
No, not the
like
Castaway footage.
No, never. Sometimes I just wish that I could have like been more anonymous.
Do you think you would have succeeded to the same degree on social media if you were a blank slate?
Probably not. That's why I'm saying it has pros and cons. It has advantages and disadvantages. You know what I mean? People assume that because like my dad is super famous that like everybody would like want to be my friend and be like kissing my ass, and that just wasn't the case. If I walk into a room and someone's like, "Oh,
We got our first votes. It's a monumental event. Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame. We got 27 votes. It looks like the Liberals win the presidency. Mr. Trudeau is the president of Canada. I'm calling it. I've seen enough. This is the end of the stream. Goodbye, everyone.
you know who that is? That's Tom Hanks' son." The logical reaction is for someone to assume that like I must be like a real cocky, arrogant, spoiled brat, like piece of shit. Like people were inclined to hate my guts. I just internalized it.
Kidnapping
and it just
shit
developed
is
me to kind
real?
of like have
That's
a really
insane.
negative chip on my shoulder, and be very kind of like defensive, just on
Yeah, I bet you would be fucked up if you were fucking Chet Hanks.
edge around like meeting new people.
Pussy clot. Fuck them, Ross. Donald no one around but big boss man Biden.
So thinking back to your earliest memories in
so
life,
funny.
what is the earliest instance you can remember that someone treated you super weird because you were Tom Hanks' son?
I was nice with Foursquare. I beat this kid in a game of Foursquare, and he got super pissed that I
Foursquare
beat him.
was
He
so
was like,
fun.
"You just think you're so fucking cool because your dad's famous." You know what I mean? And I was like, man, that had nothing to do with it. You know what I mean?
It is so funny, by the way, that when he talks about his like struggles, he talks about like someone being mean to him when he was playing Foursquare. That's incredible.
I mean? I realized then at that moment that like me being like who I am like meant nothing to me, but it meant a lot to other people.
It's Chet Hayes, baby. Follow me. Last night was crazy, just made it home. Hoping your number found room in my phone.
What was the first way you expressed yourself?
Okay, well, I started writing bars, rhymes, raps, whatever you want to call it, when I was 15.
Do you remember what your first bars were?
First things first, man, we talking about the hearse. I got mad gifts, but this verse about the curse. When life stops and the good times cease, Breeze aunt and Dice grandma rest in peace. That was the first verse I ever wrote.
So you were coming out the gate pretty hard.
I mean,
damn, I got these bitches shook. Damn,
this is such a
I can read you like a book.
Let's get into White Boy Summer.
Bad gal, white dandada. Rude boy, it's a white boy summer. Bad gal, white dandada. Rude boy, it's a white boy summer.
What is White Boy Summer?
Honestly, it's a banger. Honestly.
White Boy Summer is me.
Booyaka, booyaka.
White Boy Summer is fun, inclusive. I'm not talking about like Trump, NASCAR type white. I'm talking about, me, John B., Jack Harlow. White Boy Summer is love. It's about the white boys that love black queens. It's the white boys that are tuned into the black girl magic. That's really what White Boy Summer is all about. Just shining a light
It's edited so well. God damn it.
on interracial relations.
How long have you preferred black queens?
How long have you preferred black queens?
As long as I can remember.
Yeah, I might make twerk. Yeah, let me see a nigga twerk.
White Boy Summer, Black Queen Summer, boom.
Boom.
Black girl magic is a very real thing.
What is it?
Magic.
Can you describe it with your body language?
Could you please describe black girl magic? Oh, fuck.
So how do the words work when you speak like the Jamaican patois? Like,
I don't know, dude. I don't really know. I just know a little bit. Big up the whole island massive. Jano Star. Big up the youth them. It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Make the king go up like 7, up. Boop.
what'd you think about the picture of Adele with the Jamaica bra?
Adele. You know, I say me a prayer from long time, but after me see a picture of that, it's sweet me.
That was tight. I'm literally making a conscious effort now to not think or give a fuck at all about what these people are possibly saying or talking about. And then that kind of created a whole different beast. It's like people, like, I'll be getting a hair, like this last week, I'm like getting a haircut. And my barber's like, dude, so you're Tom Hanks' son, huh? You really Tom Hanks' son? Tell your dad to come in here. And it's like, yeah, dude, for sure.
Oh.
You actually think I'm gonna tell my dad that? Like, that's...
Yeah, no, he's gone insane. This is such a terrible... Being Tom Hanks' son... Can you imagine how... the hell?
That's the kind of shit me and my dad talk about. But people are so oblivious, dude. They don't even stop to think about how many millions of times have people told me that. You know what my favorite movie of your dad's is? And I'm like, what? And they're like, Forrest Gump.
Oh shit, that's Tom Hanks' son right there. Yeah, look at him. That's him. He tied it up, getting his workout on. Forrest Gump, it's a classic. He on my live. Okay, bro. On my live, Tom Hanks' son right here.
So how do you feel about the fact that you just met Tom Hanks' son?
Hey, it's cool as fuck.
Has he seen your music video?
Yeah. I showed my mom and my dad. They were like, this could be this is like a Cardi B. You know what I'm saying?
What are your aspirations for your music
That's so funny.
career?
Pop off. I'm trying to be doing shows all fucking summer, dude.
Have you written any bars recently that you're hyped about? You could spit for us?
I could just spit some freestyle bars.
For sure, that'd be good.
Yes.
Okay, we're chilling on my balcony. I'm doing an interview with you, Andrew. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
You're that dude. You got a biker hat on. What's that about? Is it for the clout? It say Route 66. I pick up sticks. I might pick up your bitch in a fly-ass whip. You know what I mean? I might go do some burpees right outside of my shit. You know what I mean? Because I'm trying to get a pack out of 6, like a 6-pack. I might drink a 6-pack of Stella with a bitch named Bella, because I'm a good fella. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's just off the dome, it's off the cuff.
He's the best white boy to ever do
I
it.
just spitting the truth, no bluff. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a must to keep it real. If you're really in the field like Holyfield, you already know the deal. You know what I mean? It's white boy summer, I show the
Wait,
real.
hold on. You're telling me that he's a white boy and he can spit?
You know what I mean? It's not on you, it's in you. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying that.
I've been a fool, but I've been that dude. You know what I mean? I've been that dude, and I'm just trying to keep it cool. Laid back, you know what I'm saying? Laid back like Pat Sajak. I spun the wheel of fortune. You know what I'm saying? I got a bitch, she's gorgeous. I'm trying to make it to the Forbes list. You know what I'm saying? I'm just chilling on my porch, bitch. You know what I'm saying? So I don't gotta write it. I just recite it, and every time I recite it, I ignite it. You know what I mean? I ignite it. Because it's lit. You know what I mean? And I'm really with the shits.
And we don't give 2 shits.
We don't give 2 shits.
And we about to hit up yo bitch.
We about to pull up with your bitch.
With your bitch. And 2 sticks.
Okay.
At the badminton club, finna empty out the clip.
Woo!
White boy summer on a broke bitch.
Woo!
Come on, man.
I like how that was better than... at least more coherent.
One more time.
Breaking news. Breaking news. You're watching Channel 5.
That was wild. It's so funny. Oh yeah, yeah, Andrew is... That's the point of the whole thing, was that Andrew is actually a rapper. Oh, this is such a classic. Oh fuck, I forgot this existed. Oh, this is legendary.
Yeah. You wanna play with your Mario game? I had a big Rames as a big tame. Cause Mario might be super, but I'm super duper with a big tuber. Cause no one's gonna hit it like me, cause Mario has a big C. But I got the A+ on that test because it's a big mess. Mario might be a Superman, but I'm gonna have a big tan. He might have went to the past to the future, but I'm gonna make the new game have the neutral. Man, the Mario can't play like the T-dubs on the May. Man, you wanna hit it down with the big town? Man, he can't be like the Big Brown. My boy Emo, he has a CMO. Yeah, and Seth and Emo, once they get together, they're gonna be the team of the meme. You see, my boy Seth, he can rap like the meth. That's on the test. Man, you can't even hit it with a big nest. Man, you can't beat him because he's going to see him. Man, he's going to hit it down with a big town. I'm going to make it round. I had a big town in A-town. I came from a place named Charlotte. My boy Kevin Bartolacci, he's gonna hit it down like a Bartolacci. He can skateboard like the top boy Tony Hawk. But you think Tony Hawk's so cool, well, Kevin got some more of the follets. He's gonna unfold it like the toilet. Man, once that man made the toilet.
This video is so cool. It rocks. What, I guess we're on the subject. Sure, why not?
Dunks back, old beat, new rap, about to hit you on the head with a phenomenal track. I used to go so hard that they thought it was black, because my bars were so cold that they thought it was knack. Rhymes are so money, I could put you through college. Jokes are so funny that you end up with knowledge. I'm like passing the ball from Daffy Duck to Michael, about to save 15% by switching to Geico. Damn, Duck, how you get the sound so funky? Got the new mode on, and I'm slammed like Chunky. Peanut butter is the favorite food of Winston. Got the call from Carlton, we going to Princeton.
Yeah, I'm worried about the MCA. The classic donkey rap is the "Don't Let Me Into My Zone" one. What episode is it from Kanye Quest?
Don't let him into his zone. Don't let him into his zone. Get out of his zone. You ain't getting in here. Oh shit! Oh nah, he's in his zone. Kanye Quest 3030 is the 3030 installment of the popular Kanye Quest RPG
We don't have
series.
to watch
The
this.
game takes place in the year of 2010.
Is it Donkey Dance?
I gotta take the
Is
garbage
this-
out. This is who I am.
Or is
Use
this
the
not-
arrow
is
keys to
unrelated?
move around the room. Hit the enter key if you pause, we'll resume. I'm making beats on the piano like I'm Beethoven. I gotta go to right and make sure I turned off the oven. I did. Kitchen counter's clear. Open up this mug, man. Let me get a beer. Bitches leaving chores. 'cause
Oh
they think-
god, I forgot about this. Oh no.
Froggy Fresh 2012. Yeah. We back up in this. Y'all already
No, we don't have to watch this.
know. Cause I am the baddest of them all. If you ain't about money, then I don't mess with y'all. Y'all think I don't get girls, cause I ain't very tall. If she see my stacks, I bet you that she calls, you know that.
No, we don't have to watch this. I'm sorry. Torment. Oh yeah, and NES finale. We don't have any
Hi
results
everyone,
yet.
welcome to the
We could also see what the fucking, CBC,
season
et
finale
cetera
of
are saying
NEAS. I'm the
about
greatest cold
election.
open master in the history of the world, main man Murky, head of the Murky's Minions.
Nothing interesting
And
there,
I
I don't think.
outdid myself for the finale, folks. That's right. I got a couple of celebrity guests to do the cold open, and they're big fans of the channel and close personal friends of mine as well. And I know you may have read some news articles about a fraud that involved a young baby, somebody pretending a baby was dying in order to do fraud. That is unrelated.
This is related
That
to
is
Canada because Chris is from Vancouver. That's how it connects to the election.
Related to this. These guys did it because they love the channel and they wanted to. Nothing to do with a baby.
Hi, baby Bruce. This is Ike Barinholtz from various stuff. I heard you're not doing well and you're in the hospital, and we're thinking about you. And I have a message for you. This is NEAS. Let's start the show. So get well soon, baby Bruce.
Hey, Bruce. How you doing, little buddy?
Oh wait,
Somebody
fuck.
told me you're...
Does anyone have the one they made? The one a bunch of people made on Twitter for Ken Klippenstein? Before we get into this, because it is so fucking funny. I remember explaining the like on the online Twitter jokes related to that to someone I knew IRL who was not on Twitter, just so I could get them to appreciate how good. Where is that? If anyone has a link for that, it's so good. It's probably only on Twitter. It was it was definitely Jordan. It was like a bunch of
You're feeling a little under the weather, okay? And this person also told me that they care about you very much and that you're going to pull through and that you should stay strong. Oh,
trying to explain the cameo video to Jank. This is when he was at TYT.
and this person also told me to tell you that you might like to hear these words. This is NEAS. Now let's start the show.
Forget everything that you think you know, 'cause NEAS is now a
Did you find it? Thank you so much. Oh no, it got deleted? That's tragic. Does it exist anywhere? I'll ask Jordan. I will ask it because it's so good. That's so tragic.
show.
Oh, those weren't cameos? People say like Chris? Oh, that works.
Give it up for your host, Chris One. Yoo-hoo, everybody. It's me, your host, Chris One, and this is the season finale of NEAS The Show. Today, I'm joined by a co-host, One Take Jake. And now you go. Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm One Take Jake, and I am my own man. Fantastic. And we don't have anything planned. We just kind of thought that it would be cool to see us both on screen at the same time. But maybe we should have thought of something to do, considering as it is the season finale. But anyways, we're out of time. Let's head over to the desk. All right, everyone, over at the desk for the final time. And if I could be real with you for a second, I will say I'm really happy to never do this again. Filming these, it's really the low point of my week. But I should check in with my old co-host, Chris, too, just to make sure all of his issues have been resolved for this season and everything's been wrapped up into a neat little package.
Yeah, that's right. Everything's good.
Oh, that's great to hear. Let's move on to the episode, and it's a fantastic season finale for you folks, as we've got a snap-off between Ed Till and JJ McCartney. We've got the prank stars going after Rudy Giuliani. Prank Stallone makes calls to Chris Cuomo, Grant Stinchfield, and Larry Elder. Plus, another episode of The Worst of Us, and Butch calls last week's guest on The Worst of Us, Jim Fetzer. First things first, though, one thing we've never done on the channel is go on location. That's what we decided to do for the season finale, as we sent our correspondent Daryl Kraft out to a real anti-vaccine, anti-mask rally in Vancouver. Check it out.
Yes, dude. Yes.
All right, here I go on my way to the big rally.
It's gonna be like
Talk
7
about
guys.
How we're losing our freedom here in this country. And I really hope I don't run into
That's smart, by the way. That's a good one. You put censored on your mask?
anybody that I know. Hello, everyone. How are you? I'm a conservative stand-up comedian. I'm doing a live stream here on my YouTube. I want to talk about
Yeah,
free
see, it's like a crowd of people because
speech
they're
and
not
how we're
very big.
losing our freedom here in this country. Do you agree with that? Sorry? Do you want to be? Do you agree we're losing our freedom?
Definitely, yes. Sure, yes.
And have you heard about how open mics aren't open mics anymore? Have you heard about that?
It's kind of hard. A lot of them aren't as open as you like them to be.
Well, they say it's an open mic, but then you show up and they say, well, you can't perform there. Well, that's not an open mic. That's not freedom at all. Yeah. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thanks for what you're doing.
Hi, Walter. Nice
Oh, hey, Walter. How are you? I'm a conservative stand-up comedian, actually. My name's Daryl.
Oh, also
and I'm all
another
about
thing.
free speech. Where are you going, Walter? Walter doesn't want to be on camera? Walter! Walter! You don't want to be on cam? How come? Where's Walter going? Hey, how's it going? People's Party of Canada. I'm voting People's Party of Canada. I'm a free speech advocate.
So a lot of people.
Absolutely. 5% of the population.
Well, I think it's well more than that.
I think it's about 5% at the moment, but I think it is going to get higher, definitely. But we can all agree free speech, stand-up comedy is under assault as well. Free speech. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Would anybody like to hear some stand-up comedy? Would anyone like to hear some free speech stand-up comedy? I am a conservative stand-up comedian. Who would like to hear me do my stand-up? Come on, everybody. Who wants to hear some comedy?
All cops are bad cops.
Fuck,
Hey, how are
dude.
you? I'm a conservative stand-up
Hey guys,
comedian.
thank you for
named
the
Daryl
17
Kraft.
months.
Thank you so much. I'm going to do some stand-up in a little bit for
We
everybody.
love stand up.
How are you?
How you doing?
Where's the organizer? Who's in charge
This
of
is
this
so
thing?
good, dude.
Oh, they're over there. I just want to see if I can get up on the mic for a little bit, do a little bit of my stand-up.
Those two girls up there are in charge.
They're in charge?
Black and white.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, is your leg okay, sir? You have an owie on the leg. How did you get that, sir? Freedom? Was it in regards to free speech and freedom?
Doesn't have anything to do with this, that's for sure.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is fun, man. It's fun to be with all the patriots. Hey, how are you? I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm just doing a live stream, just recording for my YouTube. I do stand-up comedy, conservative stand-up comedy. So I'm just here doing. Who's the organizer? Is there any way? Like I was hoping to maybe do some of my material on mic.
I don't think that's
I can't do that. Is that a free speech issue?
Oh god.
Maybe or no?
No, that's not a free speech issue. That's like this is organized for.
They've already pre-done.
It is. I do have to say, I'm surprised that they're organized enough to understand that you can't just let any random person who wants to be on the mic get on the mic.
Do you mind being? I don't want to record you if you don't want to be on camera either. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you're saying they've already booked the show? They've already booked the show?
It's structured because this isn't like.
It's not like an open mic.
No, this is about the nursing.
So I can't get on the mic. They're telling me I can't get on the mic, so I guess it's not an open mic after all, but that's cool. How you guys doing? I'm a conservative stand-up comedian. I'm here on behalf of conservative stand-up comedians talking about free speech. And I do have an issue. They won't let me get up on the microphone to do my jokes. And
This is so good,
They have
dude.
an idea
This
for
is
like
so
a silent
good.
protest or something.
yeah. But silence doesn't get us very far.
Well,
That's,
all sorts of different
Could I do a
strategies.
joke or two for you guys? Just one? Okay, here we go. Okay, I want to get your reaction to it too.
All right, test the audience.
No, hey, they told me the other day they got these vaccine mandates. I said, no thanks, I don't swing that way. Well, mandate being a date with another man? So, yeah, thank you very much, guys. You guys have a good day. How's everybody doing? You guys like to laugh? Who likes to laugh?
This rocks.
No, it says censored on it. You understand? It's making
Please follow NEAS
a political
on
statement.
everything that they have.
Open mics! Open mics should be open mics! If you show up at an open mic, you should get booked! It doesn't matter if they call it an
God
open
damn it,
mic,
dude.
they have to book you on the show! It's about freedom of open mics!
I feel that the scientific literature
Yeah.
is being suppressed.
And here's your accent. Your accent's from Britain. Very cool. I'd love to go over there sometime and do some shows.
Hopefully we'll be free to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd love to go over there. Do you have any contacts? Anybody that books a room or books any sort of comedy shows or anything like that? Oh, did you want to get a picture of me by any chance? I'm sort of into free speech and stuff. Just got my picture taken. Basically, I got a headshot done, basically, which was fucking cool to get a headshot, free headshot. Just got a free headshot. Did not expect to get a free headshot today, but I got one. Excellent. Yeah, we're smart! Yeah! 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 Free speech! Hello, ma'am. You're quite old. Hey, free speech! All right. Yeah, why aren't we singing? Why aren't we singing? Oh, I want to be free. Oh, I want to be free. What's going on here, guys? A little enthusiasm here, yeah?
God damn it.
Good Lord, a little enthusiasm. Why aren't we singing? What the heck? What's going on?
This is a phenomenal bit. People start confronting me.
Ironic wearing a shirt that totes freedom when you're wearing a muzzle.
Oh, hey man, you're a little bit late, but what does your sign say?
Media, please do your job, not the CDC or WHO's. Trusted news.
It's a lot. It's a really long sign.
That's
It's too
right.
much. It's too much. Is that why you were late? Because you had to write out all this stuff on the sign? You're here now. That's all that matters.
He's roasting.
See you guys
people
later.
now.
Keep up the fight. See you later, buddy.
Frank Stallone is my personal favorite prankster on the
That takes courage to just like try to step on a
channel
fucking anti-mask protest with your bid.
because he's me. I'm him.
I'm so sad he didn't get on the mic. Could you imagine? You know, society if he got on the mic, and it's just we live in a utopia.
And I like myself. This week for the season finale, I decided to outdo myself with calls to Grant Stinchfield from Newsmax and Chris Cuomo from CNN. I also called Larry Elder, who didn't answer, but I did leave him a message about the election.
The
Check it out.
mandate thing is a banger joke.
You guessed it.
Sorry, don't swing that way.
Hello?
Hey, Chris, do you think there are still people who identify as Cuomo-sexuals?
Come on, brother. You can do better than this.
Well, I'm asking you, do you remember the T-shirts and everything?
This is Grant.
Hey, Grant. JJ Shirts calling. How are you today?
Who's JJ Shirts?
JJ
Who's JJ Shirts?
Oh, I'm calling because we're actually working on a list right now, a short list for Journalist of the Year. And your name, I guess, was on the list. So I'm meant to be reaching out on behalf of my publication to see if people would be interested in being included in such a list.
What's your publication?
It's called Dipshit Magazine.
Congratulations.
Good one, bro. It's funny.
Hi, this is Larry. Leave a message.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Larry, you got trounced. What happened?
Ed Till and JJ McCartney are famous for being huge snap jobs, snapping like nobody's ever snapped before at the smallest thing. You can call and say one word to either of them and they'll snap for 5 minutes. So we decided we'd have a little snap off to see who the ultimate snap champion of NEAS is. Check it out.
And in California, the biggest, by population, the biggest state in the union. Why would we trust that? Area code 304, what's your name And where are you calling from?
Hi, JJ. It's British Bobby. I'm in West Virginia.
You're in West Virginia. Okay, British Bobby, what's going on?
West Virginia by way of Manchester, I should say, by way of Edinburgh as well. So but I'm in West Virginia now. Been about 3 years or so. I've lived in the United States of America.
Okay, well, welcome to the U.S. of A.
It worked. He's in.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to say, nice shirt. It's the finale.
It's a pretty good accent. Look at.
Nice shirt. It's the finale.
Look at his fucking.
All right. Area code 210.
No snap. No
What's your
snap.
name?
You can see just that little like he's holding it in. You can just holding it in, you know.
All right. Area code 210. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is French, Philip.
The retards are out. Somebody let the
There it
retards out. Yeah, everybody just take note. 343-055-2202. What?
Are there any normal people left in the world? And seriously,
I'm gonna cancel the
you know,
JJ.
one of the things that the Islamic terrorists were planning on doing, and of course did on 9/11, was hijack airliners and fly them into buildings. The one thing we will not let these creeps do is hijack our show. Simply not going to allow that to happen. So, but where are the normal people? Where are the normal people? That's what I want to know. Where are the normal people? Are there any left?
JJ Snap!
You got it the second time. You got it the second time.
We got Mike on the line. Mike is calling from Orlando.
Another.
Hey, Mike. Thanks a lot for jumping in today. How are you?
Hey, Ed. How you doing?
Good. Very good. Good to hear from you.
Good, good. So I was curious, calling in. If you ever do fight Roy, would you take your...
I knew it. I saw it coming, didn't you? It's okay.
Would you take your dentures
That's
out?
all right. Listen, there is a remarkable dedication.
What was the Steve Jobs zone from the previous week that someone called in with?
To this show. I don't know how
It was so
it got
good.
started,
You look like
actually.
Steve Jobs after he
It's
died.
like all great love affairs, right? Who knows who made the first move? I don't know. But once Roy locked eyes on his radio dial, I'm sure he, looking at that dial, staring at it, going, this guy Till, I'm not gonna have it. This guy is not coming on every day. I will not tolerate it.
Everything's fine with Ed Till.
He's doing great.
And I say, you know,
I should be right back. 1 second.
use all the bluster
All cops are
and
bad
conflict that you can. Because you know, deep down, you need this show real bad. You need it. I like you, I was lost once. Once I was wandering planet Earth, not knowing for sure what things were, not knowing for sure who I was, not making sense of the complex world of human emotion and catastrophic nature at the same time. Wow, how do you make... Well, you find something in the storm, in the wind, in the maelstrom. It's in there. You find it, and you don't know if it's any damn good. What do I know but this guy, Ed Till? He's nuts. He's crazy. But I'll tell you one thing. He's right there.
Everything's fine with Ed Till.
He's in the center of the whole problem. Just take a look at that thing. The entire difficulty is
All cops
spelled
are bad
Ed
cops.
Till. So, one thing I must do. My name is Roy, damn it.
Duke
Write
Yahoo.
it down.
Thank you for the 6 months.
R-O-Y. Capital R. No last name necessary, just like Madonna and Cher. Woo.
Oh, he's still going.
It's a lot of burden, Roy. I feel it with you, but I'm in it for the long haul, my friend. I am in this not for now, not for an hour from now, but where does it ultimately lead? What is the final destination, Roy? You don't know. I don't know. That's what brings us together as opposite as
it's a fucking Joker monologue.
We are. As cataclysmically opposed to one another as we could
I'm just a dog chasing a bone, Roy.
be.
We don't know what I'd do if I got it.
Explosive. You would have to define the relationship, Roy, as explosive.
Everything's fine with Ed Till.
All right. You know, that means it's probably glowing in the dark a little. That means there's
He's gotta take a break, you know, step out onto the patio, smoke a cigarette, but no, he's back. He's back.
An involuntary pull, yen, something in there, right? Who knows? Maybe in the Eastern philosophy, it would be easier to understand. That's not our job. Roy, you and I are not here to explain what's going on. We are here to live and be whatever and wherever it takes us.
Everything's fine with Ed Till.
This is edited so fucking well. Please, you should go give Not Even a Show money on their Patreon. Also subscribe to them, Means TV. I believe they're streaming right now as well. No Prank Radio.
He goes and
this is so good.
on you.
You complete me.
The prank star's favorite target is definitely Rudy Giuliani, and their favorite calls to make are ones about him marrying and having sex with his cousin. This week, though, we called about a different thing, his alcoholism, and he decided to lead us right into a cousin prank anyways. So what do you know? Check it out.
You don't want him to pull your card because the prank stars, they prank hard.
So let's get to our callers on the Tunnel to Towers Foundation hotline on 77 WABC. Sergio in Newark, New Jersey.
Rudy, I love you.
Oh, well, that's nice, Sergio. So tell me why you're calling, Sergio. What's going on?
Well, Mr. Giuliani.
Rudy. I like everybody calling me Rudy. I really, you know why I like that? When they used to call me Rudy, I kind of knew they were going to vote for me.
Yeah, Rudy can't fail. Anyway, I've worked for many years as a bartender on the Upper West Side, and my question is, are you ever going to pay your tab? It's getting really high, dude.
Get out of here. Where are you a bartender?
The Kissing Cousin Bar over in Williams.
Oh, you're a... You guys got to come up with something funny.
Wait, what did he say? Sorry.
Tell me why you... Rudy. I like everybody calling me Rudy.
The Kissing Cousins Bar.
Years as a bartender
I didn't pick up on that. Sorry, yes. That's
Get out of here. Where are you a bartender?
The Kissing Cousin Bar over in
That's
Williams.
good.
Oh, you're a...
You
guys got to come up with something funnier than that. Well, I have
I think it's pretty funny.
Have no debts to any bar.
The Worst of Us is a program where we basically invite the worst pieces of shit in the world on, and then we berate them for as long as they'll take it, and then they hang up. This week, we talked to a pastor from Tennessee who's trying to break people out of hospitals to get them treated with ivermectin. Yeah, check it out.
The fake interview is great. The worst
Does
of
Tennessee
us.
have the highest infection rate?
From the numbers that I have heard lately, apparently it's in some of the tops in the numbers of
What is that flag?
the state. Yes, the states.
That's never a good sign. the red flag and then the.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to The Worst of Us. I am Tommy Truth. I am
Is that
joined
just is that just the Tennessee flag?
by
Oh, okay.
a very special guest
What's
today.
unfortunate?
He is a pastor in Tennessee. I believe the head of
You're
the
right.
Tennessee
Okay.
Pastors
All right.
Network. And on top of
It's a
that,
red
he's also
flag.
involved in the medical field. He has right.
Oh, but is it also affiliated with the Confederacy? Oh, well, that's
read that, right? Do you have some connection to the medical field, right? Like a
No connection to the medical field. Just a pastor that obviously deals with a lot of families and a lot of pastors that are affected.
I see. I don't know. Why did I read somewhere I thought you were a medical professional as well, no?
No, sir. No, sir.
No. Okay. But he's heavily involved in the anti-vaccine movement,
because you cannot claim that
anti-medical tyranny movement.
The tyranny.
He uses his platform to discuss anti-vaccine, anti-mask information. He's actually gone so far now as to protest out in front of hospitals and medical facilities. Now, interestingly enough, the medical facilities, I believe the politicians who actually make the rules, they would not be at the medical facilities. They would be at a different building. So you're basically protesting a place where sick people who are dying are trying to get treatment from medical professionals, and your idea is to disrupt that. And I suppose you're also trying to break people out of hospitals in order for them to get a treatment that you deem to be appropriate. Again, you did mention off the top that you're not a medical professional. To me, it feels like you are somebody who perverts the word of God for profit. And so my first question for you, Dale, would be, go fuck yourself, you absolute fucking abomination.
Got him.
Yeah, figure out how to hang it up, you idiot. Figure out how to hang it up. Figure out how to hang it up, old man. Butch loves making calls, and he don't know much, but one thing he does know is that Jim Fetzer's a fucking piece of shit. That's right. The guy from The Worst of Us last week has his own show, and Butch called him and fucking torched him the way Butch only can. Check it out.
Well, he loves to talk, but he don't know much. He's your favorite caller, and his name is Butch.
Fauci, all the lemmings at...
That's a fake. That's a fake name. Giuseppe...
CDC,
yeah,
all the lemmings at the
not
FDA.
A real Italian name.
They
it's
are mass murdering people because they, anyway, you get it.
We have another caller standing by from the 778 area code. Caller, please give us your name, just your first name and your state, and join the conversation.
Hey, it's Butch.
Hey, Butch.
Hello? Can you guys hear me? I said it's Butch. I'm calling from Florida, in the home state of Florida, and watching on video game website, watching your show on the politics and really enjoying it and trying to join the discussion.
Okay. Do you have a question for Dennis or Giuseppe or me?
Loves to talk, but he don't know much. He's your favorite caller, and his name is Butch.
Well,
the last name is literally "fuck you" in Italian. That's funny. All right, never mind. That's cool.
Giuseppe said in the jab you got a heavy metal, and is it in regards on music, or what do you mean on that?
Heavy metals such as aluminum, thimerosal, which is a form of mercury, and other toxic, literal heavy metals, not heavy metal music.
I heard it has I heard that the jab has ivermectin in it.
I've never heard that one. That's
that's what I heard. They talk about it on shows I watch, and a lot about vaccine. They say the ivermectin and for to be on a vaccine. But I'm trying to follow on what you guys are saying and really enjoy your show. And I'm basically exactly the type of viewer who was watching all the time. And Mike, Jim, are you feeling healthy yourself? You don't look so good on the screen. You look a little bit sick.
Really? No, I've been through it, and I took ivermectin, which I think helped. No, I'm feeling 90 to 95% back, so interesting observation.
Like 90 to 95 years old.
Oh.
I've never heard that before. Most people say,
Giuseppe looking like a normal, and Jim looking like very old.
Giuseppe, I'm baffled. I'm baffled by this caller. Baffled.
Yeah, he seems a little off.
We did our first video prank. Boy, did that change the game. Then we invited people on our own show. At the last second, changed the name. Me and the prank stars pranking.
But you should go subscribe to them on Patreon. I even show this bonus content. Because it's so good, dude. Criminally, 18,000 subscribe. Criminally underrated.
Sometimes when I'm making calls, I have to wait on hold forever. Ask me if I traded in. The answer is surely never.
Oh, there is a post-credit grant. Okay, I want to go to that. We're gonna go to the post-credit. Prank calls are not by inherently boomer. That's totally bullshit. That is a boomer statement. Prank calls are always funny.
Mike is a first-time caller out of Virginia. Mike, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, I just wanted to say what an incredible season it's been. We introduced video calls, which then evolved into the new fake show interviews. Daryl Kraft has become a big star. Rudy's with the cousin calls. We got him good.
Let me go to... I want to play this...
Those are great.
Nick
no
mentioned,
context.
and Hate mentioned this guy that died, expired. Let's see here. Oh, this guy, this is from Deadline. This guy was a comedian, Norm McDaniel.
Norm McDaniel? That's a perfect way to end the season. I love Not Even a Show. It's so funny.
Our organization is corrupt and should be restructured.
Everybody's always down for chimps, and look, I'm not saying we should exterminate the chimps. Don't get me wrong, but let's just be realistic. If chimps were everywhere and they had full freedom, the way people do, we'd have a fucking serious problem.
The reason that white people are inferior is because they don't have enough melanin in their skin. I just don't see what the hell's racist about dressing up like a Mexican. Mexicans have a traditional
Baboons
clothing.
are creepy dog fucking monkey things.
Part of the
good.
This is my favorite.
Moogly, look at that thing.
Look at the muscles.
Oh my God, they're so strong.
Go to where there's a male. Where look at that. Our organization is corrupt.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good... Yeah, TikTok is fucking insane, dude. Honestly, like, even the trans women on TikTok are a different fucking breed. This is a very brave post to make. But another problem is that I posted this and, like, now I have to explain to Hassan Piker what the phrase trap juice is. And for that, TikTok, I will never forgive you. Whenever a cis person encounters a phrase like trap juice, they have to take like a 20-sided dice roll for their sanity. Yeah, that's tough. I hope he never figures it out for his own sake. Please do clip that. That's a funny clip. What else do we? Let's look at this.
Also, though, worth remembering that there are no Green Party candidates in Newfoundland and Labrador. In fact, they were not able to have a full slate of candidates nationally this time round. David Thurton is in Toronto Centre, I believe. He's in Toronto, anyway, at the Green Party headquarters tonight. David
My
Thurton
first undefined TTTT. That is one of the that would be so terrible.
We're hearing this from the Green Party, that Atlantic Canada would be a place where they would want to build support and some beachheads to grow on.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly why Annemie Paul, in the final days of this campaign, made a trip out to Prince Edward.
Don't make that. We're not going to find out today. That's a bad prediction.
Island to, provide support for the Green candidates, to boost morale, to, try
we might
and
not.
give some...
Yeah, that's... You have 24 hours to finish it? All right, okay. All right, Liberals win plurality of seats prediction. Sure, do it. Let's see.
Support to those candidates. And when I spoke with party insiders throughout this election and in the lead up to it, they felt that they would be quite competitive in Prince Edward Island, that they could get back that seat in Fredericton as well. But these results, they're early, as you say, quite disappointing. The party's still optimistic. They feel that they can hold on to those seats on Vancouver Island and maybe pick up Kitchener Centre. We'll have to see.
Okay, David Thurton there in Toronto. Thank you for that and all your reporting on the Green Party throughout this campaign. It's been an interesting story, but probably not for the reasons that the Green Party wanted. David Cochran now with some results from Newfoundland and Labrador.
Rosie, we have our first elected...
All in for yes. Let me see this. Let's see. How do I make it a... You can see all this stuff, but so far Liberals win plurality 200,000 posting points on yes. Do we got any posts? Do we see no? Do we see no? It's like it's a 60 or so % chance on the Nate Silver ripoff. That is disproportionate. That is more than yes. There we go. We got more no. We got high rollers only. All right, there it is. All right, get that off my fucking screen.
A candidate, or at least projected elected candidate. The decision, as we showed you earlier, has projected that Seamus O'Regan, the Natural Resources Minister, will be going back to Parliament. You can see there, that's a pretty substantial lead with about 25 of 207 polls reporting. The surprise there for me, Ray Critch in second place, ahead of Steve
I look
Potter.
at the BBC photo.
Newspaper, The Muse, where I got my start in journalism when I was on the board of directors back in the day. And anyway, he gave it a shot, but O'Regan is going back to Parliament.
Okay, I just want everyone to know I will have no stories like this from Manitoba, so don't hold your breath when we get to that part of the night. Nova Scotia had some results there, Adrian.
Yeah, and I'm not from anywhere, so don't count on me
You're from everywhere. You're from everywhere.
Woman of the world. All right, we have 3 new writings that are reporting to us now. So Central Nova, this one is interesting. Sean Fraser, the incumbent, we're in double-digit leads, so we've entered a new era, new moment here. Only 5 polls reporting, but keep an eye on that one. The Liberals will be happy to see that. King's Hants, Cody Blois, the incumbent, just to lead by 6, but this is, again, one that the Liberals were maybe not worried about, but maybe should be. And Eddie Orrell, this will be very important to the Conservatives in Sydney, Victoria. Very popular MLA for 8 years. He's a physio. Jaime Batiste, the first Mi'kmaq MP in Canada, might need to be worried right now.
Yeah, that is one that Liberals certainly were telling me.
Eddie Orrell, the top candidate.
Lisa Raitt knows Eddie Orrell. I'll talk to her in a minute about that. But
Eddie Orrell will give you the top results.
And a bit of housekeeping. I have multiple emails from friends of mine who said I had food
Getting
on my
top
lip during the
results
last time
from
I
Eddie
spoke.
Orrell.
I've taken care of that. So
I didn't
thank you
even
very
notice.
much.
That's the only
Thank you very much
comment
for those of you who did notice, and please keep me, sort of as neat as possible. Listen, let's look at a couple of ridings. Remember, I mentioned that there are ridings in New Brunswick that are traditionally liberal, traditionally conservative. This is one of those ridings that is traditionally conservative. But I want you to to take a look at the People's Party. So obviously small numbers of votes here, but there it is tied for second in that riding. It almost certainly won't affect the final result in New Brunswick Southwest. We would expect John Williamson to do well. He has in the past, but we'll see. And then Dominic LeBlanc, who has owned Beausejour. I can't even, like, what anecdotes can I give that are David Cochran? Like, Beausejour is where my hometown Sackville is, but I can't talk about pancakes. I can't talk about the student newspaper, but I will say I know that riding very well. But again, all kidding aside, the People's Party also, I think, in third place right now in that early count. So won't affect Beausejour either, but when we get to Miramichi Grand Lake, possibly St. John Rothsay, that's where we have to start looking at the People's Party and what impact it may have on especially conservative fortunes.
That's right. Okay. And as we look at the board there, Liberals leading in 17. We only know that there's only one elected so far as the numbers come in. And Andrew's got some early numbers now from PEI.
Yeah, I was wondering when I was going to
get
get to join this parade of early results and tiny, tiny leads, but Cardigan is...
Who did I vote for in the election? I wrote in Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Going to do some of the heavy lifting for me right now. This is a riding in PEI. Expect this lead to get even bigger over the course of this night. No surprise here.
I think it's her turn.
That Lawrence McCauley has a lead of 56 votes, even at this early juncture, because you want to talk about the power of a powerful brand. I mean, this is a cabinet minister seeking his 11th term.
Maritimes are very
liberal. This is a riding
liberal.
that has been liberal since
Usually
1988.
pretty
He's
deeply
the
liberal.
guy who won it in 1988.
Is New Brunswick an
So he'll be happy with this lead. I've got one more riding to show you, though. Another
it is. Never mind.
small lead with Heath MacDonald. Now, this riding is interesting, and as we heard from Kerry over in Charlottetown just a few moments ago, this is a riding that used to belong to Wayne Easter. I mean, he served 9 terms. He's seen prime ministers come and go. He decided he wasn't going to be running in this riding this time around. Heath MacDonald taking up the mantle. He's got a comfortable lead right now.
The Green Party are essentially conservatives on bikes.
To come in. I'm going to go back to South Shore St. Margaret's, where Keela Hounsell is, and she's got a reminder behind all these ridings, behind all these
political
votes,
parties like they do with Murray Party. I don't, as far as I know, no. At the federal
Rosie, that's
level.
so true. I'm
And
here
if they are,
with
they're
a
very
guest.
small
Her name
and not
is
talked
Karen
about.
Field, and Karen has never voted any other way than Liberal in her entire life, and she has been actively involved with various campaigns for 45 years now, and in this campaign has been the office manager for Liberal incumbent Bernadette Jordan. Karen, thank you so much for being here. We've been talking about how this is such a tight race tonight. How are you feeling?
I'm a little nervous because it is such a tight race, but I'm very hopeful. We've worked very hard on this campaign and given all. And Bernadette's such a wonderful person. It was such a pleasure to work for her.
Why, Karen, do you think this race is so tight?
I think it's tight because Bernadette had problems as Minister of Fisheries with the fishermen and the Indigenous. It's a no-win situation. And it has to be settled by a court order, and it just can't be resolved that easily. And it has caused some animosity in this riding.
Yes, so Karen is talking about the dispute over Indigenous fishing rights in this province, and as she says, both sides have been angry over this. Karen, how do you think the campaign overall across the country has gone?
I think the campaign has gone very well. All of the candidates have worked very hard, particularly my party. I'm so impressed with Trudeau. He's such a wonderful leader, and he's such a great orator, and so dynamic and relates to people that, and he's done such wonderful work through the COVID. I don't think any other leader could have done more during COVID
the
than
epic
Trudeau.
hack.
Helping the people with all those
I haven't followed it
benefits.
too
Where
much.
would we have been without that?
Now, when you and I were chatting a short time ago, you likened this political race to like a marriage. Tell our viewers at home what you mean by that. How is this race like a marriage?
Well, the race is like a marriage because I've always been a true grit or true liberal. And you're in a marriage for better, for worse, so I'm into the
Is this such a
campaign
perfect
for better, for
representation
worse.
of Canadian politics?
Thank you, Karen, and thank you for your work on this campaign. Rosie, we'll send it back to you from here in South Shore St. Margaret's.
Kayla, I love Karen. I just love her. Not because of all the glowing things she said about Jerry Butt's friend and leader, but because she is what sort of drives parties, and we kind of forget that that thing. Lisa Ray, you've been
That's so on the
an MP,
nose.
a
Her name is
cabinet minister.
literally
You've
Karen.
had to rely on people like Karen to come out and help you.
Yeah, and it's delightful to see her. It reminds me of so many folks that.
Oh yeah, and then this is lean toss up. It's their model. They predict 1 more seat for the Liberals, 7- for the Conservatives, and 7+ for the NDP. Let's see, these are different, like, intricate sort of. You see, this area is very conservative. Let's see what's generally. Yeah, these are not islands. These are like, you can zoom in on the London to, I guess that's Ottawa corridor more so. What Montreal is voting, what eastern part of Ontario, or southeastern Ontario, I guess you could say.
With 1, remember, the Liberals had 26 when they ended the night.
Vancouver
here
is
back in
mainly Liberal, but there are some NDP.
She has a guest with
we can
her.
See. Where's,
I would hope to talk a
where does it
little bit
prevent?
about NDP expectations tonight.
Yeah, it's pretty, like, you see Liberal, there's a good, I guess there's a good amount of NDP, a couple Conservative. Because the richer areas of Vancouver are Liberal.
Where you launched your platform, and Halifax, where NDP leader Jagmeet Singh just was a few days ago.
Well, I'm feeling very, very hopeful.
They need to interview PPC. You guys can see.
Out of this campaign.
I do wonder how much they're going to talk about the People's Party, because you can see like the disproportionate amount of discourse they get. Where it's like, oh, we need to pay them attention for the sake of the territories get seats. Yeah, look. Of course. Yeah, that's like. The idea that in like American territories just don't have seats is fucking wild.
And then Lisa Roberts in Halifax, who's a very popular and well-respected MLA in that area in Halifax for many years, and has been a really strong housing activist, and is fighting for the things that we think are important and that I think Canadians think are important. And in both those women, if they get elected, they will be strong advocates for their communities and for those issues in the House of Commons.
What does success look like for you tonight? And are you worried about any ridings given the fact that Singh has campaigned in mostly NDP and Liberal held ridings?
So he has only campaigned, he hasn't campaigned in any Liberal held in any NDP held ridings in this campaign. It's been a very aggressive, forward-looking campaign, really campaigning only in battleground
They say anti-vaccine party.
seats.
That's the People's Party,
he's been,
yes.
in
They're
seats where we
explicitly
think that we have a chance of victory in places that are currently held by Liberal or Conservative MPs. And he's been to 51 non-incumbent seats across the country. So it's a very positive, hopeful, assertive campaign that he's run.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
All
Back to you,
cops are
Rosie.
bad
Okay,
cops.
Olivia, thank you for that. I also love how Olivia has matched her mask to her blazer. Well done, Olivia. I appreciate that.
Thank you for the prime.
Okay, Adrian, you've got some results from
Also the
Wednesday.
anti-cum party.
Let's have a look at Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Interesting. There's no Conservative candidate here. Look at Kevin Payne for the NDP. He's leading, obviously not by very many, but it is the PPC in third. Let's keep note of that one as we go along. So South Shore, St. Margaret's, you heard Karen and Kayla talking about that. Rick Perkins, this is a rematch between Bernadette Jordan and Rick Perkins. Rick Perkins with the 48 lead. And then in West Nova, Chris D'Entremont is the incumbent there. Alexis Chamberlain for the Liberals, a little bit far back with only 5 polls reporting.
Okay, Adrian, thank you for that. I should tell you that an early look
Why is
here at
Alberta
how
so conservative?
the vote
Oil.
for the Green Party, which seems to be collapsing in these early results, does seem to be split
That's not a surprise.
now between the Liberal Party and the Conservatives, though favoring the Conservatives. So we'll see if that trend continues here in Atlantic Canada. David now has some results again from Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, we have another elected in Newfoundland and Labrador, Rosie. It's in the riding of Avalon, where the CBC Decision Desk has seen enough, and it's projecting that Ken McDonald will be going back to the House of Commons. He texted me earlier today saying, I'm going to be the first MP declared
What happens when
elected.
Liberals don't get a majority? They get exactly where they were before, where they don't have enough to do shit unless they have support from other parties. I'll explain how politics works in Canada. Let me get so we have these different ridings, right? So and then and then a person runs for the riding under a party. And when you go to vote, you vote for that person. Whichever person wins the most votes gets the seat. There are 338 seats within a Canadian Parliament. And the seat is a vote in the Parliament. If you have a majority of seats in your party, and you can pass, motions, you can do quite a bit. It's very different. The parliamentary system is, riding means electoral district, right? That's not I forgot that was so you don't vote for Justin Trudeau. You don't vote for, well, they also have their own seats. They also run in a particular riding. But if, yes, the House of Commons, it's not the Senate, which is its own thing for some reason. But that the House of Commons is the more important one. There is no filibuster. No, if you have a majority, you can pass bills. You can do a lot. That's why Trudeau wants a majority, because he only has a minority right now. The way you form a government is you have the most votes. The party with the most votes forms a government, even if they don't have a majority. Now, if two parties are like, hey, we don't want that person to form a government, let's form a coalition. Then they can form a government, a coalition government.
What's the campaign been like, given that? What kind of criticism have you received from voters?
Oh, I mean, it's very mixed, but I think the majority of voters really seem to understand. It was a decision that I didn't take lightly. It took, a lot of thought and a lot of advice, direction, guidance, and I think ultimately it was the best choice for Fredericton. It's all about delivering. Again, the world has changed since 2019, and so it's about making sure that our community has what it needs.
You made that switch, though, when critics said you could have sat as an independent. You didn't. You went straight to the Liberal Party. What was it that made you think that was the
This
change
is the Green that defected.
Well, I mean, sitting as a Green, we were in an unofficial party status, so it was a lot like being an independent, and it was really difficult to get things done. You don't have a seat on committee, you don't have a strong voice influencing legislation, and that's what our roles as a member of Parliament is really about, is being a strong voice for your riding. So really, I decided
the Greens are just falling apart.
With resources, with the support system of having colleagues here on the Atlantic, which is really important as well.
Yeah, the Senate is like the House of Lords.
With, Fredericton in my heart that I made that decision.
So do you get the sense that people are voting for you, Jenica Atwin, because of who you are, or are they voting for your party tonight, the Liberals?
Well, I've always been
How's the
someone who
ball
really supports,
breather? How's the ball breather party? You mean the Liberals? You mean Justin freaking Trudeau?
Liberal support here in Fredericton as well, that I hope will go with me as their new choice.
And if you don't win tonight, will it be because of the switch?
Oh, I hope not, but you never know. Anything can happen on election night.
All right, Jenica Atwin, good to talk to you. Thank you for joining us. That's Jenica Atwin in Fredericton, racing against the Conservatives and the Green Party that she was once a member of, hoping to win this seat for the Liberals tonight. Rosie.
Okay, Harry Forrestal, thank you so much. You're in Fredericton, New Brunswick. Let's give you a sense of what is happening in Atlantic Canada,
the Senate is less powerful and sort of ceremonial, and it's appointed. There's no chance of a Liberal NDP coalition. No, they hate each other. There's no chance whatsoever.
Vote share, so you can see a little bit of movement, but you'll really be able to see it now if we show you the seat.
There will be no coalition governments.
And that will give you a sense of how things are beginning to shift a little bit, but not a whole lot, all right? And again, these are very early results. But the seat change in Nova Scotia shows you the Liberals down 3 at this stage.
It's sort of ceremonial. They don't usually reject bills, but they can.
1.
And
again,
they do sometimes.
Early results. But if you are trying to form government, if you are trying to hold government, losing anything could matter. So let's go to David Cochrane now, who will give us...
There wouldn't be a Conservative PPC. Because the PPC, it's very likely the People's Party of Canada will not get a single riding. They will not, because to get a vote, you need to have a majority in a riding. So if they have 8% of the vote nationally, and they have no seat in which they get the most, then they have no votes. There's no coalition. Worst case, it'll be 1 or 2 members of parliament. That was just the absolute incorrect. In which case, I guess there might be a if it's literally like 2 away, but that seems very
Important thing
unlikely.
here is that Jagmeet Singh.
Bloc Conservative? The Bloc, I don't think have ever done a coalition. It's sort of not their thing.
They're in the game still. And this one, Bonavista, Buren, Trinity, that is flipping back and forth all night. The problem here for the Liberals is that we talked about how they wanted to be at 25 seats. Now, I know this is early, but the trend lines are a little bit ominous in the strength of the Conservatives in some of these rural ridings. The Liberals right now are down in South Shore St. Margaret's. That's Bernadette Jordan's riding, and in Cumberland Colchester, where Lenore Zan is running. So you're already seeing some gains by the Conservatives, at least in the early results. And we have two new Democrats on the board, because not only are they holding on in St. John's East, Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, the New Democrats in an early lead. So if the Liberals fall below,
definitely not with the Conservatives. No,
a lot tougher for them. And I have to tell you, Rosie, the surprise to me is that Conservative strength in central Newfoundland. We knew Bonavista, Buren, Trinity.
If there's a Liberal majority, there won't be a coalition. There'll just be a majority. If for a coalition, the parties have to agree to a coalition. If they don't, then there's just a Liberal majority.
Where the seats are going, the Conservative vote is up right across Atlantic Canada. Not sure if that's going to translate into many more seats, but there are more people voting for the Conservative Party in Atlantic Canada than they did in the past. And at this stage, anyway, the People's Party of Canada is not a factor here in Atlantic Canada. That may not be the case, of course, as we go.
If there's a minority, there's just a minority government. You just form a government and you don't have a majority. That's what Trudeau is right now, because he wanted a majority, because he was doing well in the polls, because people liked him. He's like, I'll not call a snap election then, because people like me now and get my majority so I can do what I want. Because at the moment, to pass a bill, he needs support from members of parliament that aren't Liberal.
Not a huge surprise that he's in the lead right now. This is a riding with a lot of Liberal history, but again, one of the closest in 2019. Next up, we're going to go to, we've got Charlottetown here. And one thing that I want to show you here, not necessarily the fact that Sean Casey is in the lead, because again, that's not a surprise.
What is the
He's actually
results?
seeking his fourth term.
Okay, well, funny is, this is disregarding my well-being is a Conservative majority. Absolutely the most funny results. Not even close. There's nothing that rivals. That's hilarious.
About 23% of the vote in that riding. This time around, they're still hovering at around.
Imagine that's Trudeau's legacy. Funniest result is Conservative majority, NDP official opposition. Yeah, that's true. But that's like not possible. Like that's not even conceivable.
The surprise here, not that Heath MacDonald is the lead, it's sort of where you would expect it to see him. But Anna Keenan, so of the Green Party here, she finished second in this riding. This is a rematch.
Oh, it's literally impossible.
From 2019.
Oh, that's funny. So on this one gives Conservatives like a 0%, Conservative majority like a 0% chance. And it gives a plurality for the Conservatives at a 28. You notice how it's CPC. You know what also? CPC, Communist Party of China. That's
all
interesting.
cops are bad cops.
Chloe the Comrade, thank you for 11 months. Yeah, there's very little chance of a coalition.
Yeah, the vote change numbers in Nova Scotia really do. This really is the early warning system about a whole bunch. So again, 12.8 for the Conservatives, but look at what is disappearing a little bit. The Green vote, where is that going to go? A loss of 9.0 percentage points. But again, a climb of the PPC. I know it's not eating away at the seats in particular, but keep an eye on that number. And if we look more carefully at some of the ridings where this is having an effect. So Cumberland and Colchester. If you look at what has happened to the Green vote in Cumberland Colchester,
yeah,
it was
that's not good for
13.2%.
Trudeau.
Now it's down
I don't know.
3%. Stephen Ellis, the family physician for the Conservatives,
this is
ahead of
very
Lenore
early
Zan.
and unscientific.
She only won that riding last time by under 500 votes. So with only 20 polls reporting, that's already a big lead for him. And if you go down to South Shore St. Margaret's, again, Minister Bernadette Jordan is in second place. But that is another place where the Green Party at 114, they were at 11% last time. Now it's only 3%. So you're really starting to see the erosion
It's
that
worse
green
for the
vote.
Liberals
Okay.
than the
Adrian,
polls,
Ian, I
at
think you've
least
got,
in a
someone
very
confirmed
early
elected.
indication.
Yes, we do in New Brunswick, and it's Dominic LeBlanc, and no surprise there. This is his 8th straight victory in that riding. He, of course, a cabinet minister in the Trudeau government, and his father, Romeo LeBlanc, who for a long time represented this riding when it was called Westmoreland Kent, was a cabinet minister in Pierre Trudeau's government. So Dominic LeBlanc is returning to the House of Commons. This is an interesting riding, Miramichi-Grand Lake. It is one of the 3 toss-up ridings we expect in
look
New
at
Brunswick.
the polls here
you know,
say
it's close there, and also don't pay too much attention to these
Atlantic
early
40,
results. Mary
29.
Levesque,
It's
Mount
early.
Allison,
They're early.
political science professor, pointed out to me
Yeah,
in this
they're
riding
early.
north of
It's hard to-
Miramichi Bay.
But
very
that
liberal,
indicates
south
that
of
the
Miramichi
Liberals
Bay,
dropped a good
conservative, and so
amount
we're
than
not
what
sure
you
which
would
polls are
imagine.
reporting at this point. We do expect it, though, to be close. And I want to show you one more riding here. Moncton Riverview, Dieppe. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor is incumbent, former health
You don't
minister.
wanna put too much stock.
And she, this is a riding that the Liberals have done very well in for a long time. There have been a couple of conservative MPs, but you would expect Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor to be in the lead, and that's where she is right now.
Okay, and the NDP back on the board with back leading in Dartmouth Cold Harbor. That riding continues to flip back and forth. Just want to bring in Jerry, if I can, for a minute, Jerry, just because there is something happening in Nova Scotia. I don't know how troubling it is now, but if I look at the data here, Liberal support, Liberal votes
Liberals
down
are red,
3.5
Conservatives are blue in
percentage
Canada.
points right now.
Those are the colors.
And I talked to enough
I'm
Liberals
repping
for
my
the campaign
team,
to know that there
obviously.
was some anxiety that the rebuke of the Liberals provincially was going to rub off. Is that perhaps what we're seeing here?
Yeah, I think it's really early, Rosie, but of course. And what you're seeing is that 3% piling up in ridings that are traditionally Tory strongholds.
Right.
Cumberland, Colchester in particular. You'll remember Bill Casey held that riding for both the Conservatives and for the
No,
Liberals.
if it's just a plurality, Trudeau does not have to step down if he can form government. He might anyways, because that's like bad for him.
About how solid Nova Scotia is given the provincial election, as you mentioned. They ran, Premier Houston ran to the left of the Liberals in the Nova Scotia election. I think
Does Liberals get one more seat than Conservatives? PBC wins 2 seats and they refuse to form a coalition.
In Nova Scotia.
Yeah, Lisa, maybe I'll
That
get your
would be
way on
fun.
that,
That
too,
would be
because
very funny.
Tim Houston is
Yes.
what you would typically call a
'Cause that's
progressive
not
conservative. Aaron
impossible.
O'Toole won't say he's a progressive conservative, but certainly he was trying to present himself in
You know
many
what?
ways that way.
Yeah, it's true, but Nova Scotians don't get caught up on labels. They care about 2 things. They care about their seniors and they care about their health care.
Right.
And Aaron O'Toole went to Nova Scotia and talked about those 2 things, and that's what they want to talk about. And maybe
Hilarious.
we're seeing it here. And the other thing I'd point out,
Hilarious.
too, that green number going down so
That's
much.
why they're voting Conservative.
I
is 'cause
oftentimes
of
wonder
healthcare,
whether or
'cause
not a
they-
lot of that green vote was protest Conservative vote last time because they didn't think the Conservatives had a good enough environment record in Nova Scotia, and therefore that could have a little bit of Conservative blue in it. Nova Scotia is the delegation at the policy convention that put forth and voted 100% in favor of recognizing climate change.
Okay, that is interesting. And we should say there's a large part of the Green Party that is kind of what you would call, I think, libertarian. So there may be some attraction to the Conservative movement at times as well. Okay, we're going to head to Ottawa, to the nation's capital, where usually everything is happening. And David Common is at Elections Canada tonight, I believe, the distribution centre, where some of the counts are happening, David.
Yeah, absolutely, Rosie. In fact, this is not just the distribution center, but it is the cage. I've always wanted to use that term. That's what they call it here. Take a look inside. There is an active count going on. So about 1,500 ballots now being hand counted. You see people inside doing it.
Yeah,
Part
this
of
is my setup.
200,000 ballots that have been processed here.
This
so
is
as
like
that
as
count
much
goes
as
on,
I've
just to give you a
spent.
sense of what
No, that's not
happens
true.
here during a
That's
campaign, a very
50
short
bucks.
campaign when they've been working long,
You can buy a
long
real
days here.
vlogger kit
This
with that.
is if you requested a mail-in ballot, this is where they sent it from. If you
Thank
voted
you for the
from
year.
outside of the country, this is where your ballot got mailed to. If you voted from outside your riding by mail-in ballot, this is where your vote comes to. And so that's the count that's going on tonight. They were able to start doing some of that count secretly, of course, not releasing
That's
any of the
funny.
results about 2 weeks ago. If you actually look down
Bernier
here
has
on the
declared
left
himself the
side,
next
you
PM
see
of
some of those
Canada.
votes that have been
He's
processed,
immediately
others
recognized
that
by the
are
U.S. and
still to be
Brazil, who are pushing the
processed.
international community to follow
And so
suit.
that vote very much continuing here. Lots of talk, of course, we've heard in recent days of
No,
people
yeah, it's
who
Pete.
requested
Pete
mail-in
Buttigieg
ballots,
has
Rosie,
announced
but who did not
himself as the-
ultimately get one. That could be that they weren't able to request them in time. I want to show you one other thing that I find really cool about this, and it's not the forklift, which I did ask to drive, and they say you have to have a license or something like that. Take a look around the corner here at the distribution center. We'll get away from the crowd. If you look down there, that is actually all the ballots from the past 10 years. Elections Canada by law has to keep them, so that's where they keep them. And this is a multi-level secure building where they do keep those ballots so that there is always an integrity check. If there's ever a question about a riding somewhere in the country that was weird, they have the ability to go back to it. But of course, right now, that count going on inside here. They hope to get much of it done tonight. And when you look at mail-in ballots that are going into those ridings, of course, they could play a big factor in ridings that are very, very close. Those ballots, they are most likely to start looking at them tomorrow after what they call integrity checks, basically comparing things to make
it's interesting they're trying to get ahead of this.
Voted by mail-in ballot has not voted by some other means, Rosie.
Okay, David.
They're really worried about voting shit. They're like, here's some footage in it.
This kind of thing, but it's pretty cool to see the inside of that place and see people
they wouldn't do this
doing
before.
the counting.
I'm very certain. I've watched
quite literally going on right there.
I love it. And
There's still
no
college shenanigans, obviously. It won't matter. They don't care.
We'll be back with you as we see the count
don't care
unfold if there's anything happening there. Thanks, David. Comment. Okay, part of the story tonight, obviously, is with the pandemic and how that may have caused challenges, perhaps in urban centers too, where polling stations had to be changed and where people have come out and had to wait in long lines. And Thomas Degla, I don't know, he's sprinting across the city now to different ridings with different stories, and I think you're in Trinity Spadina now, Thomas.
Oh wait, I fucking forgot the history of this. So the coalition attempts between the Bloc and the NDP. Harper said, "Is the problem is supposed to run the country?" Is that what? Wait, am I? Pretty close. We believe that. This is the one where the Governor General denied it, or am I confusing? Never mind. Wait.
Fort York here in downtown Toronto. These people are lined up just outside this church to vote. Of course, this is one of the many ridings in the Greater Toronto area where the number of polling stations has been cut down.
If someone asked how the Queen relates into this, the Governor General that is literally appointed by the Queen, is able to block. I believe when someone forms Parliament, is able to block it. They have a significant degree of actual power, but it's usually a ceremonial job.
Stretches all the way down the block here to King Street, and with it being downtown Toronto, you have to bear with us with the sirens here. But people near the front of the line here who I've been speaking to said they've been waiting about an hour and 20, an hour and 30 minutes, but the lineup when they got here wasn't as long as it is now. Just want to show you just down the street here, that's the start of the line, which means at this point, and it keeps growing, it now is snaking all the way around the entire city block. So it's easy to think that these people just lining up now are going to be here for 2 hours or more. Now, Elections Canada officially says that if you line up, if you are here before the 9:30 p.m. cutoff, you will be allowed to get in and vote. So don't forget your patience and your snacks. Back to you.
That's good advice there, Thomas. And you could probably watch us on your phone and watch Thomas and watch the results come in on cbc.ca, where we've got all of that for you.
Stay in line.
Thanks for that, Thomas. Again, seeing a bunch of people standing in line to vote is not the most horrible thing I have seen to date. I actually like to see that.
Is pretty easy.
And if you're going to wait and you know that you're going to be able to vote, that's actually kind of inspiring for this moment. Ian, you've got some results.
It is a long wait, though. I'm kind of surprised.
It's a long wait, but it's downtown Toronto, too,
and it's
right?
A beautiful
and you've
day.
left at the end of the day. And
20 degrees outside right now in Toronto.
Well, you're not getting out there anytime soon.
Yeah, I know. Listen, let's look at a couple of ridings in New Brunswick. We have our second elected MP in New Brunswick, and it's Richard Bragdon in Toby Mactaquac. This is one of those ridings that you would expect the Conservatives to do well in. He had 50% of the vote back in 2019, and he has an even higher percentage, I think something like 56% this time around. So our decision desk confident to project he will be elected. Madawaska Restigouche, first time we've had a chance to
I didn't realize that I'm seeing enough thing for calls.
Renee Arsenault, the incumbent MP, is in first place there, but I have my eye on who's in fourth place, the People's Party of Canada candidate. Jacques Poitras, our colleague with CBC in Fredericton, posted an interesting article this morning where he pointed out that in 2019, the People's Party had its highest share in any province in the 2019 election outside of Alberta in New Brunswick. So that's about the most awkward sentence I've ever constructed. But the point is this, they did very well in New Brunswick last time around, and the early indications is they might be doing even better.
Yeah, they do seem to, well, it's the highest anyway that they're performing in any Atlantic provinces so far, and we would expect them to
My favorite thing about the Communist Party of Canada is that they have the same initials as the Conservative Party of Canada and the same colors, party colors, as the Liberals.
Let's start with Cumberland Colchester. So Stephen
Which is,
Ellis,
if not symbolic of anything in relation to like their revisionism and, you know, I don't know what I don't know what else it could be.
218 polls reporting. Another change we're looking at for Bernadette Jordan, the Minister of Fisheries. As you heard Kayla and Karen talking about, she's been bearing the brunt of that anger. Rick Perkins, this is a rematch for them, but Rick Perkins
yes, I
enjoying
of course vote for the Marxist-Leninist Communist Party, the anti-revisionist one, because we have two communist parties.
Eddie Orrell and Jaime Batiste, who was the first Mi'kmaq MP in Canada. That lead is growing ever so slightly, but it is still very early.
Yeah, it is the only, they do no organizing outside of elections. It's incredible.
To David Cochran.
Incredible
so you can
stuff.
see here, well, this is Newfoundland and Labrador, but if we pull up the full map of Atlantic Canada, if we can, there we go, you'll get a better sense of what is unfolding here. There are some pickups, certainly, for the Conservatives here tonight, leading now in 8. Remember, they only had 4 in this part of the country. And if you're trying to build a government, you're trying to start picking up some
A lot of
seats
this relates to the Green collapse as well, importantly,
I would
right?
also point out here that the NDP
because a lot of the
now
Greens
off
are more
the board
conservative.
entirely, and that again part of the story of these early results. Liberals leading or elected in 24. Remember, they came out of here last time with 26. Part of what we are seeing again tonight is the collapse of the Green vote. Part of that vote going to the Liberals, but most of it seems to be moving to the Blue team. David Cochran.
Again, just indicative of what the Greens are.
We're going to show you the 2 closest races in Newfoundland and Labrador. We're going to start in St. John's East, which is why the orange is off the board. Joanne Thompson has now moved ahead of Mary Shortall with a 240-vote lead. You're a little under a third of the way through the counting there.
I love how
a lot
shitty
could
the
happen there,
fucking
but this is going to be a real ground game effort, and the Liberals have thrown, the provincial Liberals in particular, have backed up their federal cousins and thrown a lot into St. John's East. It's going to be tough for the NDP to match that. And look at this one, Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame. This is still a surprise to me that Clifford Small is ahead. Not anything against Clifford Small, because it's just Scott Sims' particular personal popularity and the strength there.
Okay, David, we'll come back to you in just a moment. We've got some pictures coming in at this hour of some of the leaders watching the coverage and the results come in. There's Justin Trudeau in Montreal with his wife, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, his kids, Ella Grace, Xavier, Hadrian. That's all live, watching them in Montreal. Hey, everybody, how's it going?
The funniest rumor I saw
tonight
was that Trudeau called an election because he knows there's like a divorce on the horizon. They look very... Which I don't believe, but think about how funny that would be.
we're soon going to have some...
I can't remember where I heard that. I can't remember what degree of stupid of like sincere, whether it was like a serious thing or whether it was a meme. I cannot remember. Was that a real rumor?
What is going on with Scott Sims? And a little bit of insight I can offer there. If you remember when the Newfoundland results started trickling in, we got our first
We have wild elections. As an American, you're saying that? No, it's not. There's no comparison.
St. John's was the last to report.
In
Scott Sims riding there in Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame, that'd be Gander, Grand
You
Falls,
saw
Windsor,
2020? No, this is a regular
I don't
election.
know if the results have come in from there.
It isn't.
That's where he is
because it's one of the most
absurd
absurd Canadian elections.
And that's where you could
but
see
compared
a
to
surge
2020
in numbers for him
in
and
America,
Clifford Small. His
way,
fishing ventures on the north coast, northeast coast of the island, the northern part of that riding. So it depends on where the vote count.
The divorce thing sounds like something Dan Buckner would say as a joke.
That's really important to note. That's
maybe
come
that's
from
where I
different
got
parts
it.
of a riding, and some ridings lean one way or another. So you don't want to get, you don't want to jump ahead of yourself if that's what's happening here. But right now, anyway, as you see things there on your screen, every party is losing a seat, except for the Conservatives. The Conservatives
There
are
was
the only
okay.
party
There
right
was
now that
actual.
seemed
I
to
mean,
be
this is
picking
like a
up,
bullshit website.
in Atlantic
Separated
Canada,
for
which would
over a
be
year.
encouraging
Haven't
for
been
them.
seen
Whether
together.
they hold all of them
That's
or
where it
not,
comes
coming
from.
out of Atlantic Canada, they would be feeling happy to see that beginning to happen. And oh my gosh, what's this crazy one Bloc Québécois that's just popped up here? Probably Andrew can tell us something about that, or PEI.
Yeah, so I guess this is one of the funny quirks of the time zone in the Gaspésie region of Quebec, which, by the way, is a beautiful part of the province to visit. It's a long drive to get out there, but this is one of the funny. This is what passes for fun on a night like this. But let's go ahead and show you the early result that we have with Gaspésie. The Bloc, they knew this was a riding that was in play. They considered this a
Bloc majority,
sort of a
baby.
priority constituency. It did go Liberal in the last election in 2019, but only by the smallest of margins. This time, around in 2021, they spent far more money than they did in 2019. The leader, Yves-François Blanchet, visited this riding a number of times, including in the final week of the campaign. So that gives you a sense of the importance that they placed on this riding and the thought that they had a shot at this.
Yeah, for sure. Magdalen Island's beautiful place to go. Andrew, you've got some PEI results there too. Share a vote there.
We do have a wild country
so
for an election that isn't real.
On a point that you were sort of alluding to, and that Lisa, that you raised about how the Green vote in the last election may in part have been sort of a conservative protest vote.
To tell, I guess.
When we look at PEI, I mean, PEI maybe is a sort of a little microcosm of Atlantic Canada. You can see that Green vote has actually dropped quite a bit. So this is down about 11% for the Greens. But the Liberals have picked up, with the NDP, about half of that amount. And the Conservatives and the People's Party have picked up about half of that amount. So you can see where some of that vote's been going. Egmont is one of those ridings where we can see this in action. In 2019, the Greens managed to pick up 20% of the votes in Egmont. Right now, they're down to about 6%, if I'm doing my math right.
I'm going to briefly interrupt you, Andrew, if I can. Sorry, just because we've got some more live pictures coming in. I'm going to guess it's Mr. O'Toole. Aaron O'Toole, yes. Yep, there he is. So Aaron O'Toole with his family, watching results come in. His wife, Rebecca, his daughter, Molly.
Oh, they're there.
They're watching results come in. Oh, we can hear you.
Regular Irish family.
Maybe they're waiting for me to talk to them. Hello. Hey, Jack. Hey, Molly. Hope you guys are having a good night.
Yeah,
there
they're
with
not.
your dad.
You can see a little bit
If they
less.
can hear us. Okay, Mr. O'Toole waiting for results to come in. He would be happy to see already some leading and elected there in Atlantic Canada. Remember, they had
Not as
4
particularly
seats in
charismatic.
the last election.
You
If
can
they
see the
double that
difference in
coming out
terms of the
Atlantic Canada,
families.
that's not a bad night for Aaron O'Toole as he starts things off. That's great.
Yeah, we need to analyze the blink rate. It's a
See
very
you guys later.
strange.
That was great.
Yeah,
Justin
it's
Trudeau
very
will have
weird.
to change the channel if he wants that kind of attention. Andrew, we'll go back to you now for your results.
Yeah, so Egmont was one of the ridings that I had shown you just a moment ago where we saw the Green vote significantly down from the last election. But the other riding that I want to show you was the riding of Malpeque. And here it's a very similar story. The Green vote in 2019 was about 26%. Right now they're down significantly to about 14%, 13.9% of the vote to be exact. Still early goings, but you can see here Heath MacDonald of the Liberal Party. This was Wayne Easter's old seat, held it for 9 terms, and it looks like the Liberals are in a comfortable lead right now.
Okay. I will say I do find it fascinating that the Green Party vote splits up that way. Yes, the Conservatives have a climate plan, Lisa Raitt, but it is the lowest target on offer from anyone. And I wonder, I don't know, I just wonder if you were really voting for the Green Party because you cared about climate change, is that enough that they've put any target in place? And maybe that risk that Aaron O'Toole took back in, I think it was April, to say we will have a carbon tax of some kind, maybe that's the way it pays off.
Well, you know what? I think when
Have
you're
you run into
thinking
a problem
about
with weird
climate
left
plans in front of
anti-vaxxers?
voters, not every voter has the same
Which
intensity
writing is
in
that?
terms of what they're looking for. And in some cases, it's just a matter of fact of saying, I just want you to have something and recognize it and acknowledge it. And that's what Aaron did. And not only a plan, he also indicated in there, well, this is how we're going to work with it. And he got a little bit more
Over
into depth
Vancouver
instead of
East.
just saying, we're going to do something.
Yeah, because of course last time there was essentially almost nothing in the environmental
Well, I
debate.
did lose, Rosie, so I recall. I went to those doors. So thanks for that.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. East
Okay,
Van,
we'll
like,
get you an extra
okay.
coffee or something to make up for that. Ian, you've got some results.
Yeah, let's take a look, Rosemary, at vote change in New Brunswick at this point, and keep in mind that some ridings like Fredericton still do not have a lot of votes that they're counting.
And here to end sickos. Thank you
Basically,
both
all
for the
the
14
major
months.
parties are up. The Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP, the People's Party of Canada up by a huge amount, 5.8 percentage points. All of this at the expense, as you can see, of the Greens. But how has that changed in terms of...
All right, it's Scam Train time. If you'd like to subscribe or give sub, let's do this. It's perfect. Speak a real Canadian banger or Acadian banger. If you'd like to subscribe, we have lots of cool emotes.
Papa gouverne mon argent dans son coffre. Souvent je fais les affaires last minute.
The dancing lizard is also the best emote, obviously. If you have a Prime, make sure to use it. And follow Petit Belly Blue on Twitch, who made this banger.
Omen que sextelet ici qui fait d'arriver. Fait d'avoir mon income tax return. Tonight the party never ends. Fait d'avoir mon income tax return. Tonight we gonna watch it burn. Fait d'avoir mon income tax return.
If Dimitri won, that's like the alternate dimension. We watched that. It was so close. Way too long username. Thank you for the 19 months. You saw Petit Belly Boo 2 weeks ago? That rocks. Did you find him out through the stream? Because that would be amazing if I'm sending people to shows or helping send people.
All cops are bad cops.
Well, great. Thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, it was an uphill battle for Dimitri. He got close. Oh, you just live in Quebec? Okay, fair.
Do not come.
Chain of Dogs. Thank you for the 2 gift subs. It's kind of, yeah, it is something that you could only conceive of as picking up in the like francophone world. Yes, yeah, that was cool. Keffels did an interview. New Zealand Green is like the Stockton party that's left of. Yeah, it varies really with Green parties. But yeah, you would expect them to be left. Try to cover it. Just in general, follow them. 3 minutes. You will not be scammed, understandable. Did I? Oh, I did. Fuck. God damn it. Don't follow Kef L's. It is A. It is A. What happened to the Green Party? Why did it collapse? It mainly relates, I think, to the new leadership sort of fucking up. I don't recall. Another obvious element of it is racism, because she's black. But her leadership has also been fairly incompetent. Like it was a mix. Where's leadership at? Neoliberal centrist, basically.
All cops are bad cops.
TST man, thank you for the 15 months. 2 minutes left. If you would like to give me money. Gills, that is a problem for me too. I need to change my fucking shit legally. It's a pain in the ass. 2 more minutes to scam you? Well, listen. It's like this. Sell me this pen. Sell me this subscription. We have incredible emotes. Look at these fucking. Look at this. Look at the little lizard. You're telling me you don't want that? You don't want that boy? You don't want to post him in your. Look at it. He's like. What is he doing? What is he doing? That's my pitch. I don't know. That's all I got. It is a banger. Fair pitch? Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that. This is also my job. Buddyhead, thank you for the 3 months. Corietti, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Let's go. Thank you so much. Do they have a VIP? They do. Okay.
I'm gonna come.
We like your content, why am I not subbed? Many are saying this. Thank you. This is my job. My job is also the podcast, the QA, my own podcast. But I guess it's a part of my job. There's Petit Belly Boo's been in the chat. He also streams. He pops in every once in a while. Look at the lizard go. Small HD, thank you for the 7 months. You scammed me, we did it. Let's go, dude. Thank you. Successfully scammed. Epic win. Thank you. Wilbur Fail, thank you for the gift sub. Again, also follow Petit Belly. Let me get the. How do you spell his name? Because he also streams. The person who made the song. He Faye Le Beats on Twitch. He Faye Le Sick Beats. This is on Spotify, yes. Laura, thank you for the 5 on Patreon. Because I also have a YouTube video that is early release for patrons. That is an hour long on Patreon. 2.5 minutes left. Done some Frankfurt radio station, that's right. That's cool. Which is pretty good. You logged out after you watched it. We love to see it. That's what we like to hear. We did watch the new Channel 5. I'm glad you guys liked the video. And when it comes out, send it to your favorite streamer to ask them to react to it, etc. Black Friends XQC is a leader and gets all the juices, gains independence for Quebec. Look, it would work. XQC needs to be the Donald Trump of Quebec. I would vote for him. Which doesn't even make sense because I'm not even from Quebec. He's elected. All right. Oh, fuck, you ran out. All right, a minute left. And then we'll be back to the election. Also, thank you to J-Fest for making this. Like this edit. Because it's very cool. You got fucking fruit flies in my apartment. I missed a garbage day. I've just been moving in. I don't know how it works. I think I killed most of them. I did the like apple cider fucking vinaigrette with dish soap thing, and it worked. Tony Baloney, thank you for the 2 months. Do you speak French? Oh, petit peu de français. That's not even right. Wait, barely, hardly. 19 subs. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're back.
Like I was saying, it's a three-way race, but we need to make sure that we get out our vote. It was tight in 2019.
Thank you, everybody,
for
subs.
It will be tight again,
Much
but we think
appreciated.
also that in certain ridings we can pick up seats. And so I think our message has been clear also when it comes to, like I was mentioning, the gun control, environment and all. Clearly also in the 905, Bill Blair has been campaigning a lot for us. We know there's been shootings in the region. Security of Canadians is preoccupying.
How's this other job compared to, well, all the other jobs I worked were minimum wage, and they sucked.
Erin O'Toole has been supported by the
So this
gun
is
lobby
pretty good.
and many other special
I'm pretty
interests
happy with this. It's pretty
which
cool.
supported him during his
So thank
leadership
you, everybody.
campaign, provided him funding, provided him volunteers, and now he has made promises to them, and he has to keep them.
Imagine wearing a mask that says liberal. Brother, you mean regular masks? You mean every single goddamn mask?
It's an important race because obviously there were 30 before the writ drop, and we hope that we can win some seats more. And in that sense, we've had a very positive campaign here, and we can be extremely proud of what we've done for Quebecers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was Liberal candidate Melanie Joly.
Yes. I was hungover last stream.
Campaign co-chair, which we can tell by the talking points there that we got in a lot of those answers, campaigning till the very end, Melanie Joly. Andrew, let's hear some of your results.
Yeah, let me just show you a sure bet in Prince Edward Island. In Cardigan, sure bet, not a surprise. Lawrence Macaulay, we can project, will be elected in this riding. I mean, for the Veterans Affairs Minister, I mean, seeking his 11th term, he will certainly have it. Once again, not a surprise. But I should point out, it's not to say that he's always had an easy time securing the victory over the decades that he has been.
Why do they
the
call it
MP,
riding? I don't know.
This riding, you know, is in 2000,
That's a phrase.
the year
Is
that
that, do they
Jean
use that in
won his
Britain?
third majority. Lawrence Macaulay only won by under 300 votes. So he knows a close call when he sees one. Yep. Tonight's not one of those occasions, though.
Yeah, you never take it for granted. That's what he can probably tell you. We're going to go back to Charlottetown PEI to talk to Carrie about how events are unfolding there. Carrie? Oh, you have a guest. Off you go.
Yeah, well, I do. I was just going to say the election before that, Lawrence Macaulay won by, I think it was 99 votes. So there were some close races, but those are kind of
did you
ancient
climb with
history
the
now.
Kukra
Anyway,
climber
I am
gym?
joined
We
here
love to
by
see it.
someone who actually
Sharon,
knows
congratulations.
PEI's political history fairly well.
You made the
and who's
gym next
graciously
Sunday.
joined
Nice.
our election
That's a
watching
dub.
party here. PEI Premier Dennis King, thanks so much for stopping by.
Glad to be here. Glad to be here, Gary.
So what's it like to
Explain
watch an
this. Oh,
election
no. Hello,
as
Colin. How
a
you
sitting
doing?
PEI Premier? Because you have these agreements with
Oh.
the government that was
Every
in
Canadian
Ottawa, which,
election,
I mean,
Oh, we have to watch
approached
this.
a different
We absolutely have to watch this. It's early enough in the election that I can interrupt it like this.
party leaders and see if they will do an
So
interview
this is interview with Green Party leader.
/ hip flip. Coming up, Enemy Paul. We did the interview here at the airport. But
Which ones did he do? So he did one with Jagmeet, right?
by the way, I also approached Jagmeet Singh,
Yeah.
and he did do an interview.
But Trudeau didn't,
But
I'm sure.
I'm still waiting to
And
hear
O'Toole,
back
definitely
if
not.
Aaron O'Toole
No.
and Justin Trudeau
No.
will do
That's
an
predictable.
interview with me. I'll keep
Nardwar is a national fucking treasure. He's a city treasure too. Best thing to come out of Vancouver.
trying, no. I won't give up because that's what I do.
There's a thing that Canadians do where if someone is Canadian, that you have to bring it up. It doesn't matter how much you hate Canada. It's like a causal response. If someone brings up an important person and you know that they're from Canada, we're like Turks. Yeah. Yeah, that is the...
Who are you?
I'm Enemy Paul.
Enemy Paul, welcome to Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, the airport.
It's great to be here.
Well, Drake is the obvious
Outside
one.
at the airport.
Everyone knows
and
Drake
right
is
off the
Canadian.
bat, I have a gift for you.
Oh, I love gifts.
It's in box number 1 to your left there. In box
Oh, I love this. I love this video.
2, Little Uzi, a Rob Zombie poster.
That's a TikTok sound.
Number 1, if you want to reach over and grab it right there. This is for Enemy Paul.
I love
and
this.
What do we have?
The little system.
We have J.R.R. Tolkien reads and sings his Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers and Return of the King.
From 1975, that record is.
My goodness. Who told you that I can quote all of the dialogue from all of the Lord of the Rings? All of the dialogue. I actually, I spent the day before the day that I gave birth to my second son, watching every single.
Also, 9,500 views is really low for a fucking Nardwar video.
Of the films in the trilogy back.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. I guess not. Yeah, Sing's got 40,000. I guess it's not. Oh, wow. I guess the big ones are the ones that get views.
Every Canadian
Maybe we want to watch this one instead, actually.
election, I approach all the different political leaders and see if they will do an
Let's watch
interview
the
with
same
me
one, actually.
and a hip flip. Coming up, Jagmeet Singh. By the way, I also approached Enemy Paul, and she said she...
Oh, you're right. Sorry. I forgot that it's September 20th. I
will
don't know
do
why.
an interview with me. But I'm still waiting for an interview with Justin Trudeau and Aaron O'Toole. I won't give up. I'll keep trying because that's what I do.
Nardwar. 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 Nardwar.
Who are you?
I am the man running for the Prime Minister of this country to make life better for people.
Jagmeet Singh, welcome to Neptune Records.
Thank you for welcoming me back here. This is amazing.
Outdoors at Neptune Records.
This is a new thing for me. I missed the records behind me, but I got to go pick up one afterwards.
And to welcome you to Neptune Records in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, I have a gift for you, and it's in that on the left.
Can I check it out?
That's for you. You can take that right out of the
You can
package.
see
That is for
also much more charisma. I'm
you.
sorry.
I'm so curious.
That is a gift for you right off
Thank
the
you.
bat.
That's
Jagmeet
so
Singh.
nice. Okay, what is it going to be? Oh, Rascals, the Northern Touch. This is hip hop mastery. Shout outs to Canadian hip hop legends.
Who you hang out
Jagmeet
with?
is a normal person, yeah.
Yes,
That
I
is
totally
actually the
have.
explanation.
And
oh yeah, that's so random. I have hung out with them. Yes, we have pictures together too.
And underneath we have?
Okay, next one. I actually have hung out with Cardinal Official, Chauclair, but I don't think I hung out with Checkmate or Thrust. Maestro, Rest West, Let Your Backbone Slide. If you haven't danced to this track, have you even lived? Have you?
And that's reissued by Flip and J Records from Vancouver. It's reissued on 45 and pressed at Clampdown Records in Burnaby.
Yes, that's my writing.
You're writing Burnaby.
That's so fitting.
So that's a gift for you, Jugmeat.
Yeah, that is funny that they moved his writing to Vancouver.
I don't know what to say. These are like really special. Like I don't know if people appreciate how. So this is celebrating Canadian manufacturing, and my writing.
Bro, TikTok, people on TikTok are a fucking menace. I just got called mommy on TikTok. I'm 23 years old. I'm 23. Why are you calling me mommy?
And a Canadian label and Canadian hip hop.
Canadian hip hop, Canadian label. It's just too much. It's really sweet. Do I get to keep the psychedelic thing too?
Well, that's actually mine. But the records are yours.
I'm just being silly. I'm so honored. That's amazing. Thank you so much.
And Jugmeat Singh, did you always want to be a werewolf?
What? That's so random. I did as a kid. I've said that before, that I wanted to be a werewolf. Yeah, that's true. It's a very true thing.
When was that? How old were you?
I must have been a kid. I probably saw like Teen Werewolf or something, and the werewolf had all these powers, and very random thing. But yes, I have said that before. It's so random.
South Cameron Park.
South Cameron Park.
Treehouse Park.
Treehouse Park.
Cabana Road.
Cabana Road.
Budimir Library.
Budimir Library. These are all my spots in Windsor. Yes. Yes.
I also have another gift for you. And it is in that box right there underneath the table. If you could reach down, Jugmeat Singh.
This is too much. I love gifts. This is very exciting. The gifts are amazing. I love gifts. I feel really special and honored. Thank you.
What do we have right there? This is for Jugmeat Singh.
I don't know what it is. I'm so curious. Canadian History Maker 65.
And if we turn the record over?
We turn it over. Canadian History Maker 65.
And who do we see on the bottom?
Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson, Honorable John Diefenbaker, and my legendary predecessor, the NDP leader, Tommy Douglas.
So that's a gift for you, some Canadian history, Jugmeat. And I was curious.
Are there speeches? Speeches?
Well, I was curious. Tommy Douglas, it's Canadian Year in Review, 1965. But I was curious, Tommy Douglas, why is there no pharmacare in Canada? Why is there no pharmacare?
So Tommy believed when we fought for healthcare in the first place, it should also include medication coverage, pharmacare. And so I want to complete that legacy. I want to complete that package. No one should have to worry about the cost of medication. That was Tommy's dream. That's what Canadians want, and I want to make it happen.
And you were Jugmeat?
Jugmeat Singh.
Jugmeat, I have another gift for you, and it's on that table in that red folder.
I'm surprised. I guess it came up very late. And you're like, I had 12th.
These are too many gifts. I don't know if I can accept all this generosity.
Canadian history. Very important Canadian history.
Okay. It's in this book?
It's in this book.
Okay, I'm going to open it up.
It's the Native North American box set. It's a 3 LP set, as you can see, with a 60-page book, and it's the history of Indigenous music in Canada between 1966 and 1985.
This is wild. This is so cool.
It has amazing artists like Willie Dunn, Willie Thrasher, who's a residential school survivor, and Gordon Dick as well.
This is incredible. This is beautiful. Let me show you more of the beautiful stuff here. Oh my goodness. LP number 1 here. Native North American, Aboriginal folk, rock and country, record 2. Record 3. Oh that my rocks. Goodness. Record 1, it's a full set.
It's a full set. And also the booklet. Look at the booklet.
Did I see the Twitch stream you did with Hassan and Lance? Was that recent? I didn't watch. They did the telephone game, right?
It's like filled with gigantic information on Indigenous music between 66 and 85.
Wow. It's got pictures of people, their stories. This is wild.
Actually, if you open right to the front there, you can see Willie Dunn and Willie Thrasher. I've got it marked for you.
Willie Thrasher right there.
Wolves don't live by...
Is it written here somewhere?
The rules. That's
the rules.
A song.
The rules, obviously. They don't live by the rules. Wow. And then we got Goose Wings, the music of James Bay over in Ontario. Holy moly, this is too amazing.
So that's a book for you to indulge in.
I would totally.
Some Canadian history.
I love it. That's so cool.
Why does he talk like this? He's from the GTA.
And you play guitar, don't you? Stacey Aceto taught you some tasty licks.
She totally did. She actually
where in the GTA is he from
plays,
again?
and I was just kind of like messing around, but
Sort of
she
that
legit can
accent.
play. And then she was giving me, being like a really cool hype person and hyping me up, even though I cannot actually play, but I can kind of like strum it and make it sound like it sounds all right.
Guru Lakshmi.
Guru Lakshmi, that's my favorite dosa spot. How do you know these random things?
Oh, you are Jagmeet Singh. We have to know.
Thank you.
What?
You know brown kids in Calgary speak like this? Oh, interesting.
Can you say about it?
Delicious dosas. I go there regularly. Very fine people that run the establishment. It's a great place.
Now, speaking of food, you were afraid to order pizza?
Oh, boy. When I was a kid, I went through this really shy phase. And what I did is I would make my little brother, who's...
Hardware ceases. How is he supposed to know this? That's my favorite, the Lil Uzi interview, where he's like, you know too much, and then he runs away.
5 years younger than me. Order the pizza. Well, my parents would say, okay, we'll do a pizza night tonight. Jagmeet, as the eldest, order the pizza. I would be too nervous to pick up the phone and dial it. My little kid brother was fearless and like, yeah,
You think we're gonna have a clear election winner? Probably, but maybe not. Not necessarily. The mail-ins are like 5 or 10% of the
and
vote.
The kid,
which
he
is
had a
like,
kid voice,
and not
so
an
they wouldn't
inconsiderate
believe him.
amount.
And the pizza wouldn't show up because they think it sounded like a prank.
Not
and my parents would say, well, where's the pizza?
What's the fucking word
and
I'm
I'd have to
looking
be
for?
really embarrassed that I was too shy to order it.
What pizza were you ordering?
Windsor pizza, so lots of good spots. Pizza Riviera.
What particular style?
What's that? Windsor style pizza.
Jagmeet, 4940 Kingsway.
My office.
Your office?
My office in Burnaby.
What can you say about
Good thing I got that
Kingsway?
one right.
What can you say about Kingsway?
Kingsway is like one of the hearts of the riding. Lots of amazing shops, like local businesses. The gym I work out in, it's close to Bonser Recreation Center. Metrotown is there.
Metrotown, and there's an Uncle Tetsu in Metrotown.
Yes, there is.
Who you met?
I met the actual Uncle
cops are
Tetsu
bad cops.
at the cheesecake spot. So if you've ever been to Tetsu's, there's this really iconic character, and I saw a fellow that looked like the character that was on the box, and it turned out it was actually Uncle Tetsu himself. So that was pretty wild.
Where do you eat on Kingsway? Do you ever eat at Crystal Mall, Okie Pokey?
Yeah, totally. I ate at
Oh,
Okie
the
Pokey.
fucking cheesecake place. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
I've eaten lots of
that was like in my head.
spots. Crystal Mall has got an incredible blend of really cool restaurants. So big shout outs to all the amazing local restaurants and shops and little food hall areas there.
Now, I want to ask you about a record, and it's in that
Do
40...
you think mail-ins will significantly... Yeah, mail-ins skew sent. Yeah, it's different. It's different than the
$5 box
for Trump.
that's on that table. If you could reach over. Oh no, that box there. And this record right here is presented by Trans-Canada Pipeline.
Oh no!
From 1980.
Oh, okay, I see it there. Trans-Canada Pipelines. Salute to Alberta's 75th anniversary.
An anthem for Canada by
what gift is that?
Haygood Hardy.
Wow.
So Trans-Canada Pipelines in 1980 had a record label.
Wow, that's hilarious.
And it made me think Trans Mountain ends in Burnaby.
It does. It does.
That is a really funny.
It's a pipeline I've been fighting to not let expand, but that is
yeah,
wild.
it's a very funny gift.
Look at that. Some history.
That is a very funny gift for Sing.
A pipeline putting out a record.
Who would have thought?
Why?
That is a rare Nardwar miss. I think. I don't know. Were they doing that on purpose? Was that a troll?
Is Canada, Jagmeet, not a global
Did they think that like is it on okay, they did it on purpose.
leader
Okay.
in renewable energy?
It was trolling.
I think for a long time.
Okay, no, you're right. It is
People
a
haven't made
question.
this a
Okay.
priority, and
Okay,
we need
okay.
to be a renewable leader because that's where the world is headed. It's going to help us fight the climate crisis. We don't have to pick and choose between the environment and the economy. We can do both. We can invest in clean energy and create good jobs.
Protector of mankind.
Oh, protector of mankind. That's my dad's Jug thought in. His name is Jug means world and people, and thought it means lifter, uplifter. So maybe.
Also AOC.
Wow. Yes, AOC.
That's her name. And why was the hashtag JagMute trending when you were playing Among Us?
So the hashtag was because I was not muting myself at the appropriate time in this very popular game. Everyone knew the rules. And so everyone's saying, Jagmeet, you got to mute yourself. And I totally didn't. And it was very embarrassing. And so for all the times people were on Zoom calls, leave themselves on mute, I did the opposite thing and was not on mute. So there you go.
You were described as wholesome and tricky playing that game.
It was a very odd mix because I was really, I guess, just trying to figure out the game. So people thought it was cute. But then I was also a little tricky trying to be figuring out how to win the game. So I was trying to learn the game at the same time as be good at it. And so that's what folks have said, which is pretty cute, I guess.
Now, Protector of Mankind,
Yes.
AOC, Avi Lewis did a movie with...
They did with AOC, and they did a Green New Deal together. Yes, they did.
Avi Lewis, running in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada.
He is one of
Sunshine
our-
Coast, West Vancouver, Sea to Sky country.
He is one of our candidates. That's right.
A lot of history in Avi Lewis. David Lewis, Stephen Lewis.
That's right. I actually spoke to his dad right before the announcement, and his dad was really excited. And yeah, it's been awesome.
Jagmeet, winding up here, you have very good posture. You have very good posture. What can you say about having good posture?
I think it's really important. It's I think I did it as a thing as a kid. I was sometimes shy and nervous, and I feel like when you stand tall, it kind of just makes you want to be more confident. And yeah, so I've always had really good posture. I really believe in it. Plus, I always feel like I should have been taller maybe, so I stand really straight because I don't want to lose any of that height.
What do you think about tracksuits, Jagmeet? You weren't a fan growing up, were you?
Well, my mom would kind of dress us in tracksuits a lot.
Wait,
and
how
so
tall
I'd have
is he?
Like we'd wear.
Sorry, did he say?
Tracksuits all the time. But then I actually ended up liking them. So I kind of like enjoy being in a tracksuit. I'm actually wearing like a,
he's
a
5'10".
windbreaker
Okay, he's
right
not
now.
short
So yeah, I
then.
enjoy a matching top and bottom.
That's a...
Could you open that box that's under the table there? That's
Yes,
under the
yes,
table.
yes.
What do you see?
I'm nervous. These are just too many amazing items. Okay, I see a game, I think, of some sort.
Does this bring back any memories to you?
Oh, the hip flip.
Oh, yes.
I was debating whether the hip flip would happen again. So, yes, this is pretty awesome.
Paul Martin did the hip flip game.
He did? Oh, yeah, lots of prime ministers have done them.
Jack Layton did the hip flip game.
Yes, he has.
Whoa! Oh my God! John Chrétien did the hip flip game.
Yes, he did.
Justin Trudeau did the hip flip game in 2015. However, he never responded to me in 2019.
Interesting.
And in 2021, I'm still waiting for him.
Oh, well, you know what? I'm here. I'm always down to the hip flip with you, Nardwar, anytime.
Stephen Harper did not do the hip flip.
Doesn't seem like he'd be the type of person that would do it. Doesn't have that vibe.
His security team carried me away.
No way. Yeah, that's right. I saw that video.
This is kind of fun. This is, whoa! Stephen Harper, please, will you do the hip flip? You guys don't have to carry me. So I was wondering,
guys don't have to
Jagmeet
carry
Singh,
me.
would you do the hip flip with me in 2021?
Let me think about that for a second. Yes, of course I would. Let's do it.
Yes.
Jagmeet, welcome to the Hip Flip Club 2021.
I'm proud to be a member. It was a lot of fun.
Anything else to add to the people out there at all, Jagmeet Singh?
Number one thing, please get out and vote. We can get the things that we want, but we've got to vote for them. New Democrats will deliver. Please vote.
Jagmeet, why should people care about Jagmeet Singh? Why should people care?
I just care about people, and I want to fight to make sure things are better. I want to fight to make sure life is better for people. And I've seen a little bit of the struggles that people go through. I've been through them myself, and I want to make.
I just want to see if she does the hip flip. She does. Does she? She does. Okay, she does do the hip flip. I just wanted to check.
Under 15
go
minutes
back.
time, we're going to go to Kitchener Center. Halal Ghonaim is there.
Oh,
I
shit.
believe
Okay,
she's at
Kitchener
the Green
Center.
Party headquarters
This is a
there in
really
Kitchener Center,
weird
which may
fucking
sound,
writing.
surprising, but Halal, this is a place that is on the Green Party's radar.
100%. So I am here at the Green Party event in Kitchener Center. Supporters are already trickling in, donning the green, and about 200 people have been invited here.
Because they
And even
closed.
though
Oh yeah,
people
okay.
in
Closed in
this
15.
building are hoping for a green victory, as you just heard, it could be a toss-up between the Conservatives, the NDPs, or the Greens, and that's largely because there is no incumbent Liberal candidate. Now, just in the last week, 3 federal party leaders were in this riding, which just goes to show anybody has a chance.
It's a
And now
toss-up.
in Kitchener Center, the Green Party candidate Mike Morris is trying to capitalize on his
The Lib
efforts
Party
from the previous federal
candidate had a
election
sexual
when he was able
assault
to boost
scandal.
local Green numbers. He
But
took
it's
the
still
party
on
from
the
fourth place
still
to
on the
second
voting
place.
thing?
And if he's able to succeed and do that again this year and
Even
win,
though
he
technically
could
not
be
running?
the first elected Green MP
Am I
in
getting that
Ontario.
right?
Back to you.
Okay, Halal Ghonaim, thank you. I appreciate you coming to us from
we
Kitchener
can look at the
Center
polls.
tonight. We'll come
Didn't I
back to
have
you if
this?
things start to unfold in that way. I do want to update people that the Bloc Québécois, who had been on the board there with the Gaspésie et la Madeleine riding, which closes in the same time zone as the Atlantic provinces, is now off the board because now the Liberals are leading in that riding. So that's something to keep your eye on. Let's go over
It's
to
very
Adrian.
weird.
Yeah, Rosie, it looks like the map is
And now it's
changing
back
in
to
Nova
Liberal.
Scotia.
I
The
don't know why this
Conservatives,
changed.
CBC is projecting 2 pickups for the Conservatives in Nova Scotia. Start with Cumberland Colchester. Remember, that was Lenore Zan's riding. She only won it by 500. Look at that lead
Were the
for
charges
Stephen
dropped? I
Ellis,
believe
the
so,
family
but-
physician. Looks like he
The
is
polls got
heading
really
to,
weird
he
at
is
the go, yeah.
elected.
It's
He
hard to
is,
poll. That's
heading
the
to
problem.
Ottawa. So the
'Cause
next
it's very
one,
strange.
South Shore St. Margaret's. That was Minister Bernadette Jordan's riding. She won that by 7,100 before. Rick Perkins has now won it. He is heading to Ottawa with a pretty commanding lead there as well. There's one other riding to keep an eye on, and it's very, very tight right now. This is Sydney Victoria. Jaime Batiste is the incumbent there. He's in the lead. It has been going back and forth all night. It really is like threading a rope with this one.
Okay, really interesting to know that the pickups for
Some
the
of the
Conservatives
calls-
are in Nova Scotia because that's
believe
where
they're
the
pretty
Liberals
much done
had some
counting,
anxiety,
which is
at
why.
the beginning of this campaign. Indeed, that's why lots of political heavyweights were brought in to try and shore up support for some
Canada
of their
doesn't
candidates.
have that many
also,
people in
now
it.
we've got our
So these
first
are
Liberal
ridings,
cabinet
especially in
minister
less
who has been
populated
defeated
areas.
tonight. Let's go to Hannah Thibodeau. She's
Having
at the Conservative
7,000 votes
headquarters
and being an MP is
in
like
Oshawa.
not crazy.
Hannah.
Hey, Rosie, I'm joined by Dan Mater. Dan Mater is really the architect
Block has
behind
better
the policy
record on Plus Side Liberals.
platform
That actually isn't
and
a
had a
surprise.
policy really throughout this whole campaign. Dan, let's talk about what we're
polls are
seeing in
not-
the
not
Atlantic
in-
provinces. A
not
pickup of
in
5
the Atlantic
there.
provinces, they already closed,
What are your
didn't they?
thoughts on that? I'm sure it's great news for you guys.
Look, we feel good so far. It's
If
off
they're
to
still
a
open
good
for another
start.
14 minutes, then
You
I don't
know,
know why
what
they're
we're
calling
seeing
it.
is a
That's
number of
weird.
the places where our leader campaigned. We're seeing good results. We're seeing some really good pickups. So some
A lot of the closer ridings, it really is like down to a pretty small margin in terms of voting.
Back and on
It's different than voting in America, where it's like a state.
between 2 to 4, right? Is what you're looking at?
There are always places where we do well. The Quebec City region, some other parts, some of the more rural parts, the eastern parts of the province, and I think there are a few more seats in those areas that we have a good shot at. Again, you know, we had a dedicated Quebec campaign team. We spent a lot of time there traveling around the province. Really had a great team on the ground, and I think you know, we're looking to have that translate into results tonight.
And I think once we hit Ontario, when I was talking to some of you guys behind the scenes, that's where you're really going to have a feel as to whether you guys could win this in the end. Am I right when I'm saying that?
Yeah, look, I mean, as this election, as many of the last few elections, comes down in many ways to the GTA. And, you know, this time we're running with a candidate from the GTA. It'd be the first prime minister from the 905. Spent a lot of time there, have a lot of great candidates again in that ring of seats around Toronto. And I think we're all eagerly awaiting the results there and feeling good about how we're, you know, where we've been hearing on the ground there the last few days.
Okay, Dan, I'm sure we'll talk again. Thanks for joining us. And
Yeah, you're right.
Rosie?
They don't talk about NDP at all.
For
that is
that
so true.
perspective, let's go over to Ian, who's got more
They
results
only
now
talk
from New
to like
Brunswick.
libs. And
Yeah, I remember
Greens
at the beginning
and
of this
some
evening, you said that
conservatives.
there were 3 ridings of the 10 in New Brunswick
That's
that were
funny.
too close to call. Well, at this hour, those 3 ridings are still too close to call. Let's start with Fredericton, which has been going back and forth right now. Andrea Johnson is in the lead.
See,
If
it's
anybody
fucking close.
is watching this on their phone and they're in a lineup somewhere in Canada and they're wondering if they should leave that lineup, look
If
at
you're
Fredericton.
still in line
Every
to vote,
counts in every riding, but particularly in the close ridings, and this one continues to be very close. But also look at the Greens, right?
Yeah.
In a kind of third place, distant
that's-
from the 2
You mean
leaders.
fourth.
Let's go on to another
You
one of the
mean
ridings
fourth place?
that has been considered too close to call. Miramichi
They just pretended the NDP
lead
weren't there.
for Lisa Harris. But what I want you to take a look at is the People's Party in
They're in
fourth
third
place,
as well.
220
No,
votes.
okay.
And you know, if you added that,
I don't know why they're in
right
third
now
place
they've
as well.
kind of
It's
doubled
weird.
their share from last time around in Miramichi Grand Lake. Not that you could add all those votes to the Conservatives, but if you did, suddenly that would be a really, really tight race between 2 former provincial cabinet ministers who are vying for Miramichi Grand Lake. A Liberal riding that right now they are in the lead. And then look at St. John Rothsay. Wayne Long,
Interesting.
described to me by so many people as a great retail politician. When I talked to him earlier today, he said to me he felt good. I thought, you know,
Here's this
everybody I've
one's
talked to said that
forecast
riding is really
for-
close. How much of that is maybe he's
Election
oblivious?
barometer
He's not
says
oblivious. He knows exactly what's going on
96%
in
chance
his
Liberal
riding.
based on our
Interesting.
results.
It'll be interesting to hear from Jerry how he feels about Wayne Long going
So
back
that's a pretty
to caucus,
confident-
because he's a guy who's like his independent guy, riding first guy, probably not cabinet material given how he feels about Justin Trudeau, but he is doing very well right now in St. John Rothsay.
Okay, I'll get Jerry to answer that question in just a moment. I will say being nice to the leader probably helps you get into cabinet. That's probably the first thing that you should do. But what
Yeah,
Ian
that's
demonstrated
one,
there
you
with
know.
the Miramichi riding is that when you have the People's Party
That's
of Canada
one-
starting to edge up just a little bit, not to the point where they're going to win the seat, it does create
It is a
problems
needle,
for
though.
the Conservative
I
Party.
fucking
And
love
Travis
needles.
Danraj
That's
is
it.
in
I
Saskatoon
love the
with the
goddamn
People's Party of
needle.
Canada to talk about that very thing, Travis.
I needed my own needle.
That's right, Rosie.
For-
I've got a
for-
guest to talk to me a little bit about that, but I got an update for you. As you can see behind me, pretty empty out here in this field right now. That's because I hear the party is inside, and that's where all the media
Yes.
have gone, and that's where most of the supporters are. So Maxime
Let's
Bernier
go.
actually
Let's
isn't
go to
going to
the
do his
PPC
speech out here.
before the
He's going to
NDP.
be doing it inside. And Daniel Tyree is with me right now. He is the executive director for the People's Party of Canada. Want to talk to you about what we have
Look
been
at this
seeing in
fucking
Atlantic Canada.
doofus.
How are you feeling about those results? And do you feel that that has created some momentum for what you can see in the rest of Canada?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. We always see that the results out in the Maritimes have a big influence on the results across the country as we move across the time zones. Polls are still open on the West Coast. So we're hoping that this will help push us forward
Our
and really activate our
supporters are
voters
just
and
out of frame.
help them solidify some big numbers across the country.
We've been seeing a lot of these large rallies that are happening in the prairies, particularly.
They sent the
Tell me
one
about
Brown reporter
those
after the
specific
PPC.
ridings in Alberta
Yeah,
that you think
is-
that you can really have a shot of
The
winning.
CBC is
I think we've been
wild.
seeing
This
huge
is-
rallies across the country.
This is a perfect representation.
Pull out the numbers that we've been pulling out coast to coast.
the
It's nice to
CBC.
see. But the prairies are definitely the heartland of conservatism and some of the areas we're most confident. I'm looking closely at ridings like Banff Airdrie, like Fort McMurray Cold Lake, for where we can
From the
see big
beginning.
surprise results this evening.
And what is it particularly? I know the message overall, broadly, is about
We can see what
freedoms
Global News
and
has.
fighting the establishment. But is there
that's
one
another
core
stream that I
message
see
that
here.
Maxime Bernier has been delivering these past few weeks that is
McLean's has
resonating?
one as well.
I mean,
McLean's might be better.
We've seen extreme growth
Oh,
over
no,
the
they're just
last year,
calling
and
things in. Okay, never
a big
mind.
part of it has been the absurd
only
actions
have
by
a-
governments, provincial, federal, infringing on our constitutional rights. And fortunately, Canadians have a voice.
Our constitutional rights, dude.
Ridiculous restrictions.
That thing the Canadians fucking love, our constitution. What a fucking meme party. Oh shit, oops.
These larger parties and look for a new option, and we've been there to welcome them
This
with
is
open
just
arms.
like-
We've seen voters from all different stripes, and especially non-voters, getting more involved with the political system, and they see us as their voice, and I'm very proud of that.
Okay, and we got to leave it there. Daniel, appreciate it. You're heading inside. We are heading inside as well. Most of this crowd is maskless. They say that they have a contingency
They're
plan
just
and
stealing
bylaw
GOP moves.
officers do.
Canada got a constitution in 1982.
Travis, thank you for that. Just point out that some of the things that the People's Party of Canada is protesting against are, of course, public health measures put in place to keep you safe during a worldwide pandemic. Lisa, I'll just ask you whether you think there's anything to this notion that the People's Party of Canada could eat in and support, like we saw there with the example in New Brunswick with Miramichi.
Yeah, I don't think it's a direct correlation between the Conservative vote and the PPC vote. I think what the young man said there is true. People from all parties are coming into the PPC as a protest vote.
That's true.
And there's a lot of people who have never voted before who suddenly decided they want to get out and exercise their franchise.
But that is true.
Is it majority of conservative?
Most PPC votes are young. It's mainly like younger people.
Jerry, I'll come back to you on that point. We've got 4 minutes now till polls close from Quebec to Alberta. So let's go over to Andrew with some final results or some more results from PEI.
Oh, no, final is exactly the right word. Yeah, so I'm going to show you 3 ridings, 3 check marks, 3 Liberal candidates with good news tonight, starting with
NDP.
Egmont.
NDP's
so Bobby Morrissey winning his 3rd term here. The Conservative candidate,
Someone
Barry
did mention,
Balsam, did not...
in East Vancouver, that there were people who were like...
From him. We'll go to Charlottetown.
Mad at the NDP, who are leftists for
Newfoundland, raised in New Brunswick, ran for a seat in PEI. He'll be going to Ottawa for work. But look at the Greens in 4th place in that riding, so that's notable. But also notable that the Conservatives are in 2nd. They've actually increased their share of vote in every single riding in Prince Edward Island tonight, so that's worth mentioning. But hey, as we go to this last riding here, Malpeque, Wayne Easter's success lives on in Heath MacDonald for the Liberals. But once again, the Greens, they would have hoped to have a stronger showing than they have here. Anna Keenan in 3rd place. But this is a Liberal sweep of PEI, all 4 ridings going red.
Okay, so good news for the Liberals. And as you say, for the Green Party, they're actually down 10 percentage points in PEI, a place where you would have thought there could have been possibly some support. Let's take a look here at the share of vote in Atlantic Canada. That tells part of the story, certainly. The Liberals still ahead, but the Conservatives have pulled up, as Andrew said there, their share of support across Atlantic Canada, and that's why you will also see this in the seat change, which we will show you now. That is something that will be encouraging to Conservatives as we leave Atlantic Canada. Let me show you the seat change now. Takes just a moment to pop up.
Oh, that's better than the polls.
So the Liberals down 3 so far anyway, because not everything, of course, has been confirmed. The Conservatives up 5, and the NDP, they are not on the board at all tonight. They seem to have lost St. John's East, and the Greens are down 1 as well. We are 2 minutes away from polls closing from Quebec through to Alberta. There are 262 ridings that will begin reporting.
But I mean, who fucking knows?
That means that this map on the floor, well, it's going to become a lot bigger, but it's also going to start to be painted in many different colors as things start to close. That's a lot of seats at stake in a lot of provinces that have become key battlegrounds in this election, including Ontario, where you saw both the Liberal and...
We have... Oh, it barely shows it. That seems to be less
Conservative
liberal
leader in the last days of this campaign, trying to make inroads there again.
Projection.
Okay, let's go now to Toronto Danforth. Davenport, my apologies, Davenport, where Janella Massa is standing by at the NDP office. Janella.
That's right. We're in the Davenport riding just west of the downtown core in Toronto, where the NDP are hoping that they might be able to take this seat from the Liberals. We are at the campaign office for Alejandra Bravo, who's hoping to unseat the Liberal incumbent, Julie Derwitz. And, you know, this is a riding that has been Liberal for most of the time, with the exception of 2015, when the NDP took the most seats in their history, and they were able to win this seat and hold on to it not for very long, and went back to the Liberals in 2019 during that Liberal wave. So with the polls closing in just a few moments, we will watch and wait to see if the NDP will be able to take that from the Liberals. I'll send it back to you, Rosie.
Okay, thanks so much, Janella Massa. I know that is certainly one that the Liberals were a little bit worried about, if there's any to be worried about inside the Toronto ridings. That was one that was certainly on their radar. But the Liberals leave Atlantic Canada in decent shape. Yes, they have lost seats, but they are still not probably at a place where they are worrying too much. The Conservatives, though, they've had some pickups, and if you're trying to form government, you've got to start picking up early and often. And so, polls closing now from Quebec all the way to Alberta, 262 ridings starting to report right now.
Now it picks up, baby.
this is the big one, the biggest swath of votes coming all at once. Polls closed just seconds ago in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. 262 more seats to add to the count. These results will set the trend. Hello, everybody. This is Canada Votes 2021. I'm Rosemary Barton. This is the map of Canada at this hour.
And
as you can
folks,
see,
if you
we've
have a
had
Twitch
reports,
Prime, 'cause we're getting more
results rather
views,
from
'cause it's
Atlantic Canada that leave you with
If
what
you
you
have a
see at
Twitch
the bottom
Prime
of
and you
your
haven't
screen
used it,
there. The only
you
two
can use it
colors on
me
that
to
map right
subscribe
now,
and I get
red
money.
and dark
So you should do
blue.
that
Nothing else filled
while you're
in yet.
here.
No other parties on the board. But we do know that there are some very early results from Ontario as we await now results from Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and the Northwest Territories, and, of course, Nunavut. I would never forget you.
All cops are
Ian,
bad cops.
some of the numbers we're seeing there may be surprising to people, and that's because we had some
An
early
historian
results go in
GF.
from
Thank
Elections
you for
Canada.
Yeah,
the tier
lightning
2
quick,
for
right?
4
So
months.
I guess
Historian
these were
GF. Thank you for the
advanced
tier 2.
ballots that were accidentally inputted before the polls
All
were
cops
closed.
are
You didn't want to
bad
mention the
cops.
writing because you didn't want to unduly affect things while the polls were open. But Brampton
So
East,
she didn't
we
even
can
know
now
about-
name it.
oh, wow.
We can now tell you that it was
Yeah.
Brampton East. So not many votes there. Maninder Sidhu is the incumbent. He won in 2019 by a big margin. And at this point, of course, everyone can see
this is
very
wild.
few votes
I
counted. But it
understand. I
is the
think this-
first
is this-
Ontario riding to officially have
Was
a vote
Brampton East
Okay, and it
conservative?
starts to explain why those numbers may not have matched up for you if you were counting the numbers coming out of Atlantic
Or which-
Canada. Very few votes were inputted at this point. So let's go back
The
to
PPC
that one riding that
candidate
is
for
the
Brampton
Quebec
East is a
riding that
wild.
is reporting because it is in the Atlantic time zone, and Andrew's in charge of that one.
Yeah, so this has been such an interesting race. And, you know, over the last, I
which
guess,
riding am
hour
I
or so that
thinking
we've
of?
been watching the result here,
Or maybe that's
it's been
in- it's
flipping
in the
back and forth
provincial
between
election.
Liberal and Bloc. And here on my computer, I have this really interesting way of visualizing it where we see it as a sort of curvy graph. And it looks
Stay in
like, you know, like a
line.
DNA double helix
Well, yeah,
strand,
obviously
how
it's getting
the two things keep
decided
just
in
crossing
Ontario.
over each other. Anyways,
Yeah,
a small
let's go.
pleasure that I have access to that I can't show anyone at home.
Red Wiz, you're
but
thinking it's sort of
Gaspésie, you
bits.
can see the Liberal candidate right now
Thank you,
in the lead.
Prodigy. Yes,
One of the
keep
reasons why
your
it's been so close is, you know, Gaspésie is such a difficult part of the province to campaign in, right?
Yeah.
It's such a large area. It's a very rural area, very beautiful, mind you, but you almost literally have to campaign in that place, you know, town by town, issue by issue. And here's another riding that we've got, Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. We can see very early results, a lead of 12, nothing to boast about, but nothing to be sad about either. And Peter Schiffke in Vaudreuil-Soulanges, this is just off the island of Montreal, and the western tip of Montreal, I should say, with a pretty
Oh, no, Brampton
sizable
East is
lead,
very
given
lib-
it's
or
only
liberal, never
one
mind.
poll reporting.
Okay, there are 78 seats up for
this
grabs
different
in
in the
Quebec, and
provincial
certainly this is mostly a battle between the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. Jerry, why don't you weigh in on the importance of Quebec? I know
Was the
Liberals that I
FPC?
talked to really felt the English debate hampered them because it helped the Bloc. That may be the case, but I'm not sure you're going to put all
think
of your
you mean
mistakes on
PPC?
one event. But it did allow an opening for the Bloc, and I wonder how concerned they are
Freedom.
about that.
Oh,
tonight.
the Freedom
Yeah,
Party.
I think they're very concerned.
We watched
There's
the
no
shit
doubt
with the
that
Freedom
a lot of
Party.
the majority hopes were pinned on winning new seats in Quebec. In my experience with Quebec elections, there tend to be clarifying moments toward the end of the campaign, and that was certainly one of them. It didn't
Incredible
help
meme-
Any
incredible
of the
meme,
non-Bloc Québécois
party.
parties on that stage.
Yeah, and we should point out that Yves-François Blanchet, at the beginning of the
The
campaign, actually was not
Libertarians?
having a super great campaign.
No,
He
not
was
at
a
all.
couple of times being criticized for being arrogant and difficult with reporters, but he still had that goal of 40 seats. I don't know if he'll. I think it's unlikely he reaches that tonight.
Well, one of the things that people in the rest of Canada don't realize about Quebec is that people actually turn out to vote in Quebec. So whereas in the rest of the country you have to spend a lot of your resources trying to get people to the polls, you have to spend fewer of them doing that in Quebec, and it's more of a persuasion game.
quiet? Oh.
If you look at the 2019 campaign, for instance,
The Québécois love to
Yves-François
Pokemon
Blanchet
go to the
was
polls.
not even really on the radar screen until the TVA debate,
That's right.
where he put himself very firmly on the radar screen.
So-
He's an excellent debater, and
And listen, a skilled
He needs a
politician too,
Twitch
because when you
account.
see an opening, you take it. That's how you start to see advantages. Okay, we remember polls have closed now from Quebec all the way to Alberta. 262 seats have started to report. So this is is when things get real. This is sometimes when elections get called, but remember, things are very close in this election. We may not know the ball game by the time we are finished with all of these
redistricting, but
provinces.
it's not
What we do know
gerrymandering
also,
is much
though,
less of a
is that
problem.
lines continue to be long, particularly in urban
But yes,
settings
that
like
happens,
Toronto,
especially with
where,
changing
and Montreal, where
population.
polls have been, moved around a bit or stuck all in one bigger area in order to help people physically distance.
It's less
Thomas
partisan.
Degla is in one of those lines or at one of those lines with people who
like,
are
way less
still waiting.
explicitly partisan.
Polls closed, Thomas, but I think they are still allowed to vote. Is that correct?
They are still allowed to vote. If you lined up
You're
in the
still
past
in
few
line to
minutes
vote.
before the 9:30 p.m. Eastern
cops are
cutoff here in
bad
Toronto,
cops.
let's follow the lineup.
October Haiku, thank you
Then
for
these
3
people
months.
are being told they are going to be able to vote. Though anyone who is just lining up now, they're being told it's a 2 to 3 hour wait just to get to the front of the line. And I can tell you from speaking to the people in the front of the line, yeah,
Yeah,
2
that's
hours
bad.
is the absolute minimum. We can't really get all the way to the front right now, but we can show you. This is the Spadina Fort York riding. This is the Fort York historic site in downtown Toronto. The lineup stretching all the way down there. And this, of course, is due to a number of factors, including the pandemic, including Elections Canada having to find locations where people can ensure physical distancing, for Elections Canada having trouble to find staff. The result is these pictures, which I think are going to be the defining moments, certainly of Election Day here in
These are the
Toronto
most
and
votes
probably
for
some
an
other
election
cities
Canada ever, probably.
where the number
Just
of
'cause the
polling stations
population
have been
goes up.
cut. The lineups are
In
huge.
terms of rates,
Okay,
like,
Thomas Degla,
I
thank you
doubt
for
it.
that. We'll check back with you to see
I'd
how that's
imagine it's pretty
progressing.
low
I will
proportionally.
just say again, though, that we are
I
all
backing the
now
NDP.
much better used to waiting in
Strategically,
lines for
yeah.
things because of the pandemic. And if you're going to wait in line,
It is, the polls are basically closed.
Ian, over to you.
But that was like, if you're in a riding in which the NDP might win, might as well.
We are
I don't see
starting
why
to
you
get some
wouldn't vote
results.
for
Let's take a
NDP.
look. We're going to just jump around the provinces as we
results
see
of that.
these. Algoma, Manitoulin,
But that's the extent that I
not
would
many votes to
endorse
count there. And really
voting.
what people should note is Carol Hughes in third place now. It's
Who did I vote for? I told you, I wrote in Hillary Rodham Clinton. I'm not joking about that.
the last 4 elections, and I think she's the person we should keep our eyes on as more votes get
I
counted.
think it's her
Northumberland,
turn.
Peterborough South, and
Well,
there
no,
you
there was
see
no
a lead
chance
of 1, and
in
again,
my
just
riding.
small numbers. But we want to show you these. The Conservative Philip Lawrence, who's in third place at this point, is the incumbent. One more I want to show you is Nickel Belt, Marc Serre. Like Dominic LeBlanc, his father was in the Pierre Trudeau government. He has been in the Justin Trudeau government, and 2 terms I think he's won, and in the early lead in Nickel Belt right now.
Did you win?
Okay,
That's what we're
thank you
finding
for that.
out.
Some early results coming from Ontario. Where am I going
Canadians
next
voted
here? I'm
big
going over
numbers.
to
We probably show
Adrian.
up more
I'm
than
sorry.
Americans do.
Just wave,
I
just
missed
wave
you.
when I didn't know.
That's all right. Listen, you're a Manitoba gal, so we thought we would start
Thank you.
with one from Manitoba for you. Selkirk Interlake Eastman, which is just north of Winnipeg. So James Bazan, he is the incumbent. He is
If you actually did that, yes. Yes.
down there in, I guess, 4th place so far. And we've got a few more.
When I get access to your private account on Twitter, if I went to one of those polling locations with a sign that said follow Liv Vod on twitch.tv,
It's only
I
a
see the
majority of one vote, so
/J.
it really doesn't matter yet.
Okay,
But
I
if
was in
it's- but
James
if it is-
Bazan's
if it
riding,
was
over the summer,
/SRS,
going to a
then
beach.
yes.
So there you go.
As you do.
That's what it does. That's my only Manitoba story so far. Andrew, over to you. The
Yeah.
Greens are on the board.
Yeah, well, we've got some Quebec results coming in right now. So let me start with those, starting with Honoré Mercier on the island of Montreal. We heard from Pablo Rodriguez a little bit earlier in the
Yep.
program saying he was optimistic. He's certainly got reason to be optimistic in this riding in
I am
particular.
sincere.
He
I
won
would do
it
that
by
if
a
he did
whopping
that.
40 percentage points in 2019. No surprise to see him in the lead right now. Moving to Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. The Liberal candidate here won by 50 percentage points in the last election. And so another non-surprise. Let's go on to Abitibi-Témiscamingue. This was a Bloc
You're getting a
Québécois seat
write-in
in
vote
2019.
for
You can see
City
the Bloc
Council of
with a lead
Westerville,
right now.
Ohio, in
It would
November.
be
Let's
something
go,
of a
dude.
surprise. I mean, the Liberals are pretty close right now. It would be a bit of a surprise if they would be able to flip this riding. The Bloc won this riding pretty convincingly in 2019, and they were expected to do so in this election as well. But let's finish with Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. This very early results, as you can see. You know, an NDP
it's very
win
early
here
results.
would be a surprise. This was very much a Liberal
It's very
target
early
at the outset of the
results.
campaign. They thought they could win in this riding. You know, at a recent all-candidates debate, reconciliation and the environment, two really big issues in this very large riding with a large Indigenous population as well. The Liberals felt that they were fielding a very strong candidate in Lise Kistabish, Anishinaabe of the Pikagun First Nation. So we'll see how that riding shapes up. It's one that I'm definitely keeping a close eye on over the course of the evening.
Great, thank you for that, Andrew. And I should point out the green on the board there is actually in Quebec. So let me show you where that is playing out. Again, early results right now, but that is in the riding of Gatineau, where you can see a small lead there for the Green Party.
Gatineau, FPC number
NDP
2, baby. Greasy Gat. Let's go.
Jagmeet Singh is in British Columbia, of course, watching results as they come in. There he is.
That's random. That's
with
random.
his wife watching results. Look. It's so much brighter in Vancouver, and that's because polls have not closed. It's not very late there. Many people still voting in British Columbia. As we
Jagmeet's
wait
wife, if you ever...
to come in through the biggest swath of ridings, the biggest number of votes that we are going to get in this country over the next couple of hours that could, and I really say could, determine the government, because that may not be the case tonight. Ian, over to you.
We're just jumping around
Yeah, I
Ontario
deserve
as
that.
we have these early results. And let's start in Niagara Centre. What's
deserve the
interesting
ball.
about this riding is not the results at this point with so few votes, but the fact that Niagara Centre last time around, Vince Badaway, the incumbent, but three parties all did very well here.
Hey, Mike.
35% for the Liberals,
You
31%
excited
for the Conservatives, 27% for the NDP.
for
So we'll be
the
looking at
Liberal
Niagara
victory?
Centre through the
That's probably
evening to
gonna
see if there's
happen.
any movement there, but the incumbent Liberal is in first place very early on. Simcoe North, we have, this was a riding
Oh,
that
you
was
also have
held
a
by
bong.
Bruce Stanton
Yes,
for years, I think
nice.
dating back to
Oh, you got it
2006.
animated. I just
And
stole
now
the
we
meme.
have Adam Chambers, who has
Nice.
is the
Oh, you got it
Conservative
drawn.
candidate, and again in a small lead early on. I want to show you one more. Patty Haidu, the health minister, who obviously has had such a
your
high
IG.
profile during the pandemic. Again, early minutes there, but in the lead in Thunder Bay, Superior North. Rosie.
Okay, early results here in Ontario, but remember, Ontario has 121 seats, so an important province to keep an eye on, particularly because we know that the leaders pay a lot of attention to all those ridings
She's
in
27.
Ontario. Look at where we are so far.
She feels
Again,
like
these
she's
are
like
early
my age.
reports coming in from many different provinces. The Liberals leading in 40, the Conservatives at 16, the Bloc at 4, the NDP now finally on the board with 1, and the Greens leading in 1. All of these still early,
Wow,
so
well,
those
shout out
numbers
to
on the bottom of
Jagmeet.
your screen likely to change a few more times. While I have them, though,
What?
I am going to
Don't know
talk
what?
to at issue because I didn't want them
She's
to
31?
go
Oh,
off
I
and
Googled
do
it and it
something
said
else while
27.
they're all at their
Oh, I guess
remote
it's probably
locations.
updated. Oh, well.
Andrew, why don't I start with you? So,
Well,
I
Queen.
mean, the story that we have so far, anyway, from Atlantic Canada is that the Conservatives are the only ones who have picked up seats. Anything that you make of that so far?
Well,
Let's go to
A couple of years ago, the party has disavowed
Global
her,
News.
but the party disavowed her candidacy after the deadline to get off the ballot. So if Lisa Robinson, by
this is
some
about
chance,
Kitchener.
wins, she will not sit as a Conservative. And Lisa Robinson was
Oh,
saying,
no, wait. Sorry,
I'm going
this
to keep
isn't-
campaigning as a Conservative, fine. But Nate Erskine-Smith has
Oh,
38 votes
this is
to
another
21
one.
for the
I actually hadn't heard about this.
There is a PPC candidate here. There should be a New Democrat here. Do they have anything at this point? Whoops, I'm going to go back a bit. I'm going to go down to see if we have the New Democrats. Yes, the NDP. This used to be an NDP seat before Nate Erskine-Smith. They just have 2 votes. So that's the only thing we got for you. A bit of drama in Beaches, East York. As they say, the Conservative candidate, you know, we had a bozo moment. She was discovered to have some Islamophobic tweets, and so she's yanked.
We had a bozo
Nate's,
moment.
Nate's it right now. He's the mayor of Toronto. There you go, Mercedes.
A bozo
R.I.P.
moment
bozo.
and a boo-boo in Brampton.
Bozo eruption, is that what they were
Yeah,
called?
we got lots of alliteration going on. Thanks, David. You know, I wanted to
That's
correct
so
something I said
funny.
earlier.
No, this
I
is
made
better.
A mistake
This is
saying
immediately
that,
better.
ministers are not re-elected because, of course, they're still ministers because there's still a government, and Justin Trudeau technically is still prime minister until a new government is formed, and he may be prime minister again, but we don't know that yet. So, having said all that, let's go to
she's
Abigail
got a
Beeman at the
fashion
Liberal
line that
headquarters in
rocks.
Montreal.
She's a girl boss.
So, Donna, David Aiken touched on that. You were talking about Fortress Toronto, talking about the GTA, and again, cannot understate the importance of that 905, those seats around the city of Toronto where the Conservatives are pushing hard. And we saw the Liberals spend just so much of the last week of the campaign there. I mentioned Richmond Hill, where the Liberals are hoping to hold on to their seat that they won by just a few hundred votes, making several stops to that riding. And then nearby, the riding of King Vaughan, that's another Liberal cabinet minister, Deb Schultz, that Conservatives have a chance of picking up there. That we were just there yesterday. It feels like 100 years ago, but yesterday in Deb Schultz riding in the city of Vaughan, trying to hold on to that seat there. So that will tell us a lot. We hear a lot about elections won or lost in the GTA in the 905, so that's where people will be keeping their eye on. I want to bring in Loren McNabb for another question of what people will be keeping their eye on as these 905 results come in, and that is the question of the PPC.
Yeah, and working out of Winnipeg and being a Western Canadian, this is also the part in the night where we start to say, okay, here we go. We're going to talk about the 905 and 416 for the next couple hours, but that's fine. We get it.
We will.
We understand it. I'll try not to be offended. But it's important to watch this elsewhere, not just in Ontario, because we've been talking for
Are
weeks.
Canadian accents
what
heavier
will
and
the
global?
impact be of the PPC?
Yeah.
Will their people get out to vote? Will they park their votes where they said they were going to? And then, of course, how much will that siphon off? And so that's where it gets interesting for all of Canada, because you'll start to see, okay, does this party have an impact? Will
CBC
it
is
make a
bigger than
difference
Global
enough
News,
to at least
probably.
pull votes back from the Conservatives?
that-
And then another question, in and around that region, you had to watch the NDP. They were polling, their polls
I don't
were
know why
up
they're
compared
showing.
to the Conservatives and
See that in a swath of 905 ridings, in southwestern Ontario ridings as well, where in some cases there's no Liberal candidate, or the Liberal candidate has been disavowed, or there's just no incumbents. So I think that we're going to have a lot of, there's a lot of strong local candidates who might swing things in one direction or another.
What is
that
the
are not
what is
necessarily
Enemy
tied
Paul's
to the performance
riding
of the party
again?
leaders, and that's
What is
something that we'll need to keep an
how
eye
has that
on.
been
Okay,
polling?
I'll let you guys go back to studying the results and the numbers, and you then can come back and I'll force you to extrapolate as
Yeah,
needed.
she
Thank
didn't-
you all very
it's-
much.
oh, it's
Appreciate
Toronto
it. That is
Centre.
at issue with us throughout the
Oh,
evening.
she's
Ian,
not going
I
to win
think
it,
you
is
have
she?
some results, do you?
I'm trying to text friends, and then you want me to actually
She's running for
report
Toronto
results? Sure.
Centre.
Can we
Oh,
do
she's
that
not going to
later?
win.
I can do that for you.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Maybe we have Elgin, Middlesex,
Oh, she's-
London is
oh,
the first one. We're going to
no,
Beaches,
she's not.
East York. This
No
is
way,
interesting
no way.
because Nathaniel Erskine
He's
Smith,
like third.
a couple of interesting things about him. First of all, he describes himself as a thoughtful,
That's so
independent
funny.
voice in Ottawa, and maybe part of the same
Why did they
section
run
of the
her on-
caucus, Liberal caucus.
Why did they put her on Toronto Centre? Wait, who the fuck got May's seat? Wait, what's going on with this? Who got May's old seat? Because she was in Haida, right?
At Elgin, Middlesex, London, Karen Vecchio, Conservative incumbent.
Wait,
and,
May
early
won't
leads.
leave?
And just
Wait,
so for people
why did
watching
I not-
at home, I fully understand that these are early leads. But here's one that I think is interesting: is Ottawa South. David McGuinty.
Yes,
he's
Marxist
part of
May
the
is
McGuinty
the
political
former leader
dynasty in
of
Ottawa South. Eli Tannis,
the Green Party
in
of
first place.
Canada.
Listen, just before we go here, Rosie, I do want to go back.
Oh,
to
did you
Beaches East.
did I show you guys the video of Elizabeth May hitting the woe? Did I show you all that? I feel like where is it?
That
Hold on.
They said that they kind of distanced themselves from her. So I'm not sure if those votes are advance polls before that happened, or people that came in today and voted for her. We're going to hear that theme again with a few other ridings and candidates who are no longer associated with their party, even though they're on the ballot. But just wanted to flag that in Beaches, East York.
Okay, good. Yeah, because there's a couple other examples of that in Ontario that we will get to. Andrew, you've got some results coming in from Quebec.
Yeah, here, I was just checking results on my laptop. You want me to report on...
I want you to talk out loud. All the results to all of us now.
I guess we should all do our jobs here.
It's literally May.
Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel.
That's so funny, dude. Why did I not know that? So the former party leader stepped down as the party leader, but she's staying. That's so. Oh, did you find it? Thank you so much, Prodigy. I see it's a Nashua. I see that it's a Nashua tweet, so I know that it's.
Good star. Her name is Jenny. Ooh, bitch don't have no panties. I'm Steph.
Yes, sir. Oh, that's
Gil. This riding, it's no surprise to see her in the lead. It's gone block in 8 of the last 9 elections.
Oh, sorry. That's even worse. Why did I not know that? Annemie Paul refuses to leave Toronto Centre.
Win it again tonight. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, she really is a very incompetent politician. It's impressive how quickly she's like ran the Green Party into like just sheer irrelevance.
Of Gatineau in Quebec. So we'll keep watching that one to see if there's something to that, because again, these are very early results coming in right across the country, and Adrian's in charge of
That's
the
so
prairies.
funny.
Yeah, and I'm not texting anybody, so you know
I'll text you
gotcha.
later.
I was texting you.
Exactly. I was not answering. I saw it bouncing. Okay, let's go back to your favorite province, Manitoba. Brandon Souris. So there we go. Larry Maguire, he is the incumbent.
What's at
only one
stake?
poll, but already a lead of 51. Staying in. No, let's go over to Alberta.
Okay,
Kelly
break
McCauley. Again, this is the incumbent, a lead of 54. Just one poll reporting.
I can go over it again vaguely. That Trudeau called a snap election. Trudeau is a minority government, which means that he doesn't have enough seats in Parliament to pass bills by himself. He needs support of other parties to do so. He had a very high approval rating because of COVID stuff. People felt like he was responding to COVID well. And so he called a snap election because he was like, people like me, they'll vote for me. Then people were like, why the fuck did you call a snap election? It's the middle of COVID. I hate you. And so his approval ratings started to go down. There was a point in which they was polling so poorly that it was possible that the Conservatives could even win a majority. They could swing that far. And it's gotten back to the point in which like the Liberals will probably be about where they were before, but maybe worse.
Conservatives at 25. All right, we do have.
If the Communist Party got more votes than enemy polls, they won't. There's no way. The Communist Party is going to get like 7 votes.
Cam McIntosh. He's in, well, my home. Everyone's given.
He pulled Theresa May, essentially. What's at stake? It's not like a Clinton-Trump thing. The Conservatives are the socially liberal. I mean, they're not even socially liberal, but socially liberal, fiscally conservative type.
Both believe are in play for them. The Liberals took the seat in 2015, lost it in 2019 when they lost their majority. That old Liberal MP is trying to get his old job back. Doug Elifson running against Marty Morantz, a former city councillor here in Winnipeg.
Campaign for NDP in David. When I met some guy who said he was going to vote Communist or NDP, but I was campaigning with someone else. I couldn't come out as a.
Side of Manitoba will want to keep an eye on is Winnipeg South. It is a true bellwether. It is gone with the party that makes up the government ever since 1998.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't ever advocate voting the Communist Party of Canada. They're like a meme party.
Shore up support in the 4 seats that the Liberals hold here in Winnipeg. But if there's one thing that might be a little bit concerning to the Liberal campaigns, it's this. Over the last little bit, there's been some polling done in Winnipeg, and basically it shows the people that are the most frustrated with this election call right now are Liberal voters here in Winnipeg. Rosemary?
Okay, Cam, that's some good context as we get more results.
If they could win a seat,
Manitoba,
yeah,
appreciate
that would
that.
be cool.
Remember, Issa, you're in Saskatchewan.
How much I hate the Communist Party of Canada.
Conservative
That would be
headquarters.
cool
Tell
if
us
they
what you'll
had
be
like the
watching for
chance.
there.
Then I would be like, yes, but like they don't. It's a.
Well, Rosemary, Saskatchewan, of course, in the last election was a huge conservative stronghold. The party swept all.
Well, it's funny, yeah, because calling the election killed the Greens, but not because Trudeau called it, right? That's not. I'm assuming that's not what you said, but just because like it really is enemy Paul just fucked up. And there's also a degree in which Canada is racist and she's black. It's important to emphasize that it isn't just that she's an incompetent politician, however correct that is. That is also a significant element of it.
COVID-19, and we've seen huge levels of hospitalization as well as record numbers of COVID-19 cases. So this election is happening at the back with that.
The Green crossing the ford of the Liberals situation is an
I'd appreciate
example
it.
of
Another
that.
place, of course, grappling with a very difficult 4th wave because of some decisions made in that province is in Alberta. Carolyn Dunn is in Calgary's Skyview at this hour. Carolyn.
Right, and it's that fourth wave that you're talking about is
Would it
exactly
make
why
sense
we are here
to say that
at
some
George
more
Chahal's,
left-leaning people would vote Liberal NDP just so that the Conservatives don't get a majority? Yes, that's usually what happens. Trudeau promised to reform the electoral system so it wasn't first past the post, like maybe like a ranked system, for instance. Ranked ballots, something. But then he didn't because he realized that as is, if he doesn't reform it, he's in a good position, and reforming it might help the NDP, it might hurt the Liberals.
Jag Sahota is.
Yes, Paul is a huge Zionist, which pissed off, which is why that NP left, right? Across the floor.
He is a
Yeah, I mean, she's like a neoliberal candidate. Her politics are also bad, which is one of the other reasons why I don't feel bad for the state of the Green Party, that it's doing worse as a result
It might be the only riding in urban Alberta where we see the PPC actually having an effect on the outcome. Two other ridings that we are watching for: Calgary Centre and Calgary Confederation. Both of them too close to call at this point, but we're going to be monitoring it for you and bringing you the results and hopefully some reaction as we can get it in this fourth wave that is hitting this province so brutally.
Okay, Carolyn Dunn, thank you so much for that. You're in Calgary tonight. Appreciate it. We will, of course, come back to you. Let's give you a sense.
Calgary Centre between Conservatives and Libs? Or between NDP and Conservatives?
Now, I want to do that with a big caveat, and that is that right now there's not a lot of results coming from Saskatchewan, coming from Manitoba, and coming from Alberta. So that means that Conservative number, which is right now at 32, is probably going to track upwards. In case Conservatives saw that and had a panic, your base and your heartland is still
it's
to
Lib
come
Conservative.
on
Interesting.
the board there. But let's look at some of the other numbers you see. Listen, the People's Party of Canada registering ahead of the Green Party at
it's
4.5%. That is something to note there, and certainly an improvement on where they were in the last election in 2019. Maybe we can see a seat change. Are we going to do that here too? Yes, we will. So seat change at this hour.
The
and again,
PPC
these
aren't
are not
even
all
running
confirmed.
anyone.
Things are still coming
in Calgary Centre. As far as this shows, they're not running anyone
right now, but you can see the seat change again.
If the PPC did, wow,
+7 for the Liberals, but remember, +17 if they increase by 17. They would be tracking towards a majority. A majority for anyone here tonight would be 170 seats.
So this is in Ontario?
I don't think we're at a place yet where we have any sense of what's happening, but let's keep an eye on that. There are 62 seats. With
I mean,
100 vote margin, and that's why I say early
Trudeau's
hours,
remaining the Prime
everyone.
Minister.
Let's just see how things unfold very slowly.
Cons are going to scoop the
Andrew
fairies,
will
but
give
they
us some
usually
more results
do.
now to give us
I
a
guess
sense
they're doing better.
Yeah, it was a Liberal +7 that you had just seen on that graphic. Yeah, so I'll tell you. I mean, that could be something of a precarious +7, and I'll show you why. So one of the ridings that I want to show you is the riding of Joliet. This is on the North
it's at
Shore
the moment.
of
Okay,
Montreal.
well,
A Liberal lead is kind of an interesting result here
it's a
so
lead.
far.
It's not
because,
confirmed seats. Okay,
the Bloc
Then
have
I don't
owned this
think
riding
anything
for
of
an
it.
awfully long time. But I will say that
Yeah,
the
that
Liberals at the outset of this
They're still
campaign, they
counting. It
did
was
say
500.
that they wanted to expand their ring of influence around the island of Montreal, try to capture
His
some
name
of the
is
South Shore
Bourgeois.
and North Shore ridings. So this
Yes.
would certainly meet that
Look
goal.
at this guy.
Going
fucking.
to the riding of Mirabel.
Where is this?
This is also an interesting
Mirabel.
one. Early
Look
results.
at this
so
fucking
a Liberal
guy.
lead here.
Are you
take that
serious?
for what it's worth. But the Bloc Québécois candidate who
fucking
had been
Québécois.
the
These
person
are
who had won the riding in
comical
2019, Simon Marcel.
candidates.
There was actually some controversy around that candidate, around undisclosed leave, and so that candidate not running. So this is something of an open race with no incumbent, and we can see the Bloc Québécois candidate in second in that riding. And then we have this, Berthier Masquinongé, Ruth Ellen Brosseau, a pretty well-known name, sort of famously went on vacation to Vegas in 2011, was something of a parachute candidate when she actually won the riding in 2011 on that orange wave, won again in 2015, lost by the narrowest of margins in 2019 to the Bloc Québécois candidate, under 3 percentage points, really tight margin, and announced mid-campaign.
Did I see it? NDP's, previous?
Look
at that, incredible.
There was actually narrowest of margins in 2019.
is encouraging. That would be encouraging if you were a Liberal sitting at home watching these numbers. I'll quickly get Sarah to weigh in. I didn't even tell you I was coming to you. I'll quickly get you to weigh in on the leading 11 for the NDP. I mean, the NDP is probably waiting for British Columbia, which is closing in 30 seconds here.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's exciting to be back on the board.
Rising.
I mean, at one point we weren't even on there, and to see 11 up there and to have many of those seats be in Ontario, which is a battleground for us, it's great to see this happening and encouraging results. And of course, we're waiting for what's happening in BC.
Yeah, okay, and many three-way races in British Columbia. But here, take a look at the board at this hour as we wait for British Columbia polls to close. That will add between BC and Yukon, because that's there too, 43 more seats as they start to report across the country. And we get a better sense of what government Canada has chosen.
Oh, is this a French rugby player? Incredible. Is there a commercial break? Why would they?
All cops are bad cops.
McMahon, thank you for the 20 months.
Hello and welcome to those of you just joining us for our coverage of the 44th Canadian federal election. I'm Donna Friesen in our Decision Canada studio, and with me here is our Ottawa Bureau Chief, Mercedes Stevenson. It is now 10 p.m. Eastern. Polls are closed right across the country. So let's take a quick look at the results so far. The Liberals now leading or elected. You can see those numbers in the bottom of your screen. Leading or elected in 72 ridings. The Conservatives leading or elected in 35. The NDP in 11. The BQ in 9, the Green Party in 1. And we should remind people, if they're looking for results from the People's Party of Canada, we will populate that and put that number up there if they turn out to be leading or elected in any riding. So far, we haven't seen that. Now, we have a team of reporters and political analysts with us. We usually do this from a big studio. We're surrounded by all of our guests, but pandemic. So we're changing things like so many people have. We have people in the field and in other studios across the country. In Toronto, Farah Nasser is standing by with a panel of current and former politicians. Former Saskatchewan Premier Brad Wall is there, former Liberal MP Selina Cesar-Chavin, and Calgary Mayor Naheed Nenshi. Our results center is in Toronto, and tracking the numbers and the trends are our Global News Senior National Affairs Correspondent Eric Sorensen. Eric, let's go to you. Polls now closed everywhere. What are you seeing?
Well, whoa, that was the Northwest
This guy
Territories
rocks.
just came up, and the Liberals have a
Just as a
little
personal
lead there
level?
for the moment. Let's look at the map first of all and just see. You can see that the Bloc
Just
Québécois
like
has just
as
moved
a-
ahead now up in Abitibi-James Bay, so that's a different one. The NDP is winning some of these very big ridings.
He's
in
the
northern
bozo
Saskatchewan,
moment
northern
guy, yeah.
Manitoba, even northern Ontario. Let's look at that one in northern Ontario because it's an interesting riding. It's Kenora. And all of the parties think that they have a play on this riding in Kenora. It was the it was the Conservative riding. Eric Melillo is the incumbent there. He's trailing. The numbers are still very low, but it was a pretty big push of numbers for Janine Seymour, the New Democrat, so far in Ontario. And we want to look next at.
It seems like the
Brampton
NDP are
East.
going to win.
That's right. This gives you a sense of what's beginning to happen around the outer section of Toronto,
PPC
the
is
GTA,
People's
the
Party.
905,
There's the
as it's
far-right
called.
party.
That's Mahinder Sidhu,
The
incumbent for the
explicitly
Liberals. He has a fairly
anti-multicultural,
healthy lead at the moment.
anti-mask, anti-vaccine.
And as you can see with the numbers at the bottom of the screen, the Liberals have a pretty healthy lead. As we've seen in election shows in the past, the Conservatives usually do their catching up when more ridings come in from Western Canada. But for the moment, that's not looking bad. We want to talk about the gains and losses here. We've talked about that in the past because for a while this evening, the Liberals were losing seats. They were losing ground.
Seems like
Their
NDP
chance
are
of
going
a-
to win.
of a
I've seen
majority
enough.
was,
I think the
looking like it was
NDP are
flying
going to
out the
call a
window.
majority.
If we go around behind here and see where we are
How do you get
right
things
now,
passed without a
again,
coalition?
A lot of these results.
If you have a majority of the seats, then to pass a bill, you just need to get people in your party to vote on it. If you have a minority government, you have to get people within your own party to vote on it, as well as people from other parties. So they can still vote on it. You can still do deals with them.
But for the moment, lots of little polls reporting they are at +4. The Conservatives are down 6. Don't want to make too much of that, but this is what we talked about earlier. The Conservatives
That's
have a
how it
magic
is.
number of 36. They need to have gains and losses their gains and Liberal losses total 36. Right now, it's just the opposite. They're losing ground to the Liberals. The Liberals, in fact, if you were looking at this, you could say, well, maybe they're headed for their majority. They need to be plus 15 for their majority to get from that 155 they had to the 170 they need. But, you know, early yet with some of these results. So it's a little too early to say, are we looking majority this way, minority that way? We're just going to have to keep an eye on it.
Does
but
this
it's
erection
interesting.
matter?
Donna.
Chelsea,
All right,
every
Eric,
erection
thanks.
matters.
We will certainly come back to you. We also have our chief political correspondent, David Aiken, who is all geared up with his touchscreen.
I hope
ready
he
to delve
becomes
into
Kornacki. We need our own
writings. David,
Kornacki.
walk us through what you are seeing, what you're looking at right now.
Well, a couple of things in Western Canada. Eric mentioned ago that what the net plus for the Liberals is 4, sure, but there's so many small polls. Here's where the Liberals are leading, so it counts for them. Anybody ever heard of Candice Bergen, the Conservative deputy leader in
Has anyone ever heard of Candice, the electoral riding Candice?
It's because there's just one poll reporting. So it's 23 votes for the Liberal, 16 votes for the Democrat, 15 votes for the incumbent Candice Bergen, who's the deputy leader, and again from a part of Manitoba that is very, very blue. But we count that for the Liberals right now. So that's what goes into the chiclet and them being plus 4. Now, I'll be interested to hear our friend Brad Wall because we're seeing Saskatchewan results in. And I remember in 2019, I touched on the Northern Saskatchewan riding where the incumbent is Conservative Gary Vidal.
Tradu is
I know Brad
winning,
knows
yes.
Gary. And Gary was behind for a little bit in 2019, and he is right now in Desnethe, Missinippi, Churchill River. New Democrat Harmony King with 72 votes, and Buckley Boulanger with 69 votes. Buckley Boulanger, by the way, used to be a provincial New Democrat. He's gone to Libs, and there's Gary Vidal with 9. But one of the things that conservative parties generally do better than anybody is advance votes. And there's usually a couple of thousand at the end of the night of advance votes. So if Brad's got a chance, and if he's listening, Premier Wall, I know you can tell me how Gary's ready to do there. But that's a bit of, right now, we put that in the NDP column.
Grandfather
and then I want to quickly go
in a
to,
position to take
if I can
over
get back there as fast as I
Liberal
can,
Party after.
let's get to Alberta. We talked about this, and there it is again.
Deputy
again,
Prime Minister, not even
Mayor
Foreign
Nenchi's
Minister.
friend, George Chahal, in Calgary Skyview. There's a Liberal
This is
leading
such
in
a perfect
Calgary.
summary
George
of
Chahal
Canadian
with
politics.
Just one poll reporting.
This
Has
country is
3
going to be run
votes,
by a
but three's better
Nazi-loving
than
woman in a
the
few
one
years
vote
who will
that
read
the,
land acknowledgements.
The no votes that the Conservative has, etc. He's literally winning 3-0 across the board. But it is early, and again, that's a Liberal that goes in, Liberal leading that goes into
That's
our
also
chiclet
half
at the
the
bottom among the
ministers
90 votes. Somebody
That's
with
why
just 3 votes, albeit in Calgary, and that goes to the numbers of seats Liberals are winning. But back to our big narrative, you know, in terms of the Conservatives, they can't afford to lose anything in Fortress Alberta, and right now they're behind on a couple. So we'll watch Western Canada where there's some action. Trust me, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Hey, David, one quick question. The Green Party showed up there with 1 leading or elected. Where is that?
Yes, sorry. I meant to do that when I was talking about Quebec a couple of minutes ago. It's Gatineau, Quebec, right across the river from Ottawa, the National Capital Region. I don't know if I can pull it up this quick, but it was Gatineau, and again, there we go,
That's
Gatineau,
funny.
Quebec. The incumbent there is a Liberal, is Steve McKinnon. And if I get in there, I'm just going to have to go right down here. There it is.
What is this?
Get it to me. I'm going to have to, well,
you
my
guys...
board
Oh, wait,
sometimes
sorry.
works slower
Sorry, I was
than
in the
do,
wrong
Don.
one.
I can't
That's my
keep
fault.
up with me. I'm sorry.
I fucked it up as well. I
Gatineau,
can't make fun
Quebec
of them.
is where the Greens are leading.
Hannah Reloaded, thank you for the raid. It's being weird. I don't know why. I'll
Right now,
follow them.
But I think that's probably
Thank you
a
so
safe
much.
Liberal seat by the end of the night, but we'll see.
It's politics time in Canada.
Okay.
We're doing an
David
election.
Aiken,
We're
thank you.
not.
Let's check
We're
in
not
with
a
our
fake
reporters
country.
At all the federal
So
party
that's what we're
headquarters.
talking
We'll
about
start
right
with
now.
Abigail Beeman, who is
Hello,
at the
Raiders.
Liberal headquarters in Montreal tonight. Abigail.
Donna, I would say that things are just starting to heat up, if you will. A few more people trickling in.
The Liberals are on track to be at least where they were before, or maybe a bit better potentially, but there's still
Of
quite a bit.
information in terms of the GTA that I keep talking about, the 905 races across Ontario and Quebec. I expect in half an hour's time we'll have a much clearer picture of where things are at now. But at this moment, we are getting some early polls trickling in. We're seeing Conservatives are leading in one race in Brampton, which has been all Liberals in those 5
I think the
Brampton
American
seats.
system
One
is
race
way
in
weirder.
Mississauga, Conservatives are leading
Cap
where the
elections
Liberals
are weird.
The incumbents there. So these are the races to watch. And in half an hour or an hour's time, we should have a clearer picture of just where things are going. So too early to say, of course, that the Conservatives are picking up those seats. But again, especially 905, Toronto, areas around Toronto, Greater Toronto area,
Yes,
Southern Ontario. Those are
this is the Global News is counting People's Party of Canada as other. They don't have a spot for them by default because they probably won't win. This is one of the major problems with a lot of Canadian news outlets, larger news outlets, and how they're reporting the PPC. They're treating them like a real party that's serious, even when they had 1% of the vote. It was like, this is a serious party. We'll invite them to the fucking debates because they're serious. We have to, and that actually helps them get more popular.
Counted, and the Green Party no longer leading or elected
I'm now responding.
anywhere
Wait,
at
to
this
what?
moment. I should say those are leading and elected, so not elected, just leading, which is why the numbers keep changing as the votes get counted. So we'll see some, we'll see some changes as the night goes on. Let's go to Mike Lecouture at the Conservative Party headquarters in
I'm
Oshawa,
shipping
Ontario.
you in XQC in our Discord. Oh,
Hey,
no.
Donna, that fluctuation is exactly what people in this room are looking at right now.
no.
I'll pick up on what Abigail was saying. The Southern Ontario belt and obviously the GTA, very important for the Conservative Party. How important? Well, the last 3 days of the campaign was spent there by Aaron O'Toole. He was targeting Liberal ridings and Liberal ministers, Oakville, Anita Anand. Of course, she was the one who was responsible for procurement and bringing all the vaccines into Canada. Mary Ng was the international trade minister. He went
XQC
there
is
as
going to
well.
be my
And looking at that GTA,
Vice
3
Prime
letters that
Minister,
will
which
be
is a
extremely
position I'm
important
inventing.
for the Conservatives. 3 other letters that they're looking at, PPC, the People's Party of Canada. Insiders say that they are concerned. There are going to be a lot of close races, as you see, Donna. A lot of that fluctuation going back and forth. That they are, one chiclet for the Conservatives, and then it gets eaten away. And so they are concerned about the People's Party of Canada. The Conservatives are.
I think
because
I
they are
think this
worried
joke
that
was
of all
after
the
it
parties
happened, didn't it?
That vote is going to erode.
Maybe it
from,
was a
that it could
prediction, but yeah,
erode
this is
the
genuinely
most
what
from the
happens.
Conservative Party.
They made the requirements to qualify for the debate lower than usual. You need to have 6% of the polls or something. Oh, it was predicted 2 days ago. What do you mean? This is. But they didn't even get in anyways, even in the lower standards. Oh, 2 days before the article. Oh.
When it comes to the
that's
NDP
hilarious.
campaign, their success will depend on beating their last number of seats in Parliament, and that was 24.
Yeah, CBC Quotebot is just
They're trying
reality.
to make breakthroughs in places like Quebec. They're no longer
Or
calling it the
Pitchbot.
orange wave there. They're just trying to see some growth. They want to see breakthroughs in Ontario. They want to see breakthroughs in the prairies. It was interesting when we were traveling with them in Alberta and Saskatchewan, they were talking about that NDP-Tory switch. That's because those two provinces are very strongly held
Is there a
by...
First Nation party? As far as I'm aware, no. And what that means is there might be a smaller one, like a very, but they're not. None that get
polls the highest in terms of population,
or have the capacity
so
to get a
they're
seat.
hoping that they make these breakthroughs. It's one of those things that we'll be watching.
It's not like the Maori Party
Robin Gill
in
in
New
Vancouver
Zealand.
tonight. Thanks. Let's go to Shalima Maharaj at the Green Party headquarters in Toronto. Shalima, we're looking. Oh, the Green Party just popped up again with 1 in the leading or elected category. What's going on there?
Well, a lot of eyes
Well,
are
it's
very
not in
closely
Toronto Centre.
watching Toronto Centre,
That's
but
for
also
sure.
watching how things are shaping up on the East Coast. Now, Annamie Paul, of course, is embroiled in a pretty intense fight in Toronto Centre, facing a lot of stiff competition from Liberal incumbent Marcy Ian. Here, the atmosphere is starting to pick up. We actually just heard from Annamie Paul a few moments ago. She was addressing supporters and volunteers, expressing
Look
some
at the odds for
concern
Toronto
hearing that
Centre.
there are still long lineups
These are the
outside
odds
of a
for
number of
Toronto honest, this is the odds for the enemy Paul
about
district.
just how long it's going to take to be able to allow people
Look
to
at how they're
exercise
polling.
that right to be able to vote. Now, of course, we are continuing to wait as they keep their eyes on those numbers that are coming in. Annamie Paul did not make it out to a lot of different ridings. She stayed pretty close to home, but did manage to make it out to Ottawa, Gatineau,
Annamie Paul
and
is a
did
girl
also
boss,
make it out
absolutely.
to PEI, which has been a place where they've been able to make some
What's that
inroads.
website?
Of course,
It's
they
called
did have a lot of hurdles along the way, and they've
338canada.com.
had a
It's
lot of
literally just
complications
538.
infighting. They've had an MP, of course, defect to the Liberals out east, and they also ended up in a situation where, they had her leadership also contested. There were efforts to oust Paul, so certainly there has been a lot to deal with during this campaign run, and a lot to look at closely, certainly affecting the future of the party. And those are
Is the phrase "shit the bed" in terms of like fucking things up, like a phrase that people recognize? Like they really shit the bed. No, people. Okay, people think yes.
Waiting
Okay,
in line
okay.
in some cases for hours to vote because the polls have closed now, and Elections Canada is saying if you were in line, you will get to vote. But
The Green Party really shit the bed on this one.
It sounds like it could be a very long night. I actually just had somebody tweeting me, and they were saying that they waited 90 minutes at the Cecil Street in downtown Toronto, that location, saying people arrived at 9:20 p.m. with 175 people still ahead of them in line.
It's not a close race.
So
I don't know
this
what the
could
fuck
be
you guys
hours
are
for people to
smoking,
vote, because keep in mind,
but I would
because it's
like
the
it.
pandemic, there are different protocols in place. You can let fewer people into the polls. You get your one pencil and then you get to take it with you. You don't get to reuse it because of the pandemic. And it's really slowing things down. And the question is, will people wait around to vote? Obviously, there are some people who are very dedicated in wanting to cast their ballot. But for a lot of folks, if they're being told it could be an hour and a half or 2 hours, they might go home.
Is there a new Trudeau blackface? Can you link like just now, or like from like a couple days ago?
But again, we have very little from British Columbia at this hour. Ian, though, I think you have some stuff for us.
Did I see that ads? No, what? Where? Where are we? From where? What at? I don't know.
Early results, and let's start with Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. What's interesting about this riding is that it is a classic British Columbia in many ways, because it was a three-way race last time around. There's no Green candidate.
Hashtag
in Pitt Meadows,
blackface is
Maple
trending in
Ridge,
Canada.
and the Greens last.
This is the thing I was saying before, but like, that's not gonna change anyone's opinion, right? There's no one who's like the seventh Trudeau blackface photo is where I'm drawing the line with the Liberal Party. Fool me 6 times. No, if the people who are, it's trending with Aladdin.
For the Liberals at this.
The liberal voters didn't care in the first place. The blackface scandal didn't actually affect Trudeau's support that much. Because, Canada's racist.
Maybe encouraging, but let's just, slow down and make sure that we know where everything is going before we get too excited. But Anita Bath is monitoring things in Vancouver, and she's got a sense of a couple of things to watch for us tonight. Anita, over to you.
Rosie, polls closed about 15 minutes ago here, and we are in an interesting spot. We're in the parking lot of a mini mall, because that is COVID for you. We're not allowed inside any of the candidates' headquarters. But we've got the Conservatives right here to my left. We've got the Liberals across the way in this mini mall, and behind me we have a polling station.
Yeah,
no
more
line
like I need a
anymore
beer.
because
That's so
people
true.
got in time. They got their vote. But we are also in one of 2
Expected
very
outcome for
tight
NDP
ridings here in
is a
BC.
couple
We're in
more.
Port Coquitlam, Coquitlam. Just down the street is the other one, Port Moody,
A couple
Coquitlam.
more.
Both ridings
Is
made
Canada's
big
race
splashes
USA?
last election. They were within a few hundred votes of each
Comparable.
other, and that's expected again this time around. In fact, all 3 major party leaders spent quite a bit of time here in the Tri-Cities trying to swing the vote in their direction. Jagmeet Singh was just here last night. Tonight, people will be watching this area, these 2 ridings, in case the election is close across the country, and this could determine the balance of power. Now, the other thing I want to throw in there, I know Ian mentioned There's no Green candidate in Maple Ridge. Well, there's no Green candidate in these two ridings either, so we will be watching very closely to see where those votes go here. But all in all, it's going to be an election tonight in BC in a lot of parking lots, I think.
But the good news, Anita, is that the rest of Canada hasn't figured it out yet. So what happens in BC is really going to matter more than ever. So everyone can stay up late and watch. Thanks so much, Anita. We'll come back to you as the night unfolds. 42 seats obviously up for grabs in British Columbia. And as we've been talking about a lot of three-way races, Sarah, I'm going to bring you in here if I can, just in terms of what would be the hope here for the NDP.
The People's Party
in
of Canada
British
have
Columbia?
at least like 5% of the national
obviously, I think
vote.
it's to hold on to those incumbent
It's
seats.
only going up
It's still
for the
early to
next
call,
elections.
for example, Jenny Kwan's seat. You know, and I think obviously securing space on the island, you know, growing
A lot of
as
Canadian
well,
racism
a
is like
huge priority
sublimated.
for us. I know
But
earlier
as
we
soon as
chatted
there's
about
like
some, you know,
do you
lack
say
of
explicitly
support
fascist? Not explicitly,
perhaps
no.
from John Horgan.
Like, they're not like,
and how
we
that
are
may
a
impact
fascist
the election
party.
there. But I think overall, Jagmeet has proven his leadership. He's liked for a reason, and we're hoping that translates to support in BC.
There are 11 seats, I believe, that you hold there now. So if you grew by a couple or a few, that
This
would
guy
be
rocks.
a good thing.
It would be a great thing.
Look at that
Okay.
headshot.
Thank you for that, Sarah.
He's like sweaty.
Let's do a quick look here at the bottom of your screen. So you are seeing, again, results as they come in very quickly. Liberals leading or elected in 131, Conservatives in 64, the Bloc at 25, NDP leading or elected in 16, Greens still on the board with 1. I think that's still the riding in Gatineau, so we'll have to get some details on what's happening there. That's interesting. Travis Danraj is the leader of the People's Party of Canada.
Elijah,
they are
thank you
not
for the
on the board
prime.
yet, but they have picked up some support in terms of percentage points, at least in Atlantic Canada, and we're starting to see that across the country now.
Awesome,
Travis,
we got a
over to you.
Bernier interview. Hell yeah. No, let's not interview the NDP. You know what's more important? A party that has no seats at 4% nationally.
You know, I'm feeling good because if I look at the
Awesome.
results, we were around 4%, and 4, 5, 6%, that's big for us, and in Atlantic Canada. So I believe that tonight will be a good night, and our goal is to increase our percent.
The liberal media is so fucking complicit in this shit. It's incredible. It's impossible to imagine the increase of the PPC without how they've been covered as a serious
But I
political
can tell
party.
you that this party is there for the long term.
And it's not even like, it's not even the same as in America where it was like, we'll play Trump because it gets views.
Opposition party.
It's not even like it's an explicit rating thing.
Issues for the future of our country.
We were in Westlock together yesterday for the rally there that you had.
Or not
and you're
nearly as
telling me
much.
This is not an organized party, that a lot of the support has been through social media. Talk to me a little bit about the strategy and what the ground game was right across the country.
Well, you know, the strategy was for us to use social media.
The only reason for that Gatineau exists is for kids from Ottawa to take the 5-minute bus across the border to buy alcohol. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Here right now.
Yeah.
Many such cases.
Are there, and we are not part of the national debates also. And I travel across the country. The goal was to do rallies all across the country, and that went very well. You know, we have 1,000 people in a couple of our rallies and 400, 500 people. So I was able to speak to Canadians and explain our platform. This movement is growing step by step, but I'm very pleased with the campaign.
You know, I know that a large part of this is about COVID and, you know, fighting against COVID restrictions and vaccine passports. But what else is it that you're hearing from people that you're talking to about why they may be gravitating towards
What a
you?
hard-hitting
But also,
interview.
you know, real fiscal conservative are looking at us because we are the only political party that has a plan to balance the budget. All the other parties want to spend more
Look at
money
this.
that we don't have, and we are paying for it right now. That's
Bernier is like, you should look at the fucking PPC platform. The incredibly responsible
bigger
shit
than
from
that in a
CPC.
couple
It's
of months
remarkable.
because they will add spending with money that we don't have. So people want to keep their way of life.
He is
their
also
standard of
French.
living,
That's
and now
a
they are
crime that
losing
can
that
never
with
be
these
forgiven.
traditional establishment political parties.
We'll talk again once we get some more results. Maxime Bernier, appreciate it.
They're going
Rosie,
to
back
continue to
you.
grow.
Okay, Travis, thank you so much
Delva
for
Sherry,
that.
thank
Stay
you
safe in there.
for the 10
Maxime
months. Thank
Bernier
you.
says that this is a movement that is growing. That is certainly true from a percentage point of view, but they are not on the board, and Maxime Bernier is currently 4th in his home riding of the Beauce. If he wants this to grow as a political movement...
He's 4th in his own riding. Why are you giving him an interview? What's going on? What's up? He explicitly says that multiculturalism is bad and that immigrants are not good. And that mask mandates are bad and that people should not get the vaccine.
Well, I was telling you earlier, the dean of
That's
the
a
House,
part
Luc
of the-
Ramondon, we can project that he will be elected.
What's
and
going
he will
on?
retake his seat.
CBC?
First elected in 1984.
It's remarkable.
Imagine being in a job for that long. We're going to the riding of Mégantic.
Oh, yeah, the
Les
NBC
Havres
has a
now.
lower
Luc
deficit than
Berthaud,
other
this
parties.
is another incumbent here. The Conservatives have won this riding in the last 5 elections. Now they'll
I
make
saw
it
that.
6.
That was
And
incredible.
If the name Mégantic sounds familiar, of course, that was the site of one of the deadliest rail disasters in Canadian history back in 2013. And finally, Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel on the island of Montreal. We have the Liberal candidate. This is no surprise. This has been a Liberal stronghold since 1988. So the fact that the Liberal candidate will be elected in that riding, that's as close to a non-surprise as you can come.
Okay, Andrew, thank you for that. We do have something to tell you now about where this night is headed. We've been building towards all night. Our CBC News decision desk ready to make a call.
Oh!
In Canada, your next government will be a Liberal government. Justin Trudeau will continue on
They're calling
as
it already.
Prime Minister, gaining back enough seats to form government tonight. It's his 3rd election win in a row. Canadians have chosen
that's pretty
who they
clear.
want to lead this country out of the pandemic after making what some thought was a political gamble here. Justin Trudeau
No, don't
will
do the
remain
results. We
in
don't know if it's a
power.
majority or
But
not.
with many votes still to come, it is unclear whether or not the Liberals will be able to form a majority or a minority. So we will bring you that information when we have a better...
Liberals will win plurality of seats. We don't know that yet. Oh, it was on plurality? Oh, okay, at least. Well, no, because a plurality is different than a majority. Scam mods. It's scam mods.
sense. But Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister, yet again. This is the Liberal
Stop the
headquarters
steal.
At COVID time. So that's what it looks like. But you can imagine balloons dropping in a normal situation. Ashley Burke, you're at Liberal headquarters right now.
Plurality
Liberals, hang on.
definition. Number of votes cast for a candidate receives more than any other candidate but does not receive an absolute majority. Stop the count.
To government.
The word majority throughout this campaign, being very careful with his wording, saying that Canadians had a choice to make.
Plurality
Their
does not mean
strategy
that. I
this last
googled
week
it.
has really been to hammer
Plurality
home-
is the most but not an absolute majority. That's what a plurality means. So if they have a majority, it's not a plurality.
and they were working on trying to get progressive voters to vote for them strategically. So I'm sure a lot of relief right now hearing this news.
For sure, Ashley, because it wasn't clear for much of this campaign that this is going to be the result, but it is.
Relative majority describes a circumstance when a candidate or proposition polls more votes than any other but does not receive more than half of all the votes cast. Stop the steal, brother. You'll give subs if they get a majority. All right, it's probably a plurality.
Has gone or moved, and you can see there that the Liberals are at 40.2%. Remember, we had 38.5% was historically
CSIS is ecstatic about this call.
majority. The Liberals at 40.2% right now. There is a lot of rural votes still to come, so that's why we're not willing to say.
They're calling it because it's very clear that there's no way the Conservatives win enough. And you want to be the first one to call it. So usually sometimes, you know, they'll attract. We saw this with Arizona where it was like they called it, but then it was like, actually, is it gonna be?
Liberals, so you'll see the Liberals aren't actually on the board here with the seat change. Why is that? It's because they are right now holding.
Yeah, I just want more NDP to win.
Which was critical to holding on to government. The Conservatives are down 3, the Bloc down 1, the NDP up 4, but the Liberals holding seats. That's why they're not on there for seat change, and it's also why we feel
Yeah, they're
comfortable
just
saying they
the
will
results
form
they
the
were
next
seeing.
government.
There
Jerry,
was no
what do you think?
way that there were enough liberal losses and enough conservative wins for the liberals to not win.
And lots of people will debate whether this is really a win. As I said at the outset of
It
the show,
won't be
Rosie,
a real
I'm very
win.
old-fashioned
Like, you
about
won't-
this stuff.
wouldn't have been
When
worth
you're
it.
prime minister after an election, you won the election.
It's very
Yeah.
unlikely.
And we'll see where we end up too, right?
That
I
it was
mean,
worth
if
it.
the goal was a majority, we'll see. If it's a stable minority that it goes back to, good enough as well.
Yeah, and you have to hand it to the prime minister, unless you'd expect me to say this, of course.
Yes, I would.
But look, the guy has won every election he's ever stood in, from the nomination in Papineau back in 2006, I think, 2007, all the way up to tonight.
They love
and
Trudeau.
It's a pretty remarkable.
It's the CBC. It's a
decade
communist
and a bit
broadcasting company.
Okay, I'll get Lisa's reaction in just a moment, but first I want to go to David Cochran to show us.
No, this was a major fucking political disaster for Trudeau. Absolute fuck up.
Projection has been made, but I'm going to tell you that right now the most certainty we have.
I mean, it wasn't a major one. He managed to salvage it, but this is unless he gains seats, which is I don't think he's still on track to do. This was like a fuck up.
See
for
the Liberals holding
Trudeau.
on to their base of strength in Quebec.
I fight for them. Thank you for the $5. I hope Canada wins the election. I hope Canada loses, honestly.
We've got a few blanks to fill in yet. We don't know what color those are going to be, but there's a stability emerging there. I'm going to just have a poke up at the Quebec City region. We still haven't even heard from the Quebec Liberal incumbents right here, in Joël Lightbound and Jean-Yves Duclos, but right now they're up in Beauport-Limoilou, which we know is a conservative target. Now, here's where there's a lot of Liberal votes left to come. We haven't got the results from them. We're going to go into the Greater Toronto area eventually when I start using the map properly, Rosie. There's still a series of seats here to get some details on, and in the 905 as well. But look at all of this. This was a target for the Conservatives. This is where Aaron O'Toole made his closing argument in the final days of the campaign. It looks a lot like 2019 with those two blue right now being red here in the suburbs north of Toronto. The concern was that you'd see some loss up here for the Liberals, and down here in the Oakville-Burlington area, we're still waiting on results from Milton and Oakville-Burlington North, so not a lot of information to give you there. And even out in the smaller areas, in the Kitcheners, these are seats that the Conservatives are hoping to pick up. We're still waiting on numbers there. But by far, the biggest blanks to fill in are in rural Alberta and in British Columbia. And just zooming in on the lower mainland, the greater Vancouver area, these suburbs are a big battleground where the Liberals, the New Democrats, and the Conservatives are expecting to be in play. So still a lot of numbers to come in. We only have, we are short results from 48 ridings at this point, which just goes to show you what's happening in places across the country, even in Ontario. Rosie, people are still in line voting potentially.
Yeah, but a lot of those ridings, and this is why we've made the call for Liberal government, are in places where we know Conservatives are going to pick up, but it's still enough. There's still enough
Someone
of a
asked,
gap
"Are
here.
my from the CBC?"
Just a reminder, as we hear more about the results that have
Like
led
10
us
minutes
to
ago.
make this projection, the Liberals left the House when it dissolved, 155. So they're still tracking below that. It's a win. We'll see whether it was a win that gets them any higher than where they left off 5 weeks ago. Andrew, you've got some of the results from Quebec.
Yeah, well, and it's so interesting that Quebec, a province that we've come to know for its volatility in federal elections, is sort of the picture of stability in 2021. But you know, if the Liberals are to form government, it's because they're doing things right. There are some key pickups and some key holds that I want to show you. Trois-Rivières is one of them. This was a Bloc Québécois riding in 2019. The Liberals knew that this would be one that they could target, where there would be opportunity. It was very close in 2019, within just a few percentage points. Martin Francard right now with a lead, slim lead, and you can see it's still a three-way race. I mean, the Conservative candidate in particular, Yves Lévesque, very well-known former mayor of Trois-Rivières.
Galician wing of the SS leading
He's been a journalist, a columnist for decades with the local paper, also a very well-known figure. In Beauport-Limoilou, this was another riding that was a Liberal target. But you see the lead, right? So slim. So, you know, kind of helps you tell the story in terms of
what happened if the Libs won when Trudeau lost his riding? Well, he would still be the party leader. I guess think of it like the leader of the House. That would never happen. But it's like the leader of the House. He takes. Oh yeah, I guess you can take someone else's seat, right? Yeah. That's what
Diane Le
happened.
Boutillier, a cabinet minister who's got that cabinet
It has
posting on
happened?
the line, not just
You
the
can still be the prime minister as far as when has that happened?
knew it was going to be close.
Junior member would just give up their seat. I see.
Sources into this riding than they had last time around because they saw it was a viable shot. Yves-François Blanchet visited that riding a number of times over the course of the campaign.
Oh, a couple.
All Liberal cabinet ministers are leading
Couple
in
are
their
flipping.
ridings
Wolf-
right now, with the exception
Wolf
of
Cow, I think,
Bernadette
I think
Jordan,
it's
who
6
was
months.
defeated in Atlantic Canada.
Parkdale
Let
and
me show you
Davenport.
the
So
map
Davenport
at this
is
stage
NDP
here.
at the moment.
Sorry, there's one other
It's
cabinet
premature,
minister
yeah.
trailing. That
There's
is
quite a
Mary
few.
Monsef in Peterborough, which was of concern to the Liberals. So we'll keep our eye on that. This is what the map of Canada looks like right now. So you can see that the Liberals have picked up. The reason you can't see a lot of red here is because the Liberal support
Oh,
is
right.
largely
Jagmeet took over Burnaby, of course. Right. I forgot about that.
pockets of red down there at the bottom of your screen is why it doesn't look like it would necessarily be a Liberal government. That is, though, in case that is the fact. That is where we are headed towards at this hour. We're also getting word right now that Liberal leader Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, who will continue to be Prime Minister, will speak at 12:30 Eastern from Montreal, which means that we will also have to hear from other leaders about how they respond. We'll see whether or not we can give you more information about what kind of government it is before that time. Ian has some more results from Ontario.
12:30 Eastern, so I have to extend my parking?
You may have to stay overnight.
Okay. I'm quite happy to do that.
Okay.
A lot of churn in Ontario, right? And let's take a look at 3 ridings where the Liberals are doing maybe a little bit better than they had expected, even though it is very early. But Markham Unionville, Bob Soroya, the incumbent Conservative there, Paul Chang, who is a former York Region police officer. I noticed there are a lot of former police officers running for various parties in this election, and Paul Chang is one of them. And, you know, pretty sizable lead
have
at
noticed
that point. Niagara Falls, Tony Baldinelli is the incumbent there, and he is in second place. But this one is really close, right? Just a 44 vote difference between first and second place. Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Leona Alislev was elected as a Liberal 2 elections ago, crossed the floor, elected as a Conservative. Now she's in second place, and still a lot of votes to be counted there. And I want to show you this one. It's interesting. Kitchener Centre on a few levels. Raj Saini is on the ballot, but the Liberals have, you know, parted company with him. And
so he had a sexual assault scandal, and so he's like done. He wasn't running, but it was too late to change it, so he's still on the ballot.
Last time around,
it's a very weird, and so the NDP have a chance on it.
At the bottom of the screen.
It's a very
I
weird.
thought it was in Quebec. It is not. It is in Kitchener Centre. We have a reporter there, and we'll go back to her if that pans out, if that is indeed a new pickup for the Greens. It is a place where they thought they would have a chance. Okay, Liberals right now, as we say, they are going to form government. The Prime Minister gets to keep his job, and they are now leading in 145 ridings. But you can see the Conservatives now starting to track back up, because when they left, of course, when the House was dissolved, they had 121. No, yes, 121 ridings. So they are hoping that they can at least get back up to where Andrew Scheer left them in 2019, which was a bigger overall popular vote and 121 seats. Let's see if they can get there as these things start to fill in on the map in the prairies. Block at 26, which would be a bit low for them. So we'll see whether or not that holds. And Greens, as Ian mentioned, on the board with 1 in Ontario. So let's go to Adrian now, who can start to tell us about how that blue is filling in a not very surprising way.
BreadTube.
No, it's true. It's not filling in a surprising way, but
God damn it.
what is kind of interesting right now are some of the patterns that you're talking about, the places the Liberals may pick up. So if you go into, again, Manitoba, and we're not doing this on purpose, Rosie, just for you, but here we go. Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. This was the tightest race of 2019. This is a place where Trudeau went to spend some time. The ER doc, Doug Ellefson, is certainly in the lead there. The lead is very tiny, 176. If you keep in mind the tightest race 2019, but that was by 2,400 votes, so ways to go there. If we go to Edmonton Centre, this is going back and forth between James Cumming and Randy Boissonneau, 38 lead, but this has been bouncing back and forth. That one clearly not over yet. And this one's interesting, Saskatoon West. So if this proceeds as it's going here, this would be the only non-blue seat so far in Saskatchewan. Robert Doucette has had a huge amount of support from the NDP party. He's a former Métis Nation Saskatchewan president, lifelong politician, very good ground game. This was a Conservative seat, still is right now, but 5 of 169 polls reporting Robert is in the lead.
Why is rural America
let me
and
just
Canada
say to you,
vote
if you are
conservative
still
but
in a
developing
line
countries?
anywhere-
Well, Peru is an example of like a country where the left-wing party, why am I blanking on their name? They have the fucking the pencil. They're still socially conservative, as an
here
example.
as well. Lisa Raitt, I haven't heard yet from you.
No,
You haven't called on me yet.
No, I know.
Rosemary.
I know. I have time for you. Obviously, a
It's
disappointing
it's
night for
definitely not
Conservatives.
shining
It's going to
path.
be a disappointing night
It's
for Conservatives.
Peru,
They picked up in the Atlantic Canada, which is great.
wait.
I'm
Yeah.
just
Was it
watching what's
shining
happening in the
path? I guess it is.
GTA area. Still not really sure on a lot of the outer ring
No.
ones to see whether or not the message connected.
That's a
but
different thing.
you know,
Why
I
am
give
I-
credit to the Prime Minister. He won.
Yeah, Peru
he
Libre.
is going to form the next government.
The
And
pencil.
when we look at the numbers, we'll all wonder, was it
It's a-
worth us
it's a
going
political
through the
party
pain of
that
the
is a
last
pencil.
35 days of an election? And that's something that, you know, will be part of the next election, and I'm sure it'll be part of the parliament too in terms of discussing. But he won.
Yeah,
NDP
we'll
wins
see
in
where
rural
he ends
areas
up as
sometimes,
final
yeah.
numbers. But I think that's a
Right,
really
there's-
fair point, Jerry. I mean, if we
A lot of it also is like there was rural leftism, but it was like connected to a lot of unions, especially with the industrialization and the death of organized labor. That interest group broke up.
It's a very fair point that Lisa
in a lot of
making.
areas.
And most importantly, I think we all said at the outset that we expected people to get instructions to go right back to work. And obviously, we've still got a pandemic raging, more so in some parts of the country than others. We've still got climate change to deal with. We've still got the recovery to construct. There are all these things that need to be done. And I think the message Canadians are sending loud and clear is they like the direction that the government is taking the
Where's
country,
that
but they're not
meme
quite sure they want to give.
Where it's the shining path guy, which I'm blanking on his name, Guzman dying, and he's in hell, and he's like, "Where is Dang?" And Dang is looking down on him from heaven.
start taking over during it.
No,
What do you
it's
think, Lisa?
Gonzalo. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know
Gonzalo,
whether or not
Guzman.
you can say that this is an
It's such a good
affirmation. I
meme.
mean, if this is a performance review and you're at work, it's kind of like, yeah, you're doing okay.
You might not get a bonus.
Yeah, you may not get a bonus. You're doing okay, but we're watching.
Yeah, Jerry.
Look, it's hard to disagree with that assessment. It's not an overwhelming majority government, but there's no doubt you were showing an empty room there in Montreal. But I guarantee you, somewhere in that place, people are very happy with this.
Oh, yes, yes, Liberals are very happy. Listen, as you all both said, a win is a win is a win. But I think your point is an important one too, Jerry. Time to get back to work.
Time to get back to work.
Okay, Ian, you've got some results in British Columbia.
Yeah, so let's start with Coquitlam,
let's see.
Port Coquitlam. This was pretty close in 2019, 390 vote lead for Ron McKinnon.
Also
He
just-
is leading, but you can see this is one of those ridings just outside of the city of Vancouver, you know, kind of Metro Vancouver riding, where it's a three-way race, and so lots of potential for change there. Let's move
they're
on
they're
to
definitely more
Stevenson,
social progressive than the
Richmond
opposition.
East,
It's just
and,
like they still are
and
socially
we have
conservative.
Parm Baines, who's a university
represents the
instructor,
electorate,
who's
right.
in the lead, but again, small leads, but interesting to see the incumbent Conservative in second place. Kootenay, Columbia. This has been a very strong
Like, if that party didn't exist and
conservative
it was
riding,
just
whether it's Reform
liberals
Alliance or the Conservative Banner.
and social
right-of-center parties
conservatives,
have
a
won
lot
here
of that electorate
for
would vote for
years
social
and
conservatives.
still
That's
doing well
the-
there, but in second place. And
That's
second
the
green, as soon as I saw that,
reason
that,
why
the number 2 at the
in,
bottom
like,
there,
Canada, for
I
instance,
was pretty
most
sure
rural
that it
areas
was
are
Saanishkoff
conservative.
Islands, Elizabeth
That's how that
May.
happens.
Big lead
Why is
there,
it
no
disparage
surprise. And
difference there?
all she does is keep winning that riding for the Greens.
Okay, so that's what gets them to 2. That's Kitchener Centre and Elizabeth May out in British Columbia.
People
no
agree 'cause
sign
they
of
like the
Green Party
environment,
leader herself in Toronto
but it's a
Centre.
very weird
Maybe we can
party.
come back to that.
Lots of
We do, though, know
conservatives,
that the Liberals will form the
weird
government. Let's
hippies
go to
that,
now to a number of reporters
are
that
now
we have.
anti-vax,
2
for
in British
instance.
Columbia, I believe, and 1 up north. I'm not sure who you want me to go to first. I'll go to Tanya Fletcher. Can I do that? I'll go to Tanya Fletcher, and she can tell us what she's hearing. Tanya, hello.
Hi, Rosie. Yeah, we're just here at the de facto Green campaign headquarters behind me. We've got the contingency
always a
gathered.
delay
You
in
can see them
reporting?
here watching the results on CBC behind us. And
why
on
is-
Vancouver
why does
Island, there
this
were 7
remain?
ridings, and about half of the candidates
hard
for the
is
Greens
it?
are here tonight, including Elizabeth May. So she's just arrived. Polls have just closed here in BC. And as you mentioned, Elizabeth May, no surprise, leading in her riding
live
here.
stuff.
The big question
Satellite
will be whether
delay? Oh,
BC
okay.
can maintain its only 2 seats. Their entire caucus is here on Vancouver Island. Elizabeth May and Paul Manley up in Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
To be sworn in, I believe, yeah, forming a government is the same process.
Bit more of a struggle here, but it's interesting because we were here Saturday when Annamie Paul, the leader, came to Vancouver Island for the first time during the entire.
Oh, de facto, because like.
To watch the dynamic, because you have her predecessor Elizabeth May, who's recognized everywhere on the street. You can see people shouting her name. She has the facial recognition, the name recognition, and she's just so enormously popular here. And it did feel like a bit of a disconnect to have a new leader who hadn't yet come to BC at all. In fact, over the course of the campaign, come here.
Did she not?
She really was trying to. She called it a whistle stop, Annamie Paul, to really support the candidates, to get them across the finish line. But it will be interesting to see what voters gravitate to. The NDP are hoping to sweep the whole island orange. But we do know that voters, you know, we were at Vancouver Island University, for example, in Nanaimo, and they're saying they're young voters, and like the youth vote is essentially the climate vote talking to them. And so they really said, you know, we don't want to vote strategically like maybe our parents did. We want to vote with our hearts. Yet down here in Victoria, where we are, you had other voters who are very savvy, and they do know about splitting the vote. They do know about strategic voting. And they said, you know, we'd love to vote the Greens, but they're never going to form government. They don't have a chance. So it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out here on the island through the evening. Rosie?
Okay, Tanya Fletcher, thank you very much for that. I should tell people we didn't know where the Green Party leader is. I can tell you that she's in 4th place right now in Toronto Centre, so we'll keep monitoring that. Angela Sterrett, you're also in British Columbia. I believe you're in Kelowna. Kamloops. You're in Kamloops. My apologies, Angela.
What's the difference between Annamie Paul and the People's Party candidate in Toronto Centre? Let me see.
That's right, Rosie. And there's been a lot of wind here today. Indigenous leaders are telling me they hope that signals the winds of change politically in this country. You know, Rosie, I'm standing in front of the former Kamloops Indian residential school where a national conversation was cracked wide open about the thousands of Indigenous children who didn't make it home from residential school. So voters here are really leaning in, listening to what the candidates have to say.
Why is she running his shit district? That's a good fucking question. Why did she think that she could pull it there? That she could actually sway that because she's a party leader? Yeah, she's just very incompetent. Because she could actually have a seat, right? She could have ran. Yeah, it's her old riding and she didn't want to change it. That's the reason.
And not be edged out by Indigenous people's favorite, the NDP candidate, Bill Sandhu. So tonight we'll be looking at the losses and the wins, and we'll be back here tonight with Cookpee Roseanne Casimir, the chief of the Kamloops District Nation.
Okay, Angela Sterrett, thanks so much for that. I appreciate it. Juanita Taylor, you are in Yellowknife tonight. Tell us what you're hearing.
Hi, Rosie. Well, definitely Liberal supporters across the north are cheering this hour, given the prediction that Justin Trudeau will once again take office. Now, what we don't know yet is just who will be representing the north in the House of Commons. Interestingly so, only one seat is occupied in the House of Commons by a member of Parliament from each territory. So Northerners only have a select few to choose from on the ballot. And there's some really interesting races that we're watching tonight. In Nunavut, it's all women in the running. In the Yukon, it's Chief Medical Officer of Health has put his name forward. And in the Northwest Territories, a parachute candidate from Ontario is hoping to get the seat, yet has never stepped foot in the Northwest Territories. But the main issues that we've been hearing throughout this campaign include climate change, housing shortages, the economy, the pandemic, and of course, reconciliation. Rosie?
Okay, Juanita, Angela, and Tanya, thank you all so much for giving us a taste of what is happening in your regions of the country. Appreciate it very much. We'll continue to monitor all of that. I'm in charge of telling you which leaders have been elected or defeated. I'm in charge of a few other things, but that's one of them in terms of riding results. Yves-François Blanchet, the Bloc Québécois leader, handily wins the Belleuil-Chambly riding. Of course, now we'll have to see what's going on there, but the Bloc right now is trailing where they were, so we will watch to see whether he performs as well as he did in 2019. But he has won in his own riding, and here the Conservatives hold on to the riding of the Beauce. Maxime Bernier, the leader of the People's Party of Canada.
He doesn't even have a fucking seat, Bernier. He does not have a seat. Like his seat that he used to be on is now Conservative again. Why are they interviewing him? He's not even a politician. He's not a member of parliament. He's a wannabe politician with a party with no fucking. The liberal Canadian media is treating the People's Party in Bernier as a serious political party. They do not have a single seat.
May want to grow his party. Right now, they're holding at less than 5% on average across the country. So yes, that's a bit of an improvement from the last election, but not a dramatic one. And he, again, fails to win in the riding of the Beauce. Right now, our results at 150 for the Liberals, 151, leading or elected, Conservatives at 120.
Yeah, they should
keep your eye on that number of 120. When we dissolved the House of Commons, the Conservatives had 109.
He almost... Bernier almost got the leadership, the Conservative leadership. He was pretty close.
Conversation already happening. The Liberals are tracking now towards where they left off as well. So it's very likely, or it looks very much like the House of Commons that we left with back before the summer.
Not much different.
Rafi Boudjikanian is at the Bloc Québécois headquarters right
now.
So
he owned himself.
Mr. Blanchet keeps his job, Rafi, but listen, the Bloc is leading in 28 ridings. That's a far cry from the 40 that Mr. Blanchet talked about in the early days of his campaign.
And Rosie, if he was here, he would likely want to remind you he never set that as a goal, just talked about it as a dream or aspiration. But yes, they are not close to there. Right now, they're not close to the 32 they had at dissolution. You're hearing some cheers around me as we, see Radio-Canada broadcast talk about the Bloc candidates who are getting elected. Funnily enough, a couple of minutes ago, there were some cheers for a loss, for Maxime Bernier losing in Beauce, which was just declared here, and some clapping happened. But the night isn't over yet, of course, and Yves-François Blanchet had suggested that he might have to come out tonight and
yeah, so the Bloc hate the PPC.
Perhaps
that makes sense.
That's what we will hear from him tonight after all. But of course, we do know that it will be a Liberal government, so it'll be curious to see what his reaction is to that. He ran most of his campaign attacking Justin Trudeau for calling this election in the first place, and now it looks like Trudeau at least got to win part of his gamble.
Okay, Rafi Boudjikanian there in Montreal. Thank you for that. We'll come back to you, Rafi, as needed through the evening. Appreciate it. Andrew now is going to explain a little bit of what we're seeing there, and whether that Bloc number is going to tick up a bit, Andrew, I don't know.
Yeah, well, the question that I'm trying to answer here is what would it take for the Liberals to actually hit that magic number of 170, right? Is that we know it'll be a Liberal government. We don't know if it'll be a majority or a minority.
It's very unlikely.
And when I dig deep into the Quebec numbers, what's really interesting to see is all of those ridings where the Liberals are trailing right now, but by very small margins. So it kind of goes to show you just how much volatility, how much potential there is for the Liberals. So let's go ahead and show you what I mean. Starting with the riding of Terrebonne. This was a Bloc Québécois riding, the Bloc Québécois in the lead, but not a huge lead. We're only talking about a couple hundred votes right now. And interestingly, just with this riding, Michel Boudréal would have been the incumbent for the Bloc Québécois had Yves-François Blanchet wanted him to run. He won this riding in 2019. But there was some infighting and some controversy around the nomination process. Rivière-des-Mille, another riding that is razor close. The Bloc Québécois candidate in the lead. This was a Bloc riding in 2019, but look how close it is. 33 votes. This was a Liberal.
They have a riding pronounced Turbine. Yeah, Turbone.
This riding has the Blainville, another Liberal target. A riding that they thought they had a real shot in. Again,
Can't wait
same
to
story.
ring
They
Quebec
won this
government
riding in
job if you have
2015
a
by 3,000
riding
votes. They
transcript,
lost this riding in
yeah.
2019 by about 3,500
That is
votes.
a-
Still
that
very
is
much
an
in the race,
extremely
down just
Quebec.
over 100 votes. This could go anyway.
Okay, Andrew, although we will say that the path to a majority for the Liberals is like one
Bloc
of those
is weird.
tiny
It
little
is weird.
trails up the side of a mountain. It is
Just
not
think
a very
of it like
big one
the
at this
Scottish
stage.
National Party, for
Someone left some
instance.
breadcrumbs. They could maybe get there, but I'm not sure it's going to happen tonight. Anyway, they have secured government, and Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, he will remain Prime Minister, and he's been re-elected in the riding of Papineau tonight in Quebec. So
Yeah, obviously.
that's probably a good thing for him too. David
Bloc
Cochrane
is probably
is
better
at the
than the
board now
Conservatives if
to
I had to
explain some
choose.
of what we're seeing. David.
Yeah, Rosie, if he's going to be prime minister, it helps to have a seat in the House of Commons. But I think he might have to jump on a mountain goat if he's going to get to a majority, because that path is getting pretty narrow. I'm going to take you across the country now and
More
talk
right
about.
wing. It's important to consider that they're French.
Remember we said Atlantic Canada. The
Yeah.
Liberals needed to be at 25. Well, right now they are at 23, and some races in that region are still too close to call. So they're below the metric, but
This is
they've made
the
up for it
wannabe
as we start
Kornacki.
moving across the country. We said 35 would be a good night in Quebec. Now, it's not over yet in Quebec, but they are sitting at the current time at 37 seats in Justin Trudeau's home province. The big reason for why we've been able to project a Liberal majority is the strength in Ontario. 65 was the floor we set for them. Anything below that, they were in trouble. Well, right now, they're at 70.
Wow.
Oh, my finger's running out of ink, Rosie. They're not at 713, they're at 73. Take it from me.
Okay.
And the 5 in Manitoba. Right now, it looks like goose eggs at this point, with a lot of voting to come still in Saskatchewan and Alberta. I know they're keen on Calgary and Edmonton ridings here. And in British Columbia, at this count, they're at 12, and with 2 in the north. Look at this.
Yeah.
It's starting to go a little bit crazy on me. So all of that adds up to 153 if you deduct the 700 or so I put there by accident. So that's how you can see how they've gotten to this point, but it's going to take some big breakthroughs out here in the heart of blue country to get closer to that 170, Rosie.
Okay, but that helps me understand as these things come in really quickly, and I'm trying to better understand. Maybe,
Did
if
we
you
win
could
yet?
zoom in on
Everyone
Ontario,
loses
that would also
with
help
this
me
one.
understand, because the ridings
Right.
are so squeezed together and with such a large population. Maybe you can walk us through that too, David.
Yeah, so this is a big thing here. We're looking at the Greater Toronto Area, and this was Aaron O'Toole's big target. This is where the breakthrough had to happen if the Conservatives were going to take government away from Justin Trudeau. And look at this, you know, all the way down to Hamilton, Oakville, Milton.
It's just,
right next door to Whitby, where I was with Aaron O'Toole twice in a single day in Whitby when I was with him, because they had really targeted that one, but the breakthrough just isn't there. And I want to take a look at another area that we were talking about earlier, the smaller urban centers. You know, the Kitchener region, for example. Now, right now we have blue in Kitchener-Conestoga, but look right there, Kitchener Center. This was a Liberal seat where Raj Saini was forced to basically step down, step aside, be disavowed by the Liberals, thanks to Ashley Burke's reporting. The big concern for the Liberals is seats like this would go Conservative. Whenever it goes green or orange, a Liberal gets his wings, because that is exactly what they want. They don't want to see the numbers going up in the blue column. They're okay with it happening in the
NDP is
other columns, so
fourth in
long as they
Kitchener.
hold on to the
Unfortunate.
big areas in the suburbs
Hate to see
around
it.
Canada's biggest cities. Because right now, the path for a Liberal government always went through the suburbs of Montreal, the suburbs of Toronto, and the suburbs of Vancouver. And right now, I think they're up about 5 seats in those areas overall. So that was their target. That was their plan to get the minority and then fill in the other parts of the map to get towards the majority. Step 1 is done. Step 2 is still possible, but that's for the big brains on the decision desk, not for me, Rose.
Okay, and I mean, what this map also shows is that, yet again, the Liberals, for now anyway, you're right, Calgary, there's still a couple of ridings in Alberta. For now, they're shut out of Saskatchewan and
How does
Alberta,
this actually
which
not
would be the
running
same
away more
message
votes?
that those two
Yeah,
provinces
that's a
sent
good
to the Liberals
question.
the last time round, and maybe difficult to manage. But again, we are waiting still for some results there.
Canada.
Let's look at the green number on your board there. That's leading in 3, so we know one of them is Kitchener Center. One of them is Elizabeth May out west, and the third one is indeed Paul Manley.
Which
This
is
is not what I'm talking about, but I'll take a minute since it's up there. Kevin Vuong is no longer not allowed to be a Liberal, essentially, but it was too late when he was told that that wouldn't happen. He is still a Liberal on the ballot, and he is leading in the riding of Spadina Fort York. If he wins that,
it's just too late.
he will quickly be made
Didn't hit
into
the
an
deadline.
independent. And I don't know, maybe some of that is advanced polls before people heard some of the reports around sexual misconduct made against Kevin Vuong. Okay, let's go back to the green story. So the two
That is
out on the
no,
West Coast.
that's a different bozo. There are two different stories, I think. These two different liberal sexual assault stories. Maybe that was the bozo they were talking about.
In play, at least it wasn't the last time we looked. But the other riding that is not in play is where the Green Party leader Annamie Paul decided to run yet again. This would be her third attempt in this riding of Toronto Centre. From what I understand, she is in 4th place. So let's go to David Thurton, who is there tonight.
Well, if the bozo wins, he's just a Kevin Wong he's a partial bozo. How can you be a partial bozo? He'll just be a oh, it was the Islamophobia nonsense. Okay, he'll just be independent.
With how things are going in Kitchener Centre, that's in Ontario. But yeah, Annamie is in 4th place. Annamie Paul is in 4th place. That doesn't look good for her chances of winning her seat and her future within the party, because as insiders have told us, you know, there really isn't a path forward for her if she doesn't win her seat, given all the infighting, given the opposition that she's had in her party. She came out about, I'd say, 30 minutes ago. She addressed her supporters. She basically said that, you know, she's concerned with the long lines that we're seeing in Toronto. And she's especially concerned about her own riding, because in the last election, they had 91 poll sites. This time they're down to 15, so that is a significant drop. I think the greatest drop in poll sites compared to 2019 in all of Canada. She said in the past that calling an election during a pandemic is akin to voter suppression. So she's very concerned about the long lines and the ability of people to vote. I'm sure she's concerned about the numbers that we're seeing so far when it comes to her chances of being re-elected in her riding, Rosemary, as well.
Okay, David Thurton, you're in Toronto tonight, where it doesn't look at this stage like Annamie Paul's going to win that seat. It's her 3rd time trying.
It's a tough one.
Perhaps she'd have to try another riding if she wants to stay on. But given the conversations I've had with her and David Thurton has had with her, it doesn't seem like that is where things are headed. Okay, we are looking now at the Liberals leading at 152.
She's done as a leader. I mean, I don't know if she'll resign or whether there'll be like a vote.
You've all pointed out, begs the question.
Because this is just such a catastrophic night for the Greens. I mean...
Anyway, here's where we are. So I have 2 questions. One for you, Jerry Butts.
Oh yeah, they refuse to mention any NDP stuff.
Let a leader take time after time. I mean, the NDP will allow Jagmeet Singh probably to, try a few more times as you can do. But the Conservatives, the NICE will come out pretty quickly, and I think you'll see, a leadership review, a leadership race, whatever. The problem is, for $610 million, we just got pretty much the same thing as what we walked away from. So now, at a time when we need all hands on deck, we're going to have probably 2 parties in the midst of leadership contests and not serving the Canadian taxpayers. I mean, the best thing out of this, Mike,
is an intersectional feminist. She's a neoliberal Zionist.
Interesting. I guess you'll take that one
home.
Yes,
I will.
But the other thing I was going to ask you, though, is
she is. I mean, the word intersectional doesn't... I understand that it's abused, but let's not abuse the word that much.
He really stick around, or can he have the excuse that, look, it was a pandemic,
specific thing that intersectional means.
I just had a year.
I don't think so. Look, I don't know, because I just think at this point we're in a...
Lauren Southern got banned off Twitch. R.I.P. Bozo. It's a fucking incredible, the libs on here that were like necessary for her to start getting fucking people watching her. Incredible shit. Remarkable.
In order situations doesn't go away. The problem for Aaron
like
O'Toole
playing
is
nice
he
with
was
Lauren
brought out here to
Southern.
win. He tried to transform the party into something different, move it more.
Oh, they're talking about another seat? Oh, sorry. Then never mind. I thought, okay.
The center, move it more progressive. He alienated parts of the base.
No, I was talking
angry.
with the Green Party
Someone's
leader.
got to bring that back, or in another 2 years, we're going to be sitting here, and I probably won't get a bell, and Conservatives will probably not get a win. So it's very divided either way. But
Oh, they're
as far
talking
as
about
I'm
Oshawa.
concerned,
Oh, sorry.
Canadians have absolutely been failed all the way around in this election.
That's a really sad way to look at it, unfortunately, Alex. But hey, Donna, Alex has a belt, and I think that's one thing that a lot of people are going to take away from this, right?
A bell. Okay. Mike Lucatura, thanks. Let's check in with Robin Gill at NDP headquarters in Vancouver. Robin, the NDP now leading or elected in 31, which is a gain over where they were before when they had 24 seats. I'm curious to hear from Jagmeet Singh tonight. Are we expecting, have you heard anything about when he might appear?
We have heard that he's going to be speaking at about 10:30 Pacific time, so we'll wait and see because that could change at any time. But, you know, Don, I heard this big sigh in your voice earlier when we declared the Liberal minority, and you know what? We're going to be doing this in another 2 years, and Jagmeet Singh realized it as well, and he called it the other day, oh, it's going to be Groundhog Day all over again. So let's bring in Simi Sarah to talk about what the NDP is probably thinking right now. They're leading in 31 ridings. That's probably positive news for them.
It is. I'm jealous, though, because we didn't get a cowbell. We didn't get anything like what Alex got there. But, you know, for the NDP, I really feel like they were so hopeful in the first couple of weeks of the campaign, and you could almost feel that they had some momentum and there was a difference, but something changed about halfway through, and I know we're going to spend a lot of time analyzing that, I think, in the days ahead. But this is a pickup for them, and really the way it's looking right now is they are the only party that had some improvement over the performance from 2 years ago. So maybe that's enough for them to hold on to. I know Ruth Ellen Brousseau is doing well in Quebec tonight. That's a good sign for them. But there's a lot of questions about why couldn't they capitalize on that momentum that it seemed like Jagmeet Singh had heading into this tonight.
But do you think that people were parking their votes strategically?
One of the Green Party, Paul Manley, no longer leading because he had that seat in Nanaimo. That's crazy. So Greens are only leading in 2 now, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's a big loss for the Greens. Because, you know, but they're still leading in fucking Kitchener. Which this is like a fluke, right? The Greens cannot be, the Greens cannot hope to have this seat for another election, right? This is contingent on the Liberal Party person literally like not running anymore and the Liberals disavowing them, but it being too late. Even if, because there's still quite a few, 20 of, okay, yeah, there's a lot of, so this might not even, you know, we were on here.
154. The Conservatives in 122 ridings. The NDP leading or elected in 29. The BQ also in 29. And the Green Party leading or elected in 2. And we have an update on a key riding, the first party leader to be elected. Mercedes.
It's Liv,
Donna, first party leader to be elected is Yves-François Blanchet. He is, of course, the leader.
They're less confident in their calls, I think.
Comfortably elected there, 53%. So the first major federal party leader to win his seat. He is very popular in Quebec in this election. You're seeing that as well in the reflection on seats, although not up as high as they were at the time Parliament was dissolved. BQ had 32 seats then. They've got 29 so far tonight, but Monsieur Blanchet certainly keeping his seat. Not a surprise, but of course always news whenever we see the results on a party leader.
For sure. And Mercedes, I guess if you blinked and missed the election campaign, it turns out it didn't matter because we're back right where we started.
Groundhog Day. I mean, if I had to pick an election result for 2020, 2021, Groundhog Day probably would have been the one just with the way these last 2 years have been going. But here we are.
Here we are. Let's go to Eric Sorensen in the results center.
I did stream the one in 2019, but I think it wasn't my own Twitch stream because I didn't stream yet. It was on Rob Rousseau's Twitch because he had his thing for it. I remember this. I was on the little Twitch thing, and the Surfs raided at some point, and this was the first time I had heard of them. And I asked the Serb. I thought he said the Serbs. I was like, you got raided by people named the Serbs? That's pretty cool. Shout out to the Serbs. I remember this distinctly. That was the first time
Now we're seeing
I encountered the serfs.
under the watch of Jagmeet Singh.
That was
Jagmeet Singh has
2019
helped the
throwback.
NDP now to gain seats back. You mentioned one of them in Quebec. Let's look at Saskatchewan for just a second. It is, as always,
Yes,
a kind of a
that's
sea of blue,
Lance,
but there. Oh, there we are. See down here? That's Saskatoon. Let's look at the riding that we want to look at in Saskatoon. That's Saskatoon West, just on the other side, on the west side of the North Saskatchewan River. And Robert Doucette of the NDP is leading Brad Reddick, the incumbent, by 470 votes, by about 8 percentage points. You know, it had turned so blue in Saskatchewan. A lot of people have wondered for a long time, whatever happened to the NDP in a riding like this one? This is equivalent to where Roy Romano, the old premier, used to live and where he used to run. You can see the NDP picking up perhaps a seat in Saskatoon West, which would be a big footprint to have because it has been so blue in Saskatchewan for the last little while. Popular vote. Look at those numbers. The Liberals in red here, the Conservatives in blue, 33.5, 33.8. Ipsos and some of the others, but Ipsos said, like, this is like within a point of each other, and they're bang on. Like, at the moment, they're just that close with the popular vote. You remember 2019, the Liberals lost the popular vote, but still won by a lot of seats. You know, they got up to 150, it was 157 at that point. This time it's 155. I can't get over how similar these numbers are. There's been a few move around. I mean, the NDP is up 5, as we talked about. The BQ is down 4. Remember, Blanchette had said he wanted to get to 40. Disappointing night for him. Not an unhappy night, I'd say, for the NDP. They've got the minority government they wanted. They have as many seats now as the BQ. They've made some gains. They're in a better position than they were.
BBC is 5. That's a lot.
Truth be told, the Liberals are weakened just in terms
January
of the moral
6th,
authority
thank you for the
that they'll
prime.
have going forward after calling this election and ending up with results that are like this, just exactly as they were before. Now, you want to talk about the popular vote?
Well, yeah,
Donna?
no, I mean, it is so remarkably similar to last time, Eric. And of course, the Conservatives
January
won the
6th,
popular
big if
vote by
true.
just a tiny
Thank you.
margin last time. And of course, the Liberals won a minority government. But I get it looks like that might happen again.
Yeah, now there are some votes still to come in. They're probably more conservative votes. That would be my guess, because it's Western Canada that's reporting a little later. And the Conservatives usually have more votes for sure than the Liberals in British Columbia. So they may still finish a little ahead. They might actually be, they might be a couple of points ahead by the end of the night. That'd be interesting, because you'd be in that same situation. Like, how can we keep winning the popular vote and losing by 30 seats?
Well, I want to ask you, too, about the People's Party of Canada. It's down there registering
Did I
at 5%
misread your
of the popular
message?
vote. How much of the vote went from the Conservatives to the PPC?
I don't know. But you're.
Oh no,
it's
yeah,
fair to get.
I thought you meant we were talking about Enemy Paul, and I thought you were talking about. I thought you were referencing Enemy Paul, not the NDP candidate
May
for
have
Oshawa.
lost close ones to the Liberals and find that the difference could have been made up by the PPC. Doubtless, there are going to be a few like that. The problem for the Conservatives in the end, though, was that they didn't finish within 2 or 3 close ridings. Right now, they're down by 33. And remember, last time it was 36. It's just so close to what it was the last time. The only difference being that the Liberals called this election when it wasn't that necessary, because the other parties all said, we have numbers like this. Why are we having an election then?
Deja vu all over again. Eric, thank you.
Deja vu all over again.
We have an update on a key riding, Mercedes.
Donna, Maxime Bernier, leader of the People's Party of Canada, has been defeated in his riding, and substantially so. Take a look at that numbers. Richard Leroux is in fact winning. He has won. We are declaring him elected at 49%. Bernier 30 points behind him. So the leader of the People's Party of Canada.
Riding. He used to be in this. He was the Conservative MP for Beauce.
The incumbent taking that back.
And then he started his own party, and then the new Conservative whooped his ass.
Spoke tonight after having lost his own riding. This is what he had to say.
They have to start paying attention
Is he gonna say it's
because
rigged?
thousands of Canadians were coming to our rallies all across the country. Everywhere we looked, you could see purple. A purple wave, a sea of purple.
Stop the steal, brother.
My friends, this is not just a political party. It is a movement. It is an ideological revolution that we are starting
a
now.
non-politician.
Donna, I think probably some questions about whether or not there is a revolution, seeing as so far tonight the People's Party of Canada don't have any seats showing up. Certainly they showed up higher in the popular vote than expected, but that's not translating into seats for them tonight. People who have won their seats of significance, we have some more to share with you there. Two members of cabinet. One cabinet minister re-elected, Mark Miller. He is the Minister for Indigenous Services. He has won his riding, and Pablo Rodriguez, who is the government House Leader. He's the guy who's going to be very busy if he's back in that job, Jonna, because what he basically does is go around and negotiate with the other parties about legislation that's going to move through. So he is re-elected tonight, and if he is back in that job, well, I guess he already knows how to do it. Pablo Rodriguez.
Well, that's one way to put it. He's got his work cut out for him.
Oh, and now I'm hearing we also have Mary Ng. We are declaring her re-elected. Mary Ng is the minister in charge of international business. Omar Alghabra re-elected as well, Minister of Transport. Seen a lot of him during the pandemic as we had to deal with all of those issues around COVID-19, trains, planes, and automobiles. That's all his responsibility. We'll see if he remains there in the Liberal cabinet in this new Liberal minority government that we're seeing tonight, Donna.
All right, Mercedes, thanks. I'm curious to know what the political panel has to say about everything that's going on. Farah.
Hats off. They've been so patient, Donna, so I'm going to get right to it. Nahid Nanshi, first.
I can pop into Lance's stream/call.
Talk about the facial expression you had
he's got
when we
some
just heard
stuff,
from Maxime
some
Bernier.
people.
Will you explain that to us?
Yeah, no, he doesn't get the purple wave. That's me. And it's purple because it's red and blue. So let me just say that that speech doesn't match the facts. It was delusional. But that's pretty much everything we've heard from Maxime Bernier. And my greatest dream is we never have to hear from Maxime Bernier ever again after tonight.
That is not true, my friend.
But what happened with Trudeau today? We're back where we started. Is he going to have to pay a price for that?
Well, you know, let me read you some numbers here. And look at those chiclets at the bottom of your screen as I read you these numbers. 155, 119, 24, 32, 2. So what am I reading? That was Parliament at dissolution. Why did we do this? And ultimately, I don't think either Trudeau nor O'Toole are going to pay a price. We're just going to be back where we were 6 months ago, except it's the fourth wave instead of the third.
Selena, I see you want to jump in. Go ahead.
That's a perfect. Okay, I'm gonna join the Lance. Let's see. This is the Serfs TV. I will be joining their call. Let me see.
All that money, he made the longest election in Canadian history to try and basically wear out everyone else, and so he would have the money to try and outspend everyone to try and secure victory again. Justin Trudeau tried the opposite tactic of, with the shortest period possible, people won't listen to too much bad news stuff, and I can hopefully secure a majority, which I, decided to gamble. And so Elections Canada and everyone was left scrambling. So this is why, like, in the early elections, we saw, hey, we don't even know who some of our candidates are for the NDP or the Green Party, because it was actually very sudden. The Liberals didn't really tell anyone outside of their immediate circle of power. The only reason I know that is because I know Liberal Party insiders.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Bothered boy has many eyes.
Yeah, it's also why I knew that Yasser Naqvi was running in Ottawa Centre just about before anyone else, because I was like, oh, hey, he left his position at this job. Interesting. So beyond that, Elections Canada also didn't really have the funding. And so, Elections Canada, unfortunately, they're in between a rock and a hard place. They're trying to do the best job they can during a pandemic. So they're trying safety protocols, but they're also stretched for Also a lot of staff because of the short notice, which is why a lot of these polling stations, even though they could theoretically be at more capacity, they aren't, because they are having staffing problems. And so between the pandemic and a lesser number of polling stations and trying to just cobble something together really quickly, they're also dealing with the fact that most of the people who would normally be able to help them and work the polls are not able to work the polls. And that just compounded the problem, which is why in some areas, like, it took me 3 minutes to vote in advance polls. But as we're seeing right now on election day, there are people in Kingston being told that they aren't going to be able to vote until 1 a.m. That's because of all this terribleness, because of the Liberals basically waiting to the last minute to spring this on people in the hopes that, you know, they could just win it out of the gate and that people would use mail-in ballots and that would just really secure it. So, you know, yes, Elections Canada deserves some blame, but they're also just working with like a paperclip and a piece of string here. So we have to be a little fair to them.
Yeah. Also, can we give a big hello to Liv, who just joined? Do you want to give yourself a shout out?
What's up, How are you all doing? Glad to be
Hey.
here.
Doing good. How are you?
This is like, I guess, the more
Best case
desirable
scenario.
option. Yeah, NDP got a couple seats. No conservative governments, no Liberal majority. We take that.
And way more NDP seats, which is always nice to see. They made the most gains of any party this election.
Yeah, yeah.
And the conservative and PPC copium is just giving me
Oh yes,
It's
they're
great.
eating shit.
Yeah, it's pretty beautiful. yum, 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 yum.
But
Purple
unfortunately,
wave.
at the same time, it's like, oh man, I really hate being right. Because in today's video, I said, you know, the PPC, when reality hits them and they're going to substitute it with their own, they're going to rage and talk about, you know, civil war. And there's only one real solution. That's revolution. Get your guns. And sure enough, in the Rebel media chat, I'm like, oh, cool. That happened fucking immediately. Good God.
They were filled with that. There's so much.
Yeah. God.
I'm honestly surprised Bernier isn't like, stop the steal. It was rigged, bro.
Yeah.
But that's good, I guess, that he wasn't like that.
Yeah, that's. I mean, they would have
Take that.
believed him. We would have had to.
Yeah,
listen
why
to
do you
all
think
the
he
last-
wasn't?
Yeah, it would have been a whole thing. I have no idea.
Oh, also, can
Genuinely,
we
there's,
talk
like,
about
nothing
Anime
gained.
Paul in 4th place in Toronto Center?
So
Why didn't
weird
she
to run
stay-
in Toronto Centre as Green Party leader. Wow.
Yeah. Could have went anywhere. Just decided to stay there for some reason. What was her? Did she have like an explicit reason why she was staying in Toronto Center?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
If I recall correctly, it's because that is like her. I think it was like her home, or like that's where she had worked for many, many years. And I think it was also, you know, hey, we got to show, you know, Toronto is all about new green technology and everything. So we got to send a message to the Liberals, I think, and like liberal heartland of the Fortress GTA, right? I think that was the plan, even though most people paying attention would have said, but the Green Party is actually competitive in several other ridings, so why not go there? Like, that's what Jagmeet Singh did. He's originally from Ontario, but he's running and has been elected now, like, at least twice in Burnaby on the other end of the country. Like, it really doesn't make sense. I do not understand her and the Green Party these days. It is wild.
Our electoral system is a total mess, by the way. The way things work here.
Well, not anymore. Trudeau said
Oh,
that
God.
once he got elected, he would implement ranked ballots. Is it or?
Yeah, and he promised that again this time, which means surely
Reform,
in
yeah, yeah,
2021 he's gonna follow through.
Yeah, and Medicare or like and pharmacare.
Yeah. That $50 a month stipend is
Pharmacare,
is really gonna help.
childcare.
He is holding the
What
football
are
out
the
for
liberal
us,
promises?
and we are going to
Yeah,
kick
he's
it.
Lucy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah.
What do you folks think the like effects of this election will be? Like I wasn't surprised that the Liberals got a minority, but do you think I feel like this is certainly not going to be remembered fondly, and I don't know, do you think this would ever
An
come back to hurt the Liberals
unnecessary,
for having done this,
inconsequential
or-
election.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, ideally, it's going to humble Trudeau. That's what I'd like to see, because like, why? It's the biggest question you got to ask him. Like, why did you do all this? And again, the only like party that's really going to walk out unless the Greens get that seat is the NDP with gains. Otherwise, the Conservatives, they're at 122. They might have one seat gain. The Conservatives might have to get rid of Aaron O'Toole after getting rid of Andrew Scheer. So I don't know who's next on the chopping block there.
Leslyn Lewis will probably be the next leader.
Okay.
Huh. I am actually like a little bit surprised. I thought Aaron O'Toole was a little bit less of a cardboard cutout than Andrew Scheer, but seems like just about the exact same result.
Yeah, the bar is low with Scheer in terms of like personality.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'd rather watch paint dry than watch Andrew Scheer speak at a lecture.
Yeah. She was like a lukewarm glass of milk, and O'Toole was just like, heated in the microwave for 15 seconds. That's the sort of difference.
That's a great analogy. Mind if I keep that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. But yeah, in terms of like the aftermath, we're already seeing something that I predicted, which is that the PPC is going to lose their shit and start become very confrontational. And unfortunately, I think that this election leads to a lot more voter disenfranchisement, because people see, hey, he said it was the last election with first past the post. That wasn't it. And look, we've called this election during a pandemic, voting lineups for like the first time in Canadian history, long voting lines, which is so surreal to see. And now we also have just pretty much more or less similar results. So it's not like one party really gained or lost, except for like the NDP. But even then, it's like the NDP is just a power broker. It's not like, who really punched up tonight. Yeah, the Green Party is still in disarray, and I think a lot of people, left and right, are just kind of like, man, what the fuck is the point of all of this? And many aren't going to vote, or they're going to vote like in really dangerous ways in the next election. And I think we ignore the People's Party at our own risk. So
I agree with you there. But does anyone know what the turnout was for this one? Because like I've heard all over the map. I've heard historic highs, historic lows.
I have no idea.
I've heard like mail-in voting, it was like higher than ever, but
I mailed voted.
I went to advanced polls.
Same.
Yeah, me too.
I feel like there's just something special about like going like in person, checking the thing off, and then kissing the electioneer on the lips.
Oh yeah, true. That's my favorite part.
It's my tradition.
Yeah, and especially when all the Conservatives go in and they're like really nervous about it, and then before they kiss, they just quickly say no homo, and then it's like a little peck on the lips, and then they pull back. Okay, all right, we're done.
Yeah. It's weird because they use the most tongue when they do it.
That's really the most wonderful part about it.
Speaking from experience, kissing Conservatives there, bud.
Well, look, it's election day. It's election day tradition. I don't agree with their politics at all, but I'm not so divided that I can't tongue kiss someone on the opposite end of the political spectrum.
Evangelion thing.
It's also Bisexuality Awareness Week, so it's good timing. It all plays into it.
Yeah.
Pakistani Mango asking, when will the mail-in ballots be counted? They were counted, I assume, because at this point I'm not hearing we're gonna have to wait weeks until we find out what actually happened. Well, I mean, or they're being counted, but there's enough of a demonstrable lead in these races for them to be calling them. Because as of right now, there's some shifting.
I thought it was going to take
27. They said it was going to take weeks. Oh, they're being counted tomorrow. Okay, all right, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, well then there could be even more gains.
And if people went down to 27.
Yeah. Basically, is that we could probably know like what the government would be. So like it's going to be a liberal minority or a conservative minority tonight, but in terms of the final tally, that we won't actually know for a few days to potentially a few weeks, because I think the deadline for mail-in ballots was like today, but they may count the ones that come in until like the 26th or something, and then they have to count those and tally them officially in the subsequent days during office hours, as opposed to like election poll hours and with less staff. So that's why millions of votes are going to have to be counted by less people, and that's why it's going to take longer.
Gotcha. All right.
Aren't y'all glad I'm here?
Yeah, someone was like, I'm francophone, and what he's saying is mostly on point.
Hell
Yeah, I agree with mostly. Like, I'm oversimplifying a lot of things. And to be fair, I am still an outsider. Like, I have lived in Quebec, and yes, I have some family and friends there, but it's not like I was born and raised as a francophone.
Can we?
It's kind of funny when sometimes I go out into the country and I can tell someone's first language isn't English, and then I just speak to them in French, and they're just so relieved and happy. It's like, hey, I got you. Come on. I think you're Canada, baby.
My writing just flipped to NDP. Nice. So South Okanagan. Okay, that's good.
Nice. I think that's where Osoyoos, Canada's only desert, is.
You have a lot of good random facts about Canada.
I am a fountain of useless knowledge. It's why I was nicknamed Wiki.
Yeah. Liv, how was your stream? What did you get up to?
It was
You've
good.
been streaming for a while.
It was mainly talking about the election for today, because I usually don't stream on Mondays. So I was like, but I got it for the election. But yeah, pretty much just watching the election streams. Yeah. What about you?
I guess as a hardcore liberal, you must have been really happy with the outcome.
Yeah. I'm in with my party colors at the moment. I'm in all red.
Nice.
I'm very devastated that there's no majority, that people didn't Pokemon go to the polls enough. It's a big problem.
Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. That was great.
How do you classify liberals in Canada politically? Pixel Smixel, they're mostly center right in, I would say, they're like economic and energy policies, and then maybe centered to center left in their social and performative policies. But Trudeau's pretty well known for governing as a centrist, like a neoliberal. He's pro business, pro energy, pro housing. Well, at the same time, yeah, we're all co-owners. If you're a Canadian citizen, you're co-owner in a pipeline. So there's that.
That's basically socialism, I think.
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah. We unlocked it.
It's the worst worker co-op.
I think for me personally, the performative policies are the most important to me. I want to know which candidates kneeled at a march. I want to know who is got the rainbow flag on their flyers. That's
agreed.
That's absolutely, I think, the most important thing in choosing a candidate.
All cops are bad cops.
It's absolutely true.
Yeah, how many times did someone reference an app video game based on collecting Pokemon out in the wild?
Oh yeah,
that's another one.
That's my number one. I'm a single issue voter on whether they reference Pokemon Go in a pun.
Look, if you're a party leader and you say, whom amongst us doesn't go to the poll, if you don't vote, you're sus. I will vote for you.
That's it.
Oh God, wait, does that mean as a Team Mystic member, like Team Blue, does that mean I'm supposed to support the Conservatives? Is that how this works?
Shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh God, no, I gotta switch teams.
Father Boy just had his political awakening, people.
I was playing Pokemon Go until like basically right before the pandemic, because I worked with a guy who was really into it. Like, I mean, I'm ashamed of this. I'll say that, but like I would like go to like raids where there's there's like a rare Pokemon showing up, and it was just the worst people imaginable who would show up.
That's not where I saw the story going.
Like 40-year-old men who like have like wheelie shoes.
I thought you were gonna be like, and we met a whole bunch of friends along the way, and they were wonderful people. But
no, those days are long gone. That ended in 2016.
Oh shit, Dylan Burns, thank you so much for the rating party of 260. Welcome in, Raiders. You are in the fantasy land of Canada with some Canadian guests. We had just had our election, and if you're a lefty, you're probably moderately satisfied with how today went. You're probably not like having random orgasms, but you're probably pretty satisfied with the fact that the Liberals did not get a majority and the NDP made a lot of gains, and now they are propping up the Liberals. So we have the Lib SOCDEM alliance in this country, clasping hands.
Yeah.
And remember, Canada is a fake country, so none of these gains are real. It is all pretend land.
Yeah.
None of it actually matters.
And
Look,
make
let me
believe.
have just like a little bit of happiness on this night. Bernier lost.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
so it's a
Schadenfreude
great
is
for
amazing.
the far right eating shit. They are eating all kinds of shit. That is a good thing. That is, yeah, and honestly, they've seen them melt down on Rebel media, being like, "This election was stolen. This is China. China won the election." I was like, beautiful. Oh, like I thought I had already gotten my fill of like how much I enjoyed American copium. Canadian copium's good too. All right, it's a little different flavored, but it's still just as delicious.
Lance, I think you and everyone else here will appreciate this. So I'm a courier, right? And so I deliver out to the country. And you see a lot of things out there, and there's this one person who I drive by nearly every day, and just all along the front of his property, he's got like all these signs like, Trudeau failed Canada. And they're like, Cuban people and Canadians want freedom. Vote PPC to save Canada. And there's like a little fellow in like
What
some
does that have to do
50s
with
dresses
Cuba?
like, will she have a future in the Canada? And there's like 50 different signs with a whole bunch of craziness. And every time I drive by, I just chuckle to myself like, oh my God. I can't wait to see what that lawn looks like when I go into work tomorrow morning.
I'm just gonna leave the Rebel News chat on the stream. By the way, if you just want to read the copium in real time, it's still lots of calls. Rigged is right. Canada is a failed state. We have to do a revolution. No talk about legal persons. I hope Jagmeet Singh loses. Jagmeet Singh won his writing.
What do you mean you
talking
hope
about?
Jagmeet Singh loses?
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, okay. I guess you kind of got that.
Okay. So somewhere in Quebec, someone shared this on Twitter. Someone like just took their election ballot and then just scratched out
Volunteer,
all the
thank you.
proper
Thank you for the
circles that you
rage.
could put the X in,
Shout out
and
to
then just wrote
Voltaire.
PPC Maxime Bernier, even though he's not in that riding. It's like, what are you doing? You have a candidate you can vote for. Like, you've just ruined your ballot.
Yeah, that's me.
Incredible.
I mean, I live in Chrystia Freeland's riding, so I just figured to vote my conscience.
Yeah, of course.
There's another great ballad where someone on Facebook was sharing their ballot. Oh geez, what's this? Look at this Communist Party. Since when?
Oh yeah,
And
I've
then
seen that. That's good.
And then some other lady says, "That's not the ballot I got." It's like, yeah, man, we all live in different ridings. Like, hello. Oh my God.
Liv, well, I think Liv, I mean, you're all Canadians. You're probably well familiar of our good friend JJ McCullough, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, so here's his tweet. This Green result is really obnoxious. Under proper circumstances, their epic collapse would have reduced them to just Elizabeth May. But instead, they're going in to get a second seat because of that pervy Liberal guy in Kitchener had to step down and throw the race. Nice job, Liberal.
That is the most insane takeaway
Yeah,
I
why
can
would
have
you
possibly
do
imagine. That is.
Yeah, I'm retweeting this with just suck it to my veins.
Oh, by the way, do y'all
This
know
Green result is obnoxious. Didn't he predict that PPC would beat the Greens and the NDP?
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, do you people want like
Incredible.
young JJ
Yes.
McCullough, like when he's just starting off and he and I knew each other on an internet forum?
Oh, really? What forum?
Yeah. It was CanadaKickFast.ca.
Oh my God.
I know.
So Vadim is asking, who is that? JJ McCullough is basically this famous Canadian YouTuber who lives in Vancouver, but he says a boot, even though there's no earthly way he just pronounced it that strongly. Like, he makes it up. I swear to God, he makes it up for.
It's a
for,
fake
it's-
accent.
It's a fake accent. He
No
does a
one in
fake accent.
Vancouver.
Yeah.
Isn't he from like
talks like that.
East Van or something?
Yeah.
No one in East Van talks about that.
Yeah, like no one. It's a joke. We're always talking like I think the idea of Canada and Canadians is like really not that different from Americans. But please ignore that I actually put on this persona trying to make me seem super Canadian, even though I denigrate Canada at every possible turn. Like.
He also writes for the Washington Post and basically just writes shit articles about Canada. Like, here's why Canada's shitty, according to me, that they eat up. They're like, oh, I guess this is what's going on in Canada then, if you read the WAPO.
He is right about Canada being shitty.
Yeah,
but for the
that
wrong
much is true, but
reasons.
yes, I was
reasons.
going to say not for the right reasons.
Yes.
Yeah. It's shitty because it's not conservative enough for him.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And yeah, like by the way, I'm trying to find it right now because and maybe it's deleted off the video, sorry, off the internet, but I remember like way back in the day, JJ shared with us online this video from like some program of like Canada's next prime minister, where he was basically recording teenage JJ as a pitch for, what he would do as prime minister. And then there's another clip of him when he's like really young, appearing on like global news or city news or something like that. I don't know if anyone's seen that, but they're pretty hilarious and cringy.
You know what? That makes perfect sense to me, that he was like a wonder kid, like
Yeah.
political child prodigy,
Canadian Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, except for instead of playing the violin, he's just talking the same shit about politics.
Yep. To your earlier question, though, about what this is going to do in terms of shaping Canadian politics, like I hope this humbles Trudeau, and that's all you can really hope for. I don't know.
Pretty
People have been saying they
embarrassing
think he's
moment
gonna-
for Trudeau.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
He's going to have some
waste of
awkward
money.
conversations with people who are like, "Are you sure you want to do this right now?" Other than that, I don't know how much is going to change.
Yep.
Something I was
in terms
wondering, like based on
No, go ahead.
like, as far as I understand, the reason why, Trudeau obviously polling really high, then he calls the snap election, and people are like, "What the fuck are you doing? I hate you." Like, I wonder why that didn't happen for the NDP in British Columbia, right? Because the NDP did sort of a similar thing, where like they were riding a high of approval based on how they dealt with COVID, and then he called an election, he gained seats. I wonder what the difference. I guess just the media cycle is larger. Trudeau has more controversy around him. I was wondering this, if anyone has any ideas.
I think on the East Coast, the Conservatives got like a COVID bump too, right?
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
did their election.
right. And they were in power during that, I assume?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah. And like people were just like happy with how they responded to it and whatever.
Yeah. I mean, even like Trump, for a very short amount of time, got a popularity bump, just because I think people want to believe, like, oh yeah, the person
Oh,
who's
strong
like,
man.
yeah, exactly. They know what they're doing. It's fine, because if they don't, that's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I do wonder what was different about Trudeau's snap election compared to the BC's one. I guess the BC handled it
the BC
more
snap
competently.
election, it was a big win for the BC Democrats. And it's unfortunate, they absolutely suck. I thought they were going to really damage the NDP's chances, because like I worked on the Breen Ouellette campaign, and like we were doing street canvassing, and we ended up bumping into the Green Party candidate and his like entourage, and it was like those like 1980s ski movies where all of a sudden it's like standoff, and right away all of them were like, how could you possibly live with yourselves when John Horgan is like trespassing on Wet'suwet'en territory and stuff. And I was like, yeah, fuck John Horgan. I fucking hate John Horgan. Like I just went off and kind of threw them off guard. But luckily, I mean, it didn't work out that it like destroyed the NDP. I mean, like I said, they had the biggest gains of the night of any political party. Yeah, we started snapping.
Yeah, sort of a slobs versus snobs type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and NDP have a boost in British Columbia, right? They've seen like a relative.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the thing is, the fact that you're telling me that they're going to be doing the mail-in ballots tomorrow and the next day, that bodes really well for the NDP, I would say. Like I would like to see some change. You could see it bump up to 32, 33 seats maybe. I mean, the Liberals
I'm
are
down
now
with
at
that.
157. So they're at the exact same amount they were at before.
Oh,
so
yeah.
again, the only shift is the NDP.
Although, is it the same? Because in America, it was a very clear like partisan divide with write-ins. Right? Is it? I would imagine it's
for
less
here.
partisan.
It's mostly going to be Liberals and NDP, I think, right?
Okay, yeah,
I
probably.
think, yeah, Liberals, NDP. Maybe
I mean,
some
the
conservatives.
PPC is certainly
No
not going to
PPC.
see a bump here.
No.
Yeah.
So you're like, actually, PPC got -1.
I wake up and there's 10 PPC seats somehow, just like hell.
It would actually be
Oh my
interesting
God.
to see if the PPC like was competitive in some ridings, like they pulled off a solid, second or third place in some areas, if it's like a tight race or something.
Did they?
Just to
Riggs is
see
now
like
trending on
where
Twitter.
the
Great.
danger is coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, especially
I
given
was
how
sort
much.
of surprised that I thought they might get something.
Yeah, I mean, what is the percentage they're at in terms of vote? Is it like 6%?
Like it's hovering between 6 and 7%.
That's
Yeah, I
a
mean,
pretty large amount. I mean,
That's
like, especially
more than
given
Green Party.
Higher than the Green Party.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
if ever there was a year for them, this is it.
For
Yeah, that's
real.
true.
COVID helped them out so much.
Yeah, they just rallied around all that crap.
Lauren Shen tweeted that Canada is not a serious country.
True.
I mean,
Broken
she's
clock.
right, but for the wrong reasons.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Worst
Let's see what the
person
other
you
Lauren
know.
is saying. Oh, I can't show her on the screen. She's banned on Twitch right now, but let's see.
Oh yeah.
This loss is on the Conservatives entirely. Don't blame the voters you abandoned. Elections Canada.
No, they should have copied the PPC platform. It did so well for them.
Yeah.
Only the Conservatives were more didn't believe in COVID.
I know.
Like, I'm sure a bunch of the here's the thing, right? I think a lot of the conservative voting base would have actually loved to vote PPC, but they're also like cynical Canadian voters who understand the system that they have to vote in.
Strategic
And so they're
voting.
like, I would like to vote PPC, but I hate Justin Trudeau more than I love the PPC. And Aaron O'Toole is the best chance I have of wiping that shit-eating grin off of Justin Trudeau's face. So I'm going to keep voting conservative. And we wonder why we have problems in this country.
They're like, I'd like to vote. I'd like to vote conservative, but I'd like to vote PPC. But I mean, the Conservatives' motto is "secure the future." I mean, how bad could it be?
Yeah.
Yeah, that with
that
14
was...
words and 88 characters. Like,
what was the PPC slogan? Was like, everyone else sucks.
Sounds.
I'm pretty sure that was like one of their campaigns at least.
Do you think that there are like conservative voters who are just like the same way that we'll talk about like Trudeau doing like these like super symbolic things without like backing them up with any like progressive policies? Do you think that there's like conservative voters who are the same way, who are like, he tweeted the 14 words, that's something, but like it's all show.
I loved actually in the last election.
It's a whole performative.
Remember the PPC billboards with Maxime Bernier's face? It said "Say no to mass immigration," and people edited it to say no to ass man.
Yes. That was funny. My favorite was the billboard that said "Say no to Antifa." That was
hilarious.
a great, incredible. Like 2019 Canadian electorate is terrified of Antifa. Yeah, I am sort
welcome
of worried,
in.
Say no to
Hassan
Antifa.
refugees. Good to see you.
Oh wait, what?
Yes, hello.
I'm not saying he rated. I'm just saying I think he's ended, and then a bunch of Hassan people popped up in chat. I was like, oh, nice.
Okay. Well,
we're having a good night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I'm still sort of worried about PPC's future, like especially given how much like coverage they've gotten. Like they're a fake political party with not a single seat, and like I swear I saw more PPC discussion than NDP on the CBC. Maybe not actually. Maybe my sense is like, but like they interviewed Bernier, for instance. He's not a politician. He's not.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a seat. Like.
Right, he's just a guy.
That's true.
He's a guy.
he's not a politician. Yeah, he's just a civilian.
He's a concerned voter.
Ideas.
Well, there's two reasons for that, right? There's the fact that Jagmeet Singh and the NDP, if they actually pushed for social policies that would change the established status quo of neoliberalism, that's a problem. That's a threat to the powers that be. Maxime Bernier, who basically votes in line with the Conservatives, well, that's co-optable, and so what? Look, we also get rid of the immigrants we don't like, even though we rely on. This is super fine with us, so they don't mind. The second aspect is that, like we saw with the rise of Trump in the United States, it's directly tied to, oh, look at all the clicks we can get. Look at all the money we're generating. It's all about the money. You can literally blame capitalism for media covering the PPC because that shit gets clicks. And unfortunately, that led to the PPC being like, look, see, we're getting so much coverage. Look at the polling. And they shared that Photoshopped 338 poll that, they thought was real, but, can't tell them about real life. And so they're understandably pissed off now because they're like, look, all that coverage and in my insular circle, it was all all about a purple wave, and purple wave was trending. There was 11,000 tweets, even though this is a country of millions of people. Like, come on, man. Like, this is civil war now. And so we're going to see this. We're going to cover the copium of the PPC tomorrow and the next weekend. Look how insane they are protesting hospitals still. And then it'll be the next thing, like they're protesting schools. Some of these assholes are actually protesting schools. And this is going to continue, and they're going to cover it because click.
Yeah, they were inside schools.
Titles, and that is just going to give them free ammunition, and people to be like, "Oh, what's the PPC about? Wait, they don't like immigrants," and then people would say, "Oh, they're racist," but then the PPC trots out the fact that, "Oh, look, we actually have a bunch of people from diverse backgrounds. We got francophones, anglophones, we got immigrants, we got people of all kinds."
Racist, we have francophones.
Yeah, well, like that's the point, right? It's like the PVC can show that, like in terms of their candidates, we're a big tent. It's just a big tent of the same 4 shitty ideas that haven't fucking worked.
A big tent and a lot of clowns in it.
Exactly.
Reminds me of something.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the BBC ran a candidate who wrote an article that was so racist it got not only retracted but apologized for by Post Media.
Wow, that's rare.
It was one where he argued that the Balkans only have problems because they let in immigrants.
That is the most hilariously wrong.
Wow. Okay, you know what? That's what's bothering me today, but that video's gonna have to wait till tomorrow. Holy shit.
Yeah.
God,
wasn't Mark Emery was a PPC candidate, right?
Oh yeah, Mark Emery for sure.
He's been Me Too'd pretty heavy too.
He was.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I worked with Mark Emery for like a summer, doing like, a whole bunch of like video editing jobs for the Canadian like cannabis thing when I was like I think I was like in the middle of high school. Yeah. And
I used to think he was cool when all I knew about him was weed.
I did too. It was like, oh, he's the weed guy. He's the pizza pot. Cool, bro. And then you meet him like, you're a very strange man. This is not normal ideas coming out of your brain.
Yeah. Well, was he like strange or was he like dangerous? Like, did you see any signs that he would be like kind of a piece of shit?
He seemed a little culty, as in like he thought he was a messiah kind of person, and you got that right away. Yeah, and if you let him open his mouth, he would not close it until like at least the sermon had been given. So that was a little bit weird.
Yeah. Well, James and I do like stand-up comedy in Toronto, and Toronto has like all these weed rooms where like even before it was legal, they would just be like all these like places where essentially they would like let you smoke weed. They'd like crack down on anything else. No one drunk, no one selling anything, and so like it was cops would let it slide because it was not worth their time to bust a bunch of people for minor possession, and they all had comedy shows because of course they did, and we've definitely like heard stories from people in that scene who are like, yeah, no, that guy is a massive piece of shit and a predator.
But you'd also see like flags with his face up on like at all the weed rooms and shit. People would be like he was sort of like a cult like messianic figure in the cannabis culture space.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, very strange to see him running for PPC, but I guess not that surprising.
Did the semen retention guy come close?
No,
he only got like 2K votes out of 36,000.
How many?
He is sobbing into his balls right now.
I'll be honest. No hate. I hope he gets some relief. All right. I hope he gets himself some release. Just this one time, you can regroup tomorrow, start again, start anew. But I think you deserve it.
After a long night of edging, you deserve some.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure a long month. Like I think it's a perpetual cause. I don't think you just give up one day.
Oh my god.
It actually kind of like touches on a point about we also saw a lot of support bleed from the Greens and then go to the PPC along with like a little bit of from the cons going to the PPC, and people were like, what? How is this possible? And it's like I've known enough like hippies and weird country folk in my time to know that they're basically just green conservatives or like racists who care about the environment. So that is part of the Green Party's tent, unfortunately.
Like it was in the last election, it was part of the Green Party's platform. It was buried deep. They didn't talk about it, but one of their issues that they want to address if elected was overpopulation in Africa.
Yeah, like
just straight up Malthusian shit.
Wow.
Eco-fascists can feel right at home.
The Green Party is such a fucking mess. Like there's like Dimitri Lascaris types who are like eco-socialists, and then there's just like very far right, like, and then like the whole thing about Anime Paul is she would just kind of like ride the middle as far as I saw, like didn't want to upset either side of the Green Party, and like her thing on Israel Palestine, right? She gave like a really like middle of the road response to the crisis that was like, we need to de-escalate and what was it like start a dialogue or something like that.
We need to listen to John Legend Imagine is basically
yeah. And then like all the leftists in the Green Party were like, how dare you like not condemn ethnic cleansing, and all the people who are like pro-Israel are like, how dare you insinuate that Israel ever did anything wrong, and the whole party just like fell apart. Like it was just wild to watch.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see like a lot of the Green vote, at least in like the Atlantic provinces, go more to the Conservatives than the Liberals. I think that's like very telling.
With bikes.
Yeah, Conservatives with bikes. Yeah.
It is really unfortunate because like I had actually joined the Green Party like when I had heard, okay, Elizabeth May stepping down, new leader, and I was hearing some noise about eco-socialists. I was like, wait, actually? And they have a chance. Like, oh man, I gotta get in on this.
Me too, actually. I joined for to vote for Dimitri Lascaris for leader. But God, and I remember like there was a leadership like debate with all the people who were running for leader, and they were like asking them a bunch of questions, and it was all on Zoom, and they could answer like thumbs up or thumbs down, or if they didn't want to answer, they could put their thumbs together. And the only person that put their thumbs together was Anime Paul, and she did it for every single question. Literally didn't like answer anything. It was wild. It was wild. And yeah, she just kind of kept being that like fence sitter the whole time.
That's real leadership, folks. Not left, not right, forward together.
True.
I mean, I'm not ashamed to say I was more of a lib at the time, but I joined the Conservative Party so I could vote for after like I think 2015 I voted to vote for like the most progressive guy that was like running.
Was that Michael Chong?
Yes.
Okay. He's like one of the few conservatives I can tolerate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still get some mail from them, and it's not great.
I can only imagine. It is also sad because like there's the Green Party emails I get with Anime Paul. Like it comes down to the wire, and like I don't want to respond terribly because these are just people. I don't want to do that, but I'm just like, look, come on, like no, we're not doing this. I'm not supporting you. You're in Toronto Center. I'm far from there. Like, just no. It's,
I'm running in Toronto Center.
I
Would you like
joined
to
for
waste your
socialism,
time?
and I'm not getting it, so I'm gone. Bye-bye.
Rigged is trending in Canada.
No.
Fucking course it is.
We live in hell. We live in hell.
There's a lot of blackface photos.
And People's Party is also trending. Oh,
I swear,
sweet copium.
In 2 years, the People's Party will have like 10% of the electorate. That's my doomed.
they're actually going to be a dangerous contender. That's the scary thing. Like all
Do you
jokes
think they'll
aside,
grow
you
from
can
this?
write them off as race. Yeah, I think so.
I think they're going to be
I
like, we're a serious party. Look at how much people voted for us.
Yeah.
That's the like the purple wave thing, which they're claiming even when they don't have a single seat, obviously.
So funny.
But yeah.
Liv, before you got here, there's someone James and I make fun of a lot on our streams who's claiming that the PPC won, and so I messaged him on Instagram. He's the official comedian of Rebel Media, but I messaged him asking if they want a majority or minority, and he's not gotten back to me.
That rocks.
I mean, like they had more like popular support than the Green Party, but it was just like spread out, right? Like there wasn't enough people in one riding.
They're probably going to say at the end how many votes they got, right? Like it's probably going to be a scary number because they're spread out across Canada, and there's a lot of people who are anti-maskers, anti-vaxxers, but they are vocal and mad. Like they threw rocks at the prime minister. You know, everyone's always like Antifa's a danger, and all the left are going to do a revolution. But it's like it's the anti-maskers who are like attacking the prime minister of Canada in real time.
And it's also PPC supporters right now saying like, "Come on, get your guns," and it's like, okay. Yeah, you're totally not a threat. Okay. It's just a really passionate, misunderstood white guy. It's okay, right?
Yeah.
No, misunderstood white guy ever hurt anyone.
Yeah. And if he ever did, he was a lone wolf, and it's not a systemic issue at all.
It's a mental health issue.
Yeah. And that's why we're not going to fund mental health either.
You know, for as dog shit as Family Guy is, that one meme has really stood the test of time. That like the how like non-white you are, like skin palette thing.
Yeah.
That one meme is like it's had some teeth to it.
Yeah. What was the closest People's Party win? I guess it's Bernier, right? Like, is there any other seconds?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming out in the prairies, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Possibly southwestern Ontario, because that's basically Canada's Alabama. So
in 2019, they got 294,000 votes. I'm gonna guess they got more this time.
Oh yeah.
They got like they didn't work out to any seats. Yeah.
I mean, I saw so many purple signs up. Like it wasn't just bots. Like there were actual people supporting them.
Oh, I've seen them out in the country, and basically a really long like lineup of signs that say, anti-lockdown out in the country. I will always see like almost a 1-to-1 ratio. If someone has a no more lockdown sign, there's also a PPC lawn sign somewhere on their property.
Yeah, I do wonder.
450,000 votes. Whoa! So they did much better than the last election. Yeah, so they'll be able to say that. I mean, that can be a walk away from this. Like we've almost doubled our numbers, kind of thing, even if we didn't get any seats.
Yeah, like how do you think they could grow from this? I feel like they got so lucky with COVID and the vaccine passport stuff. They were the one party that was against the vaccine passport completely.
Yeah, the Rebel News Party.
Yeah, exactly. But like, where do they go from here? Like I guess next election might not be that far away, really. But I don't know.
That's true. Yeah, because that
I'm seeing Dominion voting in the Rebel News chat.
Oh my god!
Yes,
so predictable.
Yes,
Keep going.
It's all 2020 forever.
I mean, my theory of how where they go from here is just sort of that it's the same thing as with Trump, where he basically realized he can keep his base animated constantly by just having rallies constantly, having this politics of just spite and resentment constantly, and stoking that base in a way that I definitely can see them even without a crisis, they can they can decide that there was one, and I don't think that's going to be that much of a problem.
I do wonder like people who like the PBC because of lockdown stuff, if the lockdowns go away, they're not going to be like, oh, well, back to sensible politics,
Yeah.
So I think they still have a base.
Everything else about us is really normal except for this one issue, this one core issue that drives us. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, it's got to be weird to be a PPC supporter who doesn't like lockdowns but also doesn't hate immigrants. I don't like masks, but I also don't hate brown people. So this is an odd place for me to be in,
I mean, vaccines, passports or whatever, aren't going to go away, really. It's not like even after COVID's gone, it's going to be a long ass time before it's you can, do whatever without a vaccine.
True.
That's true. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess next couple years it's conceivable. And if that's the case, if it's vaccine passports for 2 or more years, there are going to be more people like this.
Yeah.
I would imagine that that's the trajectory.
Yeah. Sorry to doom her out here, but I mean, like,
Yeah.
people who are like recently unemployed because they refuse to get a vaccine, like that's absolutely going to be like a big base for them.
Is
Oh
there
yeah,
any
and it's going to continue
indication?
to grow.
Is there any indication in America that the Biden recent vaccine mandate stuff is like how many people are getting vaccinated so far, or is it not in effect yet? Because I'm curious about that.
Oh, you mean for government employees, right?
Yeah. That was. Because that
I
might
don't know, I'm not
indicate
sure.
something about like the permanence of the anti-vax people, or what percentage of them will be like, oh, I'll just do it, whatever.
That is a good point. I like that is a recipe for disaster. I like weren't a lot of people have already been pushing back on that. Haven't the police like in certain parts of the US kind of uniformly said we're not gonna like accept having to take vaxes?
Yep,
certain
the police are against it.
rounds?
I mean, I feel like I've heard different things about that. Like, I've also heard stories where, like, you know, there's been a bunch of police getting vaccinated because they have to, like, gear up for evictions and stuff. Sorry, everything I read is really bad.
Yeah, that's the perfect summary of internet on 2021.
Yeah. A friend of mine tweeted something like, every time I look at my phone, it's the worst experience of my life. And yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was one way to spend $610 million. It was the most expensive election in Canadian history.
Wow, is it 610? Wow.
What the fuck?
How the fuck was
That's
one of the shortest
crazy.
elections the most expensive? What the actual fuck?
That's way more than last election.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah.
I guess because it's online, like because of lockdown. Like they were.
Yeah, I think they would have had to like, you know, Canada is all things considered, they're pretty efficient at elections. They do a really good job. So I'm assuming to whatever protocols they wanted to reach to be able to do it this efficiently.
Oh yeah, I guess. Wow. Well,
And
that's gonna
we're
be. This is
basically
gonna
back
be
where we were.
fodder. It's gonna be fodder against Trudeau for a while then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Rightly so.
I
That's
still
kind of
stand
ridiculous.
by like my idea of what the aftermath sort of looks like with the PBC and voter disenfranchisement and people just feeling really dejected about everything because again this was fucking pointless. Another thing I'm actually worried about is what this also means for like it was a prediction I made in video like over a week ago about no matter who wins this election, Canadians lose. So Justin Trudeau's still going to do terrible things with the Conservatives to protect the interests of the ruling class. And who knows, he may even step down and what's-her-face, Chrystia Freeland, takes over because Trudeau's like, I asked for a majority and I didn't get it. So you know what, I'll serve out the rest of my term. But in the next election, it'll be a new, more capable leader to lead Canada forward together. And then it's like, oh, great, we got 2 neoliberal ghouls, whether it's Aaron O'Toole and Chrystia Freeland, or it's a different conservative leader like Leslyn Lewis, and then it still just continues being terrible. Like, that's my fear.
You love to see a ratline grandkid winning.
Yeah. Who defends her grandfather?
Oh yeah.
And apparently, like Canada needs a monument to the victims of communism, but there's no mention of a push for victims of capitalism.
Yep. Oh, I mean, would it surprise you at all to learn that the Victims of Communism Memorial does memorialize a lot of Nazis in our nation's capital?
Yes, I'm well fucking aware.
Yeah.
Communism killed so many people. Hitler.
The Viteji Rend, the Hungarian fascist group that Sebastian Gorka's family was a member of, that rounded up 400,000 Jews and delivered them to the Nazis, is getting memorialized in a massive memorial in Ottawa.
Yep. It's going to be near the Holocaust Memorial in Ottawa as well. So that's neat.
Yeah, it's basically across from like the park or whatever that's there. It's like what is it they call it? The Garden of the Provinces or some bullshit, but it's not a fucking garden. Like,
I'm not sure.
So to answer your question, Liv, OnlyFacts TV has brought the only fact. In the last week, an average of 856,000 doses per day were administered. That means there's a 10% increase in the week before per WAPO for vaccinations amongst workers in the U.S.
That's a solid amount so far.
10% is 10%.
Yeah.
Someone in a group chat that I'm in just said this, and I think it really speaks to the tone of both the media and how people are actually feeling. He said, "I hate that they keep referring to the mixed results as division. Like, just because we're not all falling in line with the two big parties, we're suddenly divided. Nah, people are just tired of the aristocracy."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with them.
Yep. Oh no, the Libs are at 158. That would be 1 seat gained. Oh, Anime Paul is giving a speech.
Oh,
gotta catch this.
Yeah.
We are on the traditional territory of the Mississauga, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee.
We are on the traditional lands of the Mississauga, the Credit, the Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee. First, let me start by congratulating. We're still waiting for the results, but it looks like we are going to be sending certainly 2 and it looks like probably 3 Greens back to Ottawa in the next session of Parliament.
Possibly.
They're gonna lose Nanaimo, right? Or it looks like they're not. They're doing third.
And you're not one of them.
Je veux féliciter sincèrement.
I want to congratulate sincerely.
What is with these translators?
Je vais le faire maintenant. Je sais que
Those who have been elected, I'll do it now. I know that we're still waiting for some results, but I want to congratulate Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre.
Incredibly well-deserved, incredible leader that's headed to Ottawa. And also, Paul is in a very close race, but I feel very confident that he's going to take that one over the finish line. So I'm going to send him the good luck of, I hope it's good luck, to wish him good luck now in that seat as well. Alors, je veux sincèrement remercier
So I want to thank sincerely all of our candidates across the country. They've done an incredible job in very short time. I know that it takes a lot of passion, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of dedication to decide to run, a lot of courage as well, and strength. So I thank them sincerely for their efforts, for deciding to take the leap in this election, sincerely on my behalf and on behalf of all of our party and all our members.
I want to sincerely thank every single candidate who ran for the Green Party in this election. It takes
I don't know what I was
passion,
expecting,
it
but
takes
it is weird that they just switch between English and French every paragraph.
And so many of them were running for the first time. We told them that it was time to run. We told them that we needed a new culture in Ottawa. We needed more diversity in Ottawa. And so many of them took up that challenge. I am so proud of them. I want to thank them sincerely on my behalf and on behalf of all of our members and all of our volunteers. Let's give them a round of applause. And I say that particularly so because this was a pandemic election. This was the 4th wave. This was a very difficult time to be running in the first place, very difficult circumstances. And so it means even more that they stepped forward. It means even more that they chose to live their values by standing up for us and running for us in this election. I'm so grateful to them. I also want to thank all of our members and all of our volunteers. We have so many here tonight. So many people, again, who put their lives on hold, who told their kids to go watch another video while they made phone calls, while they went canvassing. People who, again, were very passionate about the idea of sending more Greens to the next Parliament. It takes so much, and absolutely we are driven by our volunteers and their work. And so thank you so much
in the attempt to help Anime Paul win Toronto Centre.
Please know that whatever side guys are contingent of Greens in Ottawa. It's because of you and the work that you did, and I thank you sincerely.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the YouTube Up Next algorithm for all the child that they put in.
We are a small party in a system that's set up for big parties, set up for traditional parties.
On Global News, it showed that she was in 4th place in the middle of the speech.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Brutal.
That's really brutal.
Like, not even the podium.
Wow. So I assume we're gonna get Aaron, and then who do you think's next, Aaron or Jugmeat?
I just spoke with Marcy Ian before coming down here. I
Probably
wanted
Aaron's
to
concession
sincerely
speech.
congratulate her.
Jugmeat will do a victory speech, and then I guess Trudeau will do a victory speech as well.
I'm sure that the people of Toronto Centre will make sure that that she provides them with good representation. Congratulated her on her race here in Toronto Centre. Clearly, I am, well, not clearly, but I will tell you that certainly I am disappointed. It is hard to lose. No one likes to lose. But I'm so proud of the effort, the creativity, the innovation that our team brought to this race. We promised to offer real representation. We promised to offer a real choice to the people of Toronto Centre who have so much need, so much work that needs to get done. And you did that, and I thank you for that.
Yeah, she's on the verge of tears. This is hard to watch.
I have some of my family here and some of my family
It's
in
like
the audience.
it sucks because the whole thing is just a really sad story.
Well.
You know,
This
it's been brutal for a while, and like I'm not necessarily super happy about the complete collapse of the Green Party and just having to rebuild. But yeah, here we are.
Yeah.
And I've said this many times. I mean, I've been campaigning in one way or another for the Green Party for the last almost 2.5 years now. And so this has been a very long journey for our entire family. And of course, you know, I love you, Mark, Malachi, my son Jonas, who's not here, my mother-in-law, my nephew, my sister-in-law.
I said Jonas, who's watching YouTube.
Et en plus, la famille qu'on a créée pendant cette élection et pendant les dernières années.
All right, that is Green Party leader Annamie Paul giving her concession speech. She did not win her seat in Toronto Centre tonight, and I guess
there are so many members of my family.
Okay, that's Annamie Paul with her.
That.
All right.
Okay, that's Annamie Paul with her speech tonight.
Yeah, tough.
Keep chatting, everyone. I'm just gonna grab a quick snack.
Okay. I'm
I
actually probably
assume
gonna get going soon, but anyone else feel like that? You know, the way she ended that basically felt like a concession of leadership speech.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, is she done it? Because like she must be. Like like the Greens lost quite a bit.
Yeah, no,
So,
she
like,
won't be coming back.
Yeah,
Like she's lost this riding, you know, this race for this riding twice now, and this time even more than the last one. So yeah, like in the second one, I think she did come like in second place, and now she's in fourth. That's like, ooh boy.
Really? Damn.
That's
second place last time, eh? Wow.
I think. You know what? Let me confirm that. That'd be irresponsible of me to say that without confirming it.
And fake news.
Gotta love it.
Also, I just found out that apparently Annamie Paul moved back to Canada from Barcelona in 2019.
Huh. All right.
Yeah, like, okay, all right.
That's interesting.
Do you think she's one of those people who says Barcelona?
Probably.
Okay,
Yes,
so I have some
absolutely.
thoughts on that. Is like when you're over there, okay, that makes sense, but like language is use and how people pronounce different cities in different ways. So like over there, that makes sense, but coming over here it just kind of sounds pretentious.
Yeah,
Barcelona.
it's like pronouncing Caesar like Kaisar or whatever. Like
Yeah.
it's like,
I saw it. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, don't be so fucking extra.
Listen, let's not alienate any Fallout New Vegas players in the chat.
Lest they tell us that we're degenerates who deserve to be nailed to a cross.
What's the future for the Greens? Like after, assuming Emery Paul,
Great.
like leaves.
I don't know. Hopefully, Dmitry Lascaris
yeah.
takes over.
No, he's started something new. It's like the Green Left Initiative in Canada or something like that.
Okay.
That's his thing now.
Is he not? Did he like cut ties with the Green Party though? Would he not run again? Do you don't think he was like really
I'm
close
not
to?
sure.
winning?
No doubt, probably lots of people are asking him. But yeah, like it's just wild.
I mean, yeah, I would love to see the Green Party go more left, more eco-socialist. Like, blows my mind that people still think that capitalism can save the planet. I just I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to do too much analysis to understand that that's not the right take. But if they can't do that, I mean, I think they're just doomed to be a party with no like central vision and like aside from just environment important. And yeah, they're just gonna.
Do you think it's like they have to go through the with like the NDP when they were sort of rebuilding themselves after Jack Layton died? They went with the centrist Mulcair. Do you think it's like that type of thing where the parties when they're sort of in crisis will just go with a just centrist neo-lib and then hopefully reconfigure themselves?
Maybe.
I'm not sure, but I did find out just now from a CBC article that yes, in the Toronto by-election that was just like a few months ago or whatever, Enemy Paul finished second to Marcia Ian. So Marcia Ian got 42% of the vote, and Enemy Paul got 33% of the vote. So yeah, the fact that she was in fourth place this election is like, holy crap.
Yeah,
with 8% of the vote. That's that's tough.
Now, sure, like the advanced polls and mail-in ballots, that could maybe change things, but still not a great showing. And to sort of go back to the previous point about the Green Party, I feel like something that the Greens themselves, whether they're, people in the party structure or just casual supporters out in the wild, I think they don't realize that, there are other parties, like mainstream parties like the Liberals and the NDP, who recognize that climate change is real. And so they have some way of addressing it. And so just being basically arguably a single party issue, which is, climate change bad, we got to fix it, here's how. If they don't have anything other, more interesting or coherent to offer people, then they're not going to see a swell in support because people are just going to say, well, I can also get similar policies by voting for one of these other parties that are actually going to form power, which is why I don't understand why the Greens continue to just be this single issue that other parties have platform positions on and continue to run centrists. Part of what was great about the Green Party election and the chance that there could be an eco-socialist coming into it was that you saw so many people joining the Green Party to try and make that happen. People were excited. And instead of being like, wow, look at all these new people coming in, like, yeah, welcome. Yeah, we love having more Green Party members. Oh, socialism's what you want? Well, we'll elect a socialist. Yeah, this is great. More Green Party. But instead it was, whoa, no. We need the fucking centrists. Like, come on. What? No, guys.
Brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to see the Green Party, maybe if I don't expect them to take real power, but if they could help push the NDP left or keep the NDP party away from becoming the, neoliberals that they often do when they're put into actual power, like in BC or Alberta. I'd love to see the Green Party play that role, but I mean, I don't know how they're going to get there.
Well, I mean, it's also like especially Enemy Paul running in Toronto. Who does she think the support is for that? It's people who volunteer for CJTO, like Climate Justice Toronto. It's people in the Sunrise Movement. It's not whatever. liberals with bikes or conservatives with bikes.
Yeah. It's so weird that she did. Like, why wouldn't like one of the other, Greens that was in a riding that looked like it could actually win? Like, why wouldn't they just like step down, let her run there? Like, I don't understand the strategy.
Here's the other thing, right? Like, when Anime Paul was elected leader and they were deciding, hey, where do they go? I remember a lot of people saying, oh, probably Guelph, because Guelph has historically often had a pretty strong Green Party showing. And apparently, even according to internal Green documents, they said it was basically a toss-up between Toronto, which is where Anime Paul had moved to, or Guelph. And for the by-election, she decided to run in Toronto, and then they decided to step back after that failure and reevaluate. And apparently, Green Party leadership and insiders and strategists all decided, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna try in. We're going to try in Toronto Centre again, and this no doubt explains their use of most funds and time just being in Toronto Centre rather than going nationally, trying to drum up support for the Greens. And it still didn't pay off for them. And it's like, guys, why not, like you said, James, just go to Guelph where you have a fighting fucking chance, or, go somewhere else where someone would stand down, and then you become the candidate there, and then you run and you hopefully get elected. Like that's what Jagmeet Singh did. Like, hello.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Is there some respect in which it's good to only have like one sort of distinctly left-wing party, though? Like the idea that we push the Greens to like the left might split the
right,
left
the left
electorate.
vote.
Like
That's
it's
true.
Yeah.
We
Like
really
it's
need
easier
ranked choice voting, like right now.
In the glorious communist state, we need only one party, Communist Party, comrades.
Yeah, that's a good point, Liv. We should
Problem
get rid of all but one party.
That's what I'm advocating
like,
for Democratic
look,
Central.
like democracy is dead. We just need a single party state.
Yeah, that's what the stream's about. Coming together for one party.
Yeah, which I'm advocating for the anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist Communist Party of Canada.
Oh, hey, I just noticed Xander Corvus is in the chat. Hey, Xander, howdy.
Yo, what up, Xander?
Said all my favorite Canadian humans. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a pretty good night, all things considered.
NDP's down to 26 now? What the hell?
EPC mad.
Jesus.
We're
at like
no doubt going to
31
have to
before.
wait for the mail-in ballots.
Hopefully, that mail-in ballots should give us a bit of a boost. But
I wonder how ideologically split they're going to be. Because is there any? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like, if you're like a PPC voter or whatever, and you don't believe in COVID, maybe you're going to be like, I am going to wait in line for 6 hours. But
by the way, on the visual on the surf stream, they were showing the vote share in Alberta. Conservative vote share down 14%.
Really?
Up a bit
in Alberta?
Yep. I mean, it was still overwhelmingly conservative, but like it was down 14%. So the gains by Liberals and NDP are very much minor. It's still very much, the blue fortress, the way the GTA is the red fortress. But what was also interesting was that the Maverick Party, which, we believe in separating Alberta and Saskatchewan and hopefully Manitoba and BC, because fuck the East, we got to be masters of our own destiny. It got fucking 1.2% support.
Yo, has anyone, we've listened to this on stream before, James, but has anyone else ever listened to the proposed new national anthem that if Wexit happens, they want to do?
No.
It's, I believe, copyright, so I don't want to play it now, but it is literally, I believe it's called the Warrior Song.
It's
can
like
look
an
it up.
American,
Yeah,
song,
but
right?
let me look it up so if anyone wants, they can listen to it themselves. But it is literally just like a song about like killing people in war. And it's like it's just wild, especially when you're listening to it, like imagining like a classroom full of children singing it.
That's like the Wexit thing, right?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Well, yeah, okay, because like again, in typical fucking stupid fashion, they had the Wexit Party and also the Maverick Party, and the reason why there are two of them is that the dude who originally created the Wexit Party was deemed too extreme by supporters, and so he left and formed like the other party, which I think became the Maverick Party, or like vice versa, or something like that. But yeah, he was basically kicked out for being too extreme, and then after that, he was like, you know what? Screw that. Then I advocate for Alberta to become the 51st state.
Sorry to interrupt. The song is called "The Warrior Song" by Sean Householder.
That's incredible.
Just an awesome name.
That sounds like the name for a cartoonish landlord villain in like a comedy somewhere.
He's a household name, and that household is part of his name.
Yeah,
really.
You know, it sounds like a Randy and Hero.
Oh god, yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. Like I'm opening yet another fucking massive tab. But,
yeah, it's a very American song. If you check it out, it's got like a bunch of American.
Why am I
flags.
surprised? Oh yeah, wow! Like even the thumbnail is like American flag bird with star.
We got Aaron O'Toole and his concession speech.
Oh shit!
Oh yes.
Oh, here we go.
And particularly in the beginning of the
You think he's done?
the first two
Also, welcome back. I mean, who knows with conservatives?
Yeah.
They lost one seat, and that was what lost Andrew Scheer. Was well, we'll see.
Yeah.
And then it just didn't punch through, and there were a
Hey,
couple
Polly
reasons
Buckles.
for
Oh, and
that.
Sanders here, too.
One,
Well, there's a lot of
certainly the
people.
issue of guns and the
Yeah,
Liberals'
after
ability
this
to
speech, I think I'm
manage that
probably gonna have to
issue.
go to bed because
And the other
like
issue was,
I
frankly,
have
the
to be
pandemic
up
and some
in
of what we
like
talked about
6
here
hours.
tonight. Some of Jason Kenney and how the Liberal leader and the Prime Minister.
I mean, like as much as I would love for Aaron O'Toole to be gone, I feel like I don't know. I feel like the logical progression would just be someone who knows what their slogan means.
Yeah, there's no getting better. It's like the Newsom recall where it's like, well, he sucks, but the replacements are
have to in
worse.
some way also assuage his party and convince them that he does intend to stay on.
Yeah, at least Aaron O'Toole believes in global warming.
He could do a good job.
Yeah.
And you know, if you want to give a leader a second chance, sometimes
Probably
it's
a big
that
reason
second
why he
chance that brings
didn't do
the
that well.
government. Whether he gets that second
Yeah,
chance or not.
like I feel like if the Conservatives had like an explicit
is now, Aaron
Trump-esque
O'Toole,
figure,
leader
they
of the
would
official
have won,
opposition going
or they would have done
forward,
much better.
leader of the Conservative Party.
Yeah, someone more captivating.
Exactly where
Yeah.
Andrew Scheer left
They always get like the most milquetoast guys, eh?
Yeah.
No charisma. Come on now.
Well, it was after 1 in the morning when I first addressed the nation as leader of Canada's Conservatives, so it's fitting I address you late again. At the start of this pandemic,
Someone just said what he said
called
back
for
to
a
him.
Team Canada approach to combat COVID-19. 18 months later,
Yeah, isn't he younger than Trudeau?
more than ever.
Yeah, by a
Yeah, I
year.
think so.
Les Canadiens ont passé
What the hell?
trop de nuits blanches à s'inquiéter pour la
Canadians
santé de leur
spent too many sleepless nights worrying about their loved ones, the lack of a job, and the future of their children. The pandemic increased the differences among us. It also
This really has the energy of guy who got called into a meeting in his office. There's an HR guy he's never met before, and they didn't offer him any
I am
coffee.
here tonight even more determined to secure this wonderful country. This election only made
Mr. Trudeau asked for a majority. He said the minority parliament was, quote, unworkable. But tonight, Canadians did not give Mr. Trudeau the majority mandate he wanted. In fact, Canadians sent him back with another minority at the
James, I think
cost
you got there,
of
Becca.
$600 million and deeper
let me fix that.
divisions in our great country. Just days ago, he said he would hold yet another election within 18 months if he didn't get his way. Quelques jours seulement, M. Trudeau disait
A few days ago, Mr. Trudeau said he would call another election in 18 months' time if he didn't get what he
Mr.
wanted.
Trudeau was hoping for a quick power grab. Instead, he has thrust us into what he has promised will be 18 months of perpetual campaigning. Our country is facing the most serious economic challenge since the Great Depression. Even before the pandemic led to record debt and deficits, investment and jobs were leaving Canada. Les prix continuent d'augmenter de l'essence,
Prices continue to go up for housing, for groceries, and election. Inflation is at its highest level in years, and it continues to rise every day. Families are having trouble making ends meet. But in order to address these challenges, we must work together. We must continue the fight.
We have been divided. For too long, we have seen politicians pit region against region, neighbor against neighbor. But when we are divided, Canadians get left behind. Mr. Trudeau thinks Canadians should endure 18 more months of divisive campaigning so he can try once again to get the election result he wants. We need to heal the divides in Canada, not risk worsening them for selfish gains. A few months ago, I told Conservatives that our party needed the courage to change because Canada has changed. Over the past 36 days, we have demonstrated to Canadians that we've set out on a path to engage more Canadians in our Conservative movement, one that addresses the challenges of today while advancing the dreams of tomorrow. Ours is a Conservatism that dwells not in the past, but learns from it to secure the future. Qu'on offre un nouveau mouvement conservateur, un mouvement conservateur pour relever les défis d'aujourd'hui.
French is so bad.
He had to sneak it in there.
To achieve the dreams of tomorrow.
It's funny how he had the best French.
Challenge pour tous.
Does not only
Wow.
look to the past, but
Sacrement, c'est
and
terrible.
acts to secure the future.
It is a conservatism that reveres
The conservative French debate was so funny.
for one another.
Yeah, it really was.
For
Yeah.
our
The
environment,
worst possible.
and for those in need at home.
Votez pour moi.
It is a conservatism that respects hard work and character, and the fact that millions have come to this great country for liberty and opportunity. It's a conservatism that believes reconciliation is more than a box to check. It is the very keystone of Canada reaching its potential, and it starts with clean drinking water as a basic human right still denied to Indigenous children born today. And above all else, it is a conservatism
Using
that
Indigenous
believes
people as
Canada is the
props.
greatest
You don't give
country
two
on
fucks about clean
and
drinking
that our
water on the
best days
reserves.
are
For
on the
real.
horizon.
Yeah. Yeah, Harper did great there.
Conservatism that builds Canada up.
I can't believe Aaron O'Toole just went woke after he lost.
Wow.
I'm
Wokeism.
assuming you're muting,
Yeah.
looking at the Rebel Media
Let's
chat.
build it up.
Literally there.
Oh yeah, this is the Rebel Media chat. Hold on.
In the months
Oh, they're
ahead,
Copenhagen.
Shit, I need to pull that up.
yeah.
Is it on? It's on YouTube, right?
in the months ahead, as Mr. Trudeau
All talk,
gears
no
up for
action.
yet
Liar.
another
You
election.
garbage woman. Fake.
Basically, okay, it's images of the earth and like clowns and vomiting.
Take another look at our
We want Harper.
more people voted for Canada's Conservatives than any other
Someone just
party,
said,
and that's a
gross,
strength
get
to
out
build
of there, like clowns resign, like, yeah, no, right's not how this is
on. Has
They're
grown.
calling him
It's
Stool.
grown across the country.
That's
More
good.
work for us to do to earn the trust of Canadians.
I haven't
kinda
been
like that.
following this whole time. What the fuck was I doing? Oh my god, this is gold.
Yeah, this is great.
The
Oh,
Pop out chat.
well, at
Let's
least
see
we
this.
finally have proof that the right can, in fact, meme. But oh yeah, wow, they're
Oh,
just
fool.
so mad at him. It's
They're
like,
so mad. They hate the Conservative Party.
oh man, like this is like in a way this is good for right now, but this is gonna be so bad like 2 election cycles from now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. This is gonna get a lot worse.
Well, this guy's got a good point. Syringe, 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 skull, 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 skull.
Modern hieroglyphics, baby.
He said that a few times actually.
He's keeps posting it. Yeah.
Whoever said Liv Agar in it, do not tap on the glass.
Yeah.
Someone said that in the Rebel Media chat. Do not.
Oh.
Globalist lies. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Let's go.
This is so funny. I didn't expect it to be this against him, but wow.
Oh yeah, that's the way the wind's been blowing.
Lies, lies, lies.
Oh yeah, someone says
It's
rope for traders make Canada great. Well, that's.
Oh my god.
Like, it's amazing because these are all like, this is total bullshit. He doesn't believe or care about any of this. But at the same time, it's losing him votes.
He just said that. That's amazing.
Tonight, because of the steadfast support of my true partner, the love of my life, Rebecca. Thank you for being my rock and my safe harbor. And you have
Why
a
are you
place
doing
in
this?
the Conservative Party of Canada.
Their chat is lighting him up. He's basically liberal. Great. Trudeau light. Conservative.
Bernier won Buse, yeah.
Nice.
I've never seen someone try this hard to get fired.
Yeah.
I'm standing here tonight because of the steadfast support.
This is sickening. He's a liberal.
The love of my life, Rebecca.
Alberta must
Thank you for being my
separate.
rock and my safe harbor.
Well, the online community does not
And
like
I'm
it.
so glad more Canadians.
This is like the Weimar liberals laughing at the stupid little National Socialist Party in 19.
Honestly,
Yeah, we're gonna regret this next election.
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
see
it's
a picture
scary.
where this won't be so
It's-
funny.
Yeah. The cope is funny, but it's also very scary.
Like
It's funny for
like
now.
what we're doing is the Ralph Wiggum meme. I'm like, haha, I'm in danger.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
because what?
gonna run
5%?
Maxime Bernier next time.
I'm thankful that she
Oh God.
and my dad, who inspired me into public service, are here tonight. Thank you.
Audit the election. We need election
Oh, here we
audits.
fucking go.
I'd like to thank my fantastic campaign.
I am
team.
surprised that
Thanks for
even
your
Bernier
trust.
didn't
Thanks
say
for
that it
your
was stolen.
commitment to serving
He might
this
change.
big
I
and
feel like
marvelous
that's
country.
like
That
the
seems like a missed
go-to.
opportunity.
Incredible slate of
Yeah.
candidates, and to our fantastic volunteers as well.
Well, there was that that conspiracy
they are
in the
fat
last
shaming his wife.
election about oh, that's not cool. But there was that like mini conspiracy in the 2019 election of how the Conservatives under Andrew Scheer had hired like some firm to really try and discredit Maxime Bernier and the PPC because like, see, they're so threatened by our power and our movement, and so there was that for a bit. And I'm surprised they didn't bring that up again here, but. It was getting lost among all the terrible ragings of the
I
right
talked to
now.
Mr. Trudeau, and I congratulated him on a hard-won campaign.
Yeah, these people really love talking about China for some reason.
And I told him,
Communist China.
Canadians with another election in 18 months, the Conservative Party will be
Canada no longer exists. I wish.
And whenever that day comes, I
Aaron
will be
O'Toole,
ready to
last
lead Canada's
person holding
Conservatives
Canada
to
together.
victory. Thank you, Canada.
As a
Yeah,
concept.
lots of these people still talking about civil war, which is like, okay, we're there, I guess.
What do you Guess we're not stepping down. Guess we're not stepping down. I said, I guess we're not
Like, I don't
stepping
think these
down
people
there, are we?
realize that if they care so much
I
about
did
the
notice,
economy,
though.
then fighting a civil war is the last thing they should do.
Yep. Yep. It's typically not great for the economy, historically.
Yeah. All right, I think I'm gonna head out because I have a class tomorrow. I'll raid you, Lance. This was
I
fun.
didn't even know you were still streaming. That's
Oh
wild.
yes. Yeah.
Oh, so we had like a combined like almost like 1,700 people. That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I'm
Thanks
also
for,
gonna go because it's like, yeah, I gotta be up in 6 hours.
Yeah, y'all are 3 hours ahead. It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Do shout outs. Promote yourself.
Liv, you go first.
Yes, Liv Agar on Twitch. I also have a philosophy podcast, which is patreon.com/livagar. I'm making a YouTube video that's gonna be out on Saturday. It's up for patrons. It's an hour long.
Nice.
It's about Contra and envy, and it's a productive discourse about a response to that.
Oh, cool. I believe I'm in this, right?
Nice.
Yes. Wait, what did you say, sir?
I think I'm in that, right?
Yes. You have
yeah.
you have a speaking line. Yes. So that's my plugs.
All right. I guess it's my turn then. Hi, everyone. I am Bothered Boy. You can find me here on Twitch or over on YouTube or over on Twitter at Bothered Boy. I make videos every day, and it's about something that's bothering me. So lately, there's been a lot of Canadian election content, but there's also American and international content, and just things like, hey, I'm bothered by like this weird niche thing, or I'm bothered by people not being aware of this